Hello and welcome to Edgbaston for this Metro Bank One Day Cup League One clash between Warwickshire and the Blaze. Warwickshire have won the toss and they will bowl first on a reasonably cloudy day in Birmingham. There are some thunderstorms about, but we have got some sunshine at the moment. There is one change for Warwickshire from the side that faced Yorkshire last week as Izzy Wong comes in for Mary Taylor, and the Blaze are unchanged from their clash with Durham last Wednesday. I'm Rosa Simpkin. Alongside me, I've got Mike Perkins. Mike, what do you make of the teams?
Good morning. Well, as you say, just one change from the lineup last week, so that'll be two changes from, in fact, three changes from the side that played the T20 Cup game over the weekend. So in full, Warwickshire are Davina Perrin, Meg Austin, Katie George, Brooke Halliday, Caris Pavley, Em Arlett, Nat Wraith, Izzy Wong, Alexa Stonehouse, Hannah Baker and Phoebe Brett. So that's how the home side line up. The other news from the toss, of course, is that Warwickshire have won it and are going to field. So it's a strong lineup from Warwickshire. It's also probably the lineup of the players they have available to them at the moment. And no update on Mary Taylor. She's the one who misses out for Izzy Wong. It'll be, and she missed out at the weekend as well in the T20 County Cup. So it'll be, yeah, will be. In fact, she played the T20 County Cup. So we kind of aren't sure what the situation is there, but we'll no doubt find out. And the Blaze, I mean, no surprises really that they're unchanged for this one. Rosa, just to run through their lineup: Tammy Beaumont, Marie Kelly, Catherine Bryce, Georgia Elwis, Orla Prendergast, Sarah Bryce, Emma Jones, Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Hyam, Grace Ballinger, Charlie Phillips. So the four players that came in for their T20 County Cup game: Michaela Kirk, Ella Claridge, Josie Groves and Cassidy McCarthy. They're rotated back out of the team for this one. So yeah, no surprises that they're unchanged given how well they're going in the competition.
I mean, they are top of the table in League One of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. If they finish top of the table, they will qualify straight for the final in Southampton. It is a second v third playoff for the second spot in that final. The Blaze currently have a gap of 5 points to Hampshire. They'll be hoping to grow that today. Warwickshire sit in third in a much more precarious position, and qualification is by no means guaranteed for them, so it's a must-win for both sides.
Those two at the top are out clear really, aren't they? Hampshire and the Blaze, who are top on 46 points. Warwickshire, though, they won last week with a bonus point as well on the Duckworth Lewis Stern method. 57 runs, I think, was the margin to Yorkshire in the end, and by doing so, that meant that they were able to gain 5 points and go into that third spot. Reminder: one place for the top team goes straight to the final, so the Blaze looking to hold on to that and that 5 point advantage you mentioned there, Rosa. And then you have Hampshire and Warwickshire, who are the next two. So at the moment they would play an eliminator midweek before the final on the 16th of September. But Hampshire are in a lot more solid position than Warwickshire, and it's really still between Warwickshire, Durham, Somerset, Surrey and Lancashire, the defending champions, who play today. Warwickshire and Durham, who are third and fourth, they've played a game more than the rest of those teams as well. So it's all to play for, and it's well set, I think, for the start of this game. And Warwickshire will be hoping, having made a few big calls, none more so than on their captain Georgia Davis, they will be hoping to hold on to that position and make finals of this competition, because if they don't, questions will be asked, you would imagine.
100%, and it's a huge boost for them having Izzy Wong back in the fold. England have made her available as a centrally contracted player.
They have indeed, and the cover just been pushed off. You no doubt see a little bit of that on your pictures. It's just disappeared from the pitch. It's heading right to left as we look towards the Birmingham end. The Warwickshire Bear and staff is displayed on the screens here around Edgbaston, and the umpires are out in the middle ready to get this game underway. A little bit of football still being played by Alexa Stonehouse in the distance. I think that's Em Arlett from this distance. It's quite hard to tell, but they are ready to look to beat the side who've been the team to beat this season in this competition. Warwickshire just in their huddle now will be discussing how to overcome opposition like the Blaze, because they've won the T20 County. Oh, sorry, they've won the T20 Blast. They're into the final of the T20 County Cup, and of course Trent Rockets, who play at the same place the Blaze are based, Trent Bridge, have also won the 100, or the women's 100. So they seem like the team to beat. Is that fair to say?
100%. And I mean, there's a scenario here where all 4 professional women's trophies end up at Trent Bridge at the end of the year, which would be quite the way to sign off their time as the Blaze as they prepare to go under the Nottingham branding in 2027.
You're the sort of person through Tiered magazine and through your work on Rosa Talkball and all that sort of stuff, who will have spotted if this happened. Are they talking it up as a quadruple, or is that not allowed because the 100 is at this sort of different entity from the Blaze in some ways, even though there are obvious crossovers? Is it being talked up as a treble or 100 that they're after? Sorry, a treble or a quadruple that they're after?
I think it depends who you ask. When you talk to their media team, they're like, we're getting the quadruple. When you talk to the players, there's not many of the Blaze girls who were a part of that Trent Rockets team this year. So they have very much had their eyes on that domestic triple as opposed to a quadruple. But all in all, just great success for Trent Bridge if they can get all 4 trophies.
Either way, they will be doing well. And they've been up there for a number of years, the Blaze, it has to be said. They've been consistent performers. If you look back to last season, they finished 2nd in the table, and that was enough for, obviously, for a semi-final. All of the top 4 went into finals last year, and they lost a fairly thrilling game to Lancashire in the end in the semi-final. So they'll be looking to go one better this year. And as I say, they've already got T20 success to their name. The Blaze, bats in hand, orange shirts, Warwickshire in the dark blue. It's Izzy Wong to deliver the first ball that's clipped wide and mid-on, and that'll roll away for 4. It's the perfect start from the point of view of Marie Kelly, who of course has Warwickshire heritage herself. Began the regional era of women's cricket with Central Sparks as well, and she's off the mark there, still wearing that number 23 shirt, which I believe is because Charlotte Edwards was her hero, the now England coach, and that's who she takes inspiration from. And she's opening the batting much as Edwards did in her day. Kelly 4 from 1 delivery as Wong approaches again. That's where Kelly will remain as she drives fluidly again up to mid-off, and in fact she thinks about stealing a single because it evaded the dive of Caris Pavley, who's at a sort of short extra cover position. And then it's a long way down for Em Arlett, it has to be said, but she wasn't quite her most nimble self there, was Em Arlett, and did miss field under the floodlight, but didn't cost her a run in the end.
Some early misfields. Phoebe Brett as well, diving over that first one in the inner ring.
I'm not sure what Tammy Beaumont would have made of the quick single at this stage of her career, having, as that one nips past the outside edge, through low to the keeper Wraith. There's no run. I'm not sure what she would have made of that running on the misfield there at this stage of her career, having given up the international stuff earlier in the summer.
Is at this stage in her career a coded way of you calling poor Tammy old?
No, I'm just saying she has had quite the career. Women's World Cup winner. And she has retired from international cricket this summer. So she is clearly nearer the end than the beginning. As Wong comes in and bowls, and this one is driven slightly uppishly. There was an outstretched hand from Wong. It was in vain. Didn't get to the ball. Still 4 without loss. 3 dot balls in a row there from Izzy Wong.
This, of course, is not the only action we've got going on in the One Day Cup today. We've got Hampshire playing Lancashire at the Utilita Bowl, Somerset playing Durham at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, and Yorkshire playing Surrey at Ampleforth College in Ampleforth.
Here comes Wong. Heels up as she goes. It's in the air and it's caught. at a gully position, relatively fine gully position. It's an outside edge from Kelly, who started so well with that boundary, but she's out to Izzy Wong. And unfortunately, from the Blaze point of view, and with much excitement from the Warwickshire point of view, the score moves to 4-1. Really good bit of work from Izzy Wong, just getting a little bit away from the bat there. And Marie Kelly took the bait, Rosa Simkin.
She did indeed. It was almost mistimed that from the former Bear, Marie Kelly. Couldn't get behind it, and it's just caught the edge of her bat and gone straight to the fielder. A crucial early wicket for Warwickshire. Marie Kelly is in quite some form in this competition.
It was a good bit of field placing as well from the captain there, because the gully fielder, who was Meg Austin, was quite fine, almost a sort of 4th, 5th slip, if you like. In fact, just looking at where she goes back to her position now, she's right on the back of the ring there. So making full use of the 25 yards that's available in women's cricket in what we call a circle, which I always think is a bit of a misnomer because it's got sort of straight edges along the pitch. But she's right on the back of that, and that was a really, really good bit of field placement by Katie George, who's come in as captain here, Rosa.
It was indeed, and it brings Catherine Bryce to the crease off the back of 136 last time out in this competition.
Her highest score of the competition last week against Durham, and gets a bit of something, whether it's bad or pad, we'll find out in a moment on that as it goes down the leg side from Wong. In fact, she didn't get anything on it. It's 5 wides to the total, 9 for 1 the score moves on to. Well, an exciting first over. We've had a boundary first ball, we've had the wicket from Wong, and then we've had 5 wides down the leg side.
It feels like a bit of a gift from Izzy Wong, those 5 wides, after building the pressure with such an early wicket in this first over.
Well, she always said early in her career, she was fairly philosophical when she was a youngster first picking up the ball. She'd go, oh great, I get to run in, bowl as fast as I can. If I bowl it wide, I get another go. So she tends not to be fazed by them, and that's why, because she produces one that just leaps past the outside edge of Bryce's bat and just evades the off stump. Through it goes into the gloves of Wraith. We'll hand the ball back to the umpire because we use a different ball from each end now in 50 over cricket. I say now, we've been doing it for ages. It's 9 for 1 at the end of the first over is probably the most important detail. That was eventful.
It really was, and almost that in-sync reaction from the whole of the Warwickshire field to the last ball of that over, just missing the edge of Catherine Bryce's bat. But it's good to see energy early on this field.
The Warwickshire flag just on top of the stand there to the left of the scoreboard as we look towards the Birmingham end. It's blowing from east to west, so there's a little breeze coming across. As we say, thunderstorms throughout the country really today, but we've started on time here at the match centre at edgbaston.com. You with Mike Perkins, Rosa Simkin, and it will be Alexa Stonehouse to begin the bowling from that Birmingham end. Strays down the leg side first ball. It's 10 for 1 now with the addition of that extra.
Alexa Stonehouse, of course, a loanee this season from Surrey, and she's had quite the impact for this side, taking 10 wickets at a 30.4 average, and has been really key to them finding themselves in third in the table. And I mean, Alexa's home side, Surrey, sitting all the way down in 6th.
Here comes Stonehouse. Bowls to Beaumont. Gets a little bit of drift back in there, I fancy, because it seemed to cramp Beaumont for room. The length was very full as well. It was a Yorker length, that one. And Beaumont had to dig it out and had to adjust her swing in order to do so. Dot ball. As the early field, the crucial bit to it really is Katie George at slip. Meg Austin on the gully angle, but right on the back of the 25-yard circle. So a short third, really, as Beaumont tries to whip a short of length ball into the leg side. Doesn't make much contact. We then got backward point, short extra cover, and mid-off in the ring. We've also got mid-on, mid-wicket. And then the 2 fielders who are outside the fielding circle are Davina Perrin all the way out there at backward square leg. Unusual to see her not up in the circle. And then we also have a long leg as well. As this one's bowled to Beaumont, it's clipped up to mid-on. Their fielding is done and a run is prevented. So 10 for 1 it remains. Wong, the fielder at long leg, who bowled that eventful first over, left the Blaze 9 for 1. They've just added the wide so far since then. Beaumont waits, that characteristic stance that she used through her England career, and that's cut back in nastily as well. I'm not quite sure how that one's missed the stumps, if I'm honest, because it bent back in and Wraith ended up having to go quite a way down the leg side, but I fancy a fair bit of that swing was after it had passed the stumps. It wasn't far away, and it went between the batter's bat and body.
It was great work from Wraith being able to get her left hand to that one, because it really cut back.
Prevented any byes being scored as Stonehouse is on her way again. Shadows stretching from the players here in that east to west direction that the wind's blowing, and this one is played up to mid-off. There's no run. 10 for 1 it remains.
They tell you never to fall in love with a lone player in sport, but Alexa Stonehouse has made quite the impact, hasn't she, Mike?
Well, surely, given Warwickshire are losing Em Arlett, we know the situation that they're losing George Davis. They've got to secure the services of somebody like Stonehouse on a permanent basis, as this one's flicked away into the leg side across the old pitch as it rolls out towards Perrin, who returns for the loss of 1 run. So the second over comes to an end. It is 11 for 1. The Blaze score, the wicket to fall. Kelly out for 4, caught by Austin, bowled by Wong. So you bang up to date if you just join us. The match centre at edgbaston.com. You can also find the pictures on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. Mike Perkins, Rosa Simpkin with you. They've got to be looking to secure the services of Stonehouse, have they not?
100%. She's been such a pivotal member of this pace attack, especially as Katie George isn't quite back to bowling. We saw her get a few spells in the 100 and she looked really productive, but we haven't seen her in 50 over cricket or in a Warwickshire shirt this season. So having Stonehouse as that pace bowler who can also bat down the order and contribute there is really vital to a successful 50 over side.
And they've presumably got an idea of what they want to do with the captaincy situation. George is doing that at the moment. I mean, who knows? They might look in the winter to recruit somebody to come in and captain. But if George is doing the captaincy as well, batting 3, bowling and captaining seems a big workload for her, as that one is squeezed into the leg side by Tammy Beaumont, who was cramped for room by the left arm of Stonehouse in the last over. Cramped for room really by the pace, but also the line of Wong there. No run.
I mean, we talk about it a lot with England captain, that's Brun, about when she's bowling. It's a huge task. It's a lot of pressure. And Katie George, I'd say, has started her captaincy duties off quite well. It was a big win against Yorkshire last week. Obviously knocked out of the County Cup at the weekend, but only by a 10-run margin against arguably one of the strongest sides in county cricket.
Here comes Wong. Bowls, it's short of length, and again takes Beaumont on the body. And this seems to be a ploy in those first couple of balls from Izzy Wong. It's produced 2 dots for her.
It's so good to see players like Izzy Wong playing regular county cricket, and it's one of the positive changes we've seen since Charlotte Edwards has come in as England head coach. The England players are being strongly encouraged to play regular county cricket, as you can't improve if you're not getting regular match time, according to Charlotte Edwards, and I have to say I agree.
That said, though, earlier in the summer there were 1 or 2 as Wong comes in to deliver this latest ball from the pavilion end. It's worked round the corner out to long leg, and there is another single on offer taken out to Hannah Baker, who's drifted down to that position at long leg. The other fielder outside the ring in this over is down at a sort of deep backward point position. It's quite an unusual one, that. Anyway, either way, the score moves on with the single to 12 for 1. But there were 1 or 2 saying they should have maybe even played even more cricket before that T20 World Cup. We saw Danny White-Hodge, of course, on the opening day of the season, make a century here and go on and have a very good summer as Wong bowls with that slingshot sort of a right arm action. Just played out into the offside, and Pavley's there with the fielding. There'll be a little bit of chipping away on the building site throughout the day here, but hopefully that's not too distracting for you at home. The hotel going up a pace now. Crane's been doing its work clearly. A couple of diggers in there as well. And plenty of busy workmen on this Wednesday morning, making their way around as Wong comes in and bowls, and this one is played back to Wong, who looks to pick up left-handed in a follow-through, can't do so. It's going to be the Amos stand over there.
It's nice to see a tribute to such a legend of the club. I have to say, if I was working in that building site, I would be getting absolutely nothing done with all the cricket going on at Edgbaston this summer. So fair play to all the workers for keeping their heads down.
Yeah, I'm sure the men and women working over there are working very hard indeed, because it's going up quite a pace as Wong is on her way, knees pumping as she approaches the crease. Pavilion end, bowls outside the off stump, slashed away. Now this is going to be a real chase for Perrin in that backward point position, and I think we have seen why she is at deep backward point on the boundary, because she is very quick, and though we're used to seeing her up in the ring in the field, that was actually quite a good use of her, because she's saved a couple of runs there. The score moves on to 14 for 1. We've had 3 overs of the Warwickshire innings. Mike Perkins and Rosa Simkin with you. We also have Tina Goff, the former Warwickshire cricketer, who will be joining us shortly too.
Davina Perrin, it was almost a goalkeeper-esque save, that dive. We know she's remarkably quick between the wickets. She often gets her batting partner in a little bit of bother with how quick she is between the sticks. So it makes sense for her to be on the boundary.
I mean, surely at this stage in the school holidays, it was almost like a swimming pool dive, wasn't it? Sort of diving into the pool as Stonehouse bowls. There's a little flick at it from Beaumont, but I fancy she didn't connect with that one, so she won't add to her 2 runs so far. Bryce has the same score. It is indeed an extra 15 for 1. Scores elsewhere. Rosa mentioning the games happening in this competition. Surrey, they are in 6th, but still chasing that 3rd spot, and they are one of the teams who've got a game in hand at the moment on Warwickshire and Durham. They are playing Yorkshire 21 without loss at Ampleforth, as that one is played off the inside edge of Beaumont's bat. Doesn't get too much of it. Of Bryce's bat even, doesn't get too much of it, and there is no run on offer there. So that's how things are going for Yorkshire at home against Surrey. We have Durham 13 for 2 already against Somerset, who started the competition strongly, drifted back a little bit in the placings, but seem to be coming good again. They are taking on Durham today and have them 13 for 2, as that's nicely turned leg side by Bryce, who, as we say, had a highest score of the competition in the previous game of 136 of her 302 runs coming against Durham in that last match. Takes the score to 16 for 1 here. So that game at Taunton, Durham batting first, 16 for 2. You then have Hampshire at Southampton taking on the defending champions Lancashire, who have reduced the host to 10 for 2 at the end of the 4th over. Lancashire sort of the furthest back in the placings, as this one is bowled into the pads of Beaumont. Big appeal, but I think it was doing too much down the leg side. Can't really tell from our angle behind Beaumont whether there was any bat involved, but certainly seemed to be drifting down to the dot ball. So they're certainly still fighting, even though they are the furthest back of the teams in contention for the 3rd spot, and they missed the previous round of fixtures as well. So that's sort of to their advantage, if you like. They've already had their missed round. As in comes Stonehouse once more. Will deliver, short of length, turned round the corner by Beaumont, and the single is taken, 17 for 1. Beaumont on to 3.
I mean, you mentioned Somerset's promising start against Durham. They're a team that have almost come from nowhere this season under the new leadership of Erin Osborne. Really struggled across the board last year. Were really promising in the T20 Blast this summer. Could qualify for the eliminator of this competition and are in the finals day for the County Cup.
And Sophie Luff in phenomenal form for them, taking on what she did in the 100 into a domestic game, as that one is played down the onside of straight, and it's Phoebe Brett who picks up at mid-on. No run conceded. 17 for 1. We've had 4 overs. What are you making of it so far, Rosa Simkin?
It's a promising start for Warwickshire, the early pressure of that wicket, and it's safe to say that Catherine Bryce and Tammy Beaumont are struggling to time the ball here. They're struggling to, I guess, almost predict the lengths of Wong and Stonehouse. A very young pace bowling attack, but one which is paying dividends.
Yes, indeed. And it also means that they've got M. Arlett in their back pocket here if they want. The trend at the moment seems to be to try and give the 9th over to a spinner. It's almost become like the obligatory over before drinks, hasn't it? To almost try and tempt the batters if you're in a good position in the power play to try and hit over the top in that final over, as that one's turned around the corner by Beaumont and scampers to the non-striker's end in her characteristic fashion, and for that reason she's able to fairly comfortably make it back for the second. 19 for 1.
A lovely stop from Hannah Baker out there on the boundary, a position you see her in more and more now. She maintained it throughout the 100 for Sunrisers Leeds, where she made the final with them and was one of the key players in that tournament, and she appears to be on a bit of a rise again after perhaps not having the season she would have been after last year.
Wong just examines the ball for a moment there as she walks to the back of her run, gives it a little spin out the front of her fingers, and she's on her way again, pacing in, delivering a ball that creeps down the leg side. That'll be a wide. 20 for 1. The total moves on to with that extra.
A bear at heart, Izzy Wong, I think it's
Absolutely.
safe to say. I mean, since I've been watching cricket, she's been playing cricket down here at Edgbaston. I remember the first time I met her a few years ago, and I was with my older sibling, May, and I couldn't speak because I was so excited. And here we are, commentating on her at Edgbaston.
Speedy McQueen herself, number 95, comes in, and that one is played to Brooke Halliday in at short mid-wicket. The Hamilton-born New Zealander picking it up and returning it. 20 for 1 is the score here.
I think it's my favourite reason for a shirt number in cricket.
It's good, isn't
Lightning McQueen.
Yeah, from the Cars movie. And Izzy Wong turns again. Try and deliver another lightning bolt here. Well, we hope we don't see too many of those today. Only from the hand of Izzy Wong, who finds the body in the pads of Beaumont. She's gone very straight at her former England teammate so far today. And again, taking her around the pads. Dot ball that time. But yeah, there's some fear of a thunderstorm bubbling up. Round about 10 o'clock it was due on the forecast I sent to you this morning, Rosa Simpkins. So we've not seen it yet. So fingers crossed, touch wood and all that sort of stuff that makes absolutely no difference. Hopefully we don't see too much rain today as Wong bowls. It's short of length, played away into the leg side by Beaumont, made good contact with the bat there and was able to get back into her crease in order to find the gap on the leg side. 21 for 1.
Well, I mean, a certain person in this commentary box, brackets me, didn't bring a coat today, so we can hope, for my sake, that the rain stays away and a rookie error.
Never helpful, that, if I'm honest. Never helpful to be without a coat on a day like this. I'm sure we'll see a shower at some point today. It's just when and for how long and how heavy and all that kind of thing. Hopefully we get a game even if we are a little bit off and on at times. So this one's driven to Brett at mid-on. No run again. Wong happy with her work. 21 for 1 the score, and approaching the end of the 5th over, her 3rd of the innings. Would you be tempted to get M. Arlett in at this stage, or do you just let these two go now they've found their rhythm?
I think it would be worth seeing that alternative height and swing on this wicket. It appears that there is some movement, and they're already struggling to time it with these two. But again, the rhythm, do you really want to break it up?
Wong bowls, again finds the pads for me there of Beaumont. The umpire will confirm as much with a quick lift and a tap of the leg. And another single to the total. 22 for 1 then. Tina Goff is going to jump in alongside the other member of our commentary team today, just so that you've heard from everyone, and we'll have Rosa Simkin back later on to provide us some more of her analysis and a bit more ball-by-ball commentary as well. But let's have a chat to a former Warwickshire player German international Tina Goff, who has made her way into the commentary position. Tina, what are you making of things so far?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a balanced start, hasn't it? The early breakthrough for Warwickshire, but I suppose Bryce and Beaumont haven't been explosive, but they've stuck around, tried to ride the early storm here.
Slight inside half of the bat there from Bryce, driving to Brett. I'm finding it quite confusing with Bryce 12 and Beaumont... Bryce 17 and Beaumont 12 at the moment. They're two quite similar shirt numbers, but they're progressing nicely, as you say. And they're the sorts of players who can catch up very quickly. They're quite happy to drift a little behind, one a ball at this stage, and then catch up later in the innings. As you say, 136 in the last outing from Catherine Bryce, who just pushes that one into the offside. Pavely is busily across to pick up, and she's not quite had a vintage season yet, Catherine Bryce, but she'll be hoping that score gets her heading in the direction she's looking for.
Well, there's still lots of cricket to play, isn't there? Coming up to September, but lots to play for, and it's never too late to notch a century. Came in 138 balls, so as you say, managed to go about a run a ball. So even though she's currently 3 off 12, certainly not panic stations, plenty of cricket left to play.
Push that one again into the offside, but again Pavely was busily across to pick up, so 22 for 1 it remains. Warwickshire having chosen to bowl first. Do you think that's the fact that there is a little bit of cloud cover around, or do you think that's more thinking to later on when we might get some rain interference and you want to know what the DLS equation is, as Stonehouse bowls to Bryce, turned into the leg side. Perrin is all the way back at backward square leg, so Halliday has to come across from mid-wicket to pick up, and the single is taken 23 for 1. What are your thoughts on that, Tina?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. It's actually not too often this season that overhead conditions have come into the equation at all. It's usually been hot and then a bit hotter. So actually having a bit of cloud cover, maybe a bit of rain around, fingers crossed the thunderstorms stay away, will certainly have come into the consideration of Katie George when the toss went up. And as you say, who knows what will happen later this afternoon, and generally you prefer knowing what the situation is when you're batting if there is some rain coming.
Stonehouse bowls, it's into the pads of Beaumont. Looks to clip leg side, doesn't get much of it, so there'll be another leg bye to the total, which have been quite useful so far, these leg byes. 23 for 1, as we say, that breeze blowing east to west, so it's assisting the in-swing of Stonehouse from the Birmingham end at the moment.
Certainly seems to be a tactic at the moment from the Warwickshire side to just target kind of the ribs and the body. Hasn't been too much outside off stump, apart from actually that one that got Marie Kelly early doors. But otherwise, just trying to target the body area.
Stonehouse bowled slightly short this time, and Bryce was quickly onto it, lifting it into the leg side, but realised she wasn't going to clear Davina Perrin, so just sort of slowed the stroke down almost to take the ball one bounce to Perrin. 25 for 1. Beaumont busily prodding at the pitch. Another over has ticked by. It can be, you can sort of get penalised on the wide column if you do go for that straight ploy, can't you? But Warwickshire have actually, it's been effective for them, and it's been notable the amount of times that a batter has been taken on the pad or the body in the early stages of this game.
It's almost like they're trying to hide the ball. They don't really want to give too much width outside the off stump. We saw a couple boundaries early doors where there was a bit of width on offer. Izzy Wong certainly someone who seems to be trying to cramp the batters up for room here.
Wong bowls into the pads again, but this time there's a bit of bat on it from Bryce. She'll be glad about that. Turns it round the corner for a single, and it takes her score on to 6. 26 for 1 in the early stages. Both batters have 6 in fact now. So yeah, 7 wides for Warwickshire, but of course one of those was a 5 wide, so actually only the 3 times that they've drifted down the leg side have been penalised so far. Although I suppose it matters not in terms of the total, as in comes Wong to deliver a ball with Wraith well back today. Wong looks like she's bowling quickly, it has to be said, today. There was so much excitement earlier in the career of how quick Izzy Wong could go. But, I mean, I saw her early stages at Central Sparks Bowl, a very, very quick spell against Thunder, as they then were, the Northwest Thunder, who are now Lancashire. Her and Arlott really came out and steamed in that day. But she seems to be up around the top end of her speed today by the looks of things, as she charges in once more and delivers a ball clipped into the leg side, and Halliday's going to chase this one across the turf out towards the Hollies stand. Just brings it back inside the rope and prevents a boundary being scored. 28 for 1, 2 to the total.
Yeah, I have had the, would we call it pleasure of facing Izzy Wong? I suppose at the time I didn't feel like it was, but yeah, she's quick and almost deceptively so, if we can say that, because she's not the tallest. Arlott, you think, okay, well, she's, what, 6 foot, 6'1". That's going to come with a bit of heft behind her, but Izzy Wong's more kind of skiddy. But she is bowling quick today, and it's good to see her back in a Warwickshire shirt as well. Obviously, has been here, there, and everywhere this summer. But I think Edgbaston is where she feels at home, as Rosa was saying earlier as well.
Just seems to have rhythm today as well, as she comes in and delivers that one right on the stumps. It's blocked by Beaumont, who sort of just almost offers the bat in acknowledgement of that delivery. Dot ball to Wong's analysis. But yeah, looks at her best. Sarah Ginn was telling us a story, who's coached sort of in the Warwickshire youth setups and that kind of thing, about a story of she went to a game with Izzy Wong where she said the circle's wrong, and she said, how do you know? She said, because my run goes from the back of the circle and it's not getting to the crease at the right time as she bowls this one. Oh, that's beautifully played through the offside by Beaumont. As soon as the length was on offer and the half volley was there, Beaumont got in position and stuck her hands through it, and it disappears through the covers for 4 runs. 32 for 1. Very neat stroke by Tammy Beaumont.
And that pretty much proves why Warwickshire have been trying to hide the ball on that middle leg stump, because anything outside off, it probably was about 4th stump, just gets smashed away through the covers. It's been a watchful innings so far from Beaumont. That takes her to 12 off 21. But just settling her way into her work today. Still the best part of 45 overs to go.
Bowls again to Beaumont, and such as the dryness of the pitches this summer, that one didn't bounce too much, and she ended up having to almost doubled over trying to keep that one out again on that sort of middle leg stump line. 32 for 1 the end of the over, and the 35-year-old Tammy Beaumont, who, as we say, is retired from international cricket during the course of this summer, is enjoying her work here for the Blaze, but she'll be after a few more runs. Hasn't been a vintage season by her standards, I wouldn't say, and really the Blaze of their strength has been the bowling throughout the summer. They've got Charlie Phillips playing today with 24 wickets, Grace Ballinger 18. That's kind of been the battering ram, hasn't it, that's taken them to victories. Here's Stonehouse opening the bowling for Warwickshire. It's in the air and it's right between everyone. Bryce couldn't have put that one more between the wicket-keeper, on-rushing mid-wicket and bowler if she tried. And it bounced probably in a pitch 2 to the left of the one we're playing on. And might have even been the one we played on the other day, which I think's also possibly had a bit of a go for that championship game. 33 for 1 the score, with the single that was taken, and it is Beaumont back on strike. Goes into a crease and drops the ball in a very similar area, but in a far more controlled fashion. 34 for 1 with the single. It was a genuine leading edge, that one from Catherine Bryce, wasn't it? It was definitely one to the bowler there.
She just got stuck on her crease a little, neither going forward nor backwards, and tried to work it off her hip and got herself in a bit of an awkward position, and it's probably a bit too aggressive in fielding, but it's almost worth getting someone in close there if they are going to go for this kind of hip line from Warwickshire. And, well, they have put someone now at a very shortish square leg, because it's 2 or 3 times now the ball's just popped into that region. And if you're going to bowl that line, then you probably want to set your field to it.
And it's the captain, Katie George, which always gives you an extra half a yard in your fielding position because she's so agile in the field. Oh, attempted cut stroke there from Bryce as a short ball goes through from Stonehouse. We haven't seen too many of those, certainly not with the width that was on offer there. And Bryce, I think, just feels if she'd got any bat on that, she'd have got runs, probably 4 of them, but she could have also whiskered it through to the wicket-keeper Wraith, who took that one on the rise. Here's Stonehouse again, clipped leg side. It was slightly uppish for a second, which brought excitement from Katie George, but it's square of Halliday for 2 runs into the leg side. And George goes over for another chat with Stonehouse. It's almost becoming a ploy here to Catherine Bryce to try and get her playing airily through the leg side. 36 for 1 the score now.
I don't mind it. Katie George, I think, probably said to Alexa Stonehouse, keep doing that. You can see that George has moved about, what would you say, 2-3 metres to her left, creeping towards mid-wicket to see if one does pop up to her.
Just closing that gap as Bryce has to be watchful again, jabbing down on a delivery that didn't bounce as much as some of the others have in this over. 36 for 1. It remains with the dot ball. In terms of the run scorers then for the Blaze this season, Georgia Ellis has 474. Kelly is already out today, 403. Then you're looking at Catherine Bryce, who started the day with 302. So she's up to 311 now. Beaumont has 288, as this one is pushed into the offside. More of a prod that time from an advancing Bryce. Doesn't bring her a run. It is 36 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. So yeah, 288 for Beaumont's certainly not a vintage season. Highest score 99 not out, which might be slightly frustrating, although that does probably mean she won the game.
Yeah, she's probably had a disappointing season for her standards, obviously with the announcement of her international retirement as well. She would have hoped to have gone out in a blaze of glory in the test match at Lord's. Didn't quite happen. I think she got a duck and a 2 in that test match. So disappointing, and didn't quite fire in the 100 either, playing for Phoenix, best scores in the 20s. I mean, Phoenix didn't fire, full stop, talking of their home ground here at Edgbaston. So she's probably got a point to prove, but as we were saying, still plenty of games to go to see if she can finish the domestic season on a high, and Blaze certainly in a good position to grab a bit of silverware.
Yeah, it's such a monumental decision. You can forgive her for being a little distracted from her game at times, although I'm sure she won't see it that way, as that one's prodded up to Brett at mid-on. No run from the first ball of Wong's 5th over. And I think she said, such was her disappointment at her final test match innings ending the way it did, that she felt she couldn't raise her bat because she hadn't used it. So she raised her helmet instead to acknowledge the applause of the crowd, which was quite a nice line from her in the interviews afterwards. Waits once more, a little shuffle out the crease to try and distract Wong, I think, in the run-up, because it was a very early movement, and she just dabbed it into the offside in the end, sort of jumping as the ball arrived. 37 for 1.
Oh, it's been a summer of strange retirements, hasn't it? I mean, Tammy Beaumont's was at least conventional. She said, I'm retiring. She had her last test match and then she left. There's been a few throughout the summer, which, well, I suppose it remains to be seen if they are going to be retirements or not. But
quite, yes. It's sort of, certainly in the men's game, there's a few question marks over one or two of them, isn't there, as that one is pushed away on the offside, and Davina Perrin throws this one back in almost javelin style to the wicketkeeper Wraith. 38 for 1. But yeah, and I guess going to bed on time might be part of whether we see a return on that front. But
I'll tell you what, they have more stamina than I do. When I've finished a cricket match, the last thing I want to do is anything but go to bed.
I think that latest one they'd finished a day early, to be honest
That's
with you,
true.
as Wong bowls, and this one's clipped through the leg side as Halliday goes and picks this one up just in from the boundary, and that one's returned again to Wraith, as is almost the expectation in this Warwickshire team, that you hit the gloves of the wicketkeeper on your return. 38 for 1 becomes 40 for 1 with those couple of runs into the leg side, and these two, that it's the extras column, really, isn't it? That's sort of, and it's mainly been leg buys as much as anything. As you say, there have been 7 wides because one of those went for an additional 4 as well as the extra, as one comes in and bowls, and that one's pushed away behind square on the offside. The busy Perrin will pick up a deep backward point on the boundary, 41 for 1, but then we've seen those sort of, it's only 3 leg buys I'm seeing on the card I'm looking at, but they've sort of just bolstered what's felt like a relatively slow start, actually. Up to 41's not bad at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. Here's Wong again, running into bowl, right arm over the wicket. Big slash outside the off stump, and I'm not sure what Wraith gets on that. It seemed more of a first slip opportunity than a wicket-keeper's one. If she got anything, it was only a flick of the glove on the way past, because that's gone all the way for 4, 45 for 1. What was your view of it, Tina Goff? Was that a chance for Wraith, or did it fly past her and it would have been more one for George? You would have been in there at first slip earlier.
It was a chance. It was a very tough one, both on kind of the height of the opportunity and the width of it. She just stuck out her right glove. Don't think she got too much on it, to be honest, because it did race away to the boundary. It's one of those, as a wicketkeeper, you throw your glove out, hope for the best. And unfortunately, on this occasion for Warwickshire, it wasn't able to stick, and it would have been an absolutely magic catch. A rare misfire there from the Blaze, but they will be happy with the 4 added to the collection. And to Catherine Bryce. It's only actually the third 4 of this innings so far. We saw Marie Kelly starting very positively with that 4. But otherwise, slim pickings when it comes to boundaries.
Bowled by Stonehouse is a full toss. It's not been hit well, though. Just clears Brett. It was almost obligatory that Beaumont had to go after that one. It was on that sort of leg stump line again, but she got to it on the full. And will probably be disappointed with the way she hit it, but also quite relieved that it did clear Phoebe Brett at mid-on for 2 more runs, 47 for 1.
How often do we see that low full toss pick up a wicket? It's usually probably the worst ball you bowl in an over, and it picks up the wicket on this occasion, though. Another lucky escape, the Blaze.
Stonehouse again outside the off stump. You almost heard the strain of the bowler letting that one go with a bit of extra oomph, but it wasn't the most well-directed ball of this Stonehouse spell, and it goes safely into the gloves of Wraith. No run. Sorry, Tina.
I was just going to say that Stonehouse hasn't quite targeted the stumps as much as I would like. She has targeted the pads and the hips, and then there's just been a few outside off stump, and especially with that left arm over angle into the right-hander. I would like her just targeting that off stump, middle stump.
Beaumont flashes one into the offside off the cut. She's so good at that stroke. I think she'd have expected 4 there, but the length wasn't quite there. She was sort of almost trying to manufacture it a little bit, and found Hannah Baker, who's situated at backward point, 47 for 1. I remember, and I don't know if you do, Tina, when backward point used to be considered the most athletic position in the field, and now modern teams don't seem to see it that way. It's been quite the change. As in comes Stonehouse, bowls in towards the hip again of Beaumont, turns it into a safe area just behind square on the leg side. George has to come and do the fielding, 48 for 1, but I would say Hannah Baker there looked every bit a sort of 1990s backward point fielder there when it was the coolest position in the game.
Well, it's become a bit of a unfavoured position, hasn't it? Point, people complain the way it comes off the bat, and they don't like that it flashes quickly. There's definitely an art to it. Hannah Baker is doing it excellently so far.
Bowling to a 5-4 at the moment, Stonehouse, which is quite unusual at this level of cricket, but it's played into the leg side, and I think it's because they think they can trap Catherine Bryce on the leg side here. They've got I'm not sure if it's a forward square leg or a wide mid-wicket in the form of Katie George. She's creeping ever more so towards mid-wicket. There is also a conventional straighter mid-wicket and a mid-on in place, as well as the backward square leg and the long leg outside the ring. This one is driven towards mid-on. They're going to chance a single, and Catherine Bryce had to take a sort of evasive run once she reached the crease to not run into the stumps. She gets through for the single, 49 for 1. These two have battered well this morning, having come together with the score on just 4 when Marie Kelly was out in the first over. They added another 45 to the total. Kelly was caught by Austin off the bowling of Wong. We also saw the previous Wong over at the end of the 9th over that Catherine Bryce was dropped by Nat Wraith. But it's really good to have you with us again at the Match Centre at edgbaston.com and via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube stream. Do hit the thumbs up button if you like what you're hearing. We had 99,000 of you join us for the game against Yorkshire the other week, and hitting that thumbs up button helps add to those numbers, helps people find our stream, helps YouTube pick it up and all that kind of thing. So please continue to do so. For the next 10 overs, you will be guided through them by Tina Goff.
And it is going to be a change of bowling then, so not quite the change in the 9th or 10th that we thought might happen. It's just been a conventional 5-over spell there for Izzy Wong. Of course, picked up that early wicket of Marie Kelly. Gone for 32 runs in her 5 overs. Probably a touch expensive for her liking, but she has now given way to M. Arlott, who will be steaming in now from the pavilion end with Catherine Bryce on strike. Starts off with one that's just knocked into the offside. You've got to say one of the hallmarks of Warwickshire is their fielding. If you look at some of their key fielders in key positions, Davina Perrin, she's an absolute athlete. We spoke about Hannah Baker as well. Izzy Wong, she's someone who always throws herself into everything she does. So I do like the athleticism in the Warwickshire side. And at the moment, they're just trying to squeeze the Blaze here, who are standing firm at the moment, up to the task as Arlott comes in once more. And that's a nick, and it goes through the vacant first slip area. It's the second time Bryce has genuinely edged one. This time, the wicketkeeper, Nat Wraith, was nowhere near that one. But again, it's another opportunity that goes begging. Brings the 50 up as well for the Blaze, 51 for 1. But Catherine Bryce just living a bit dangerously here, Mike.
You've got to have a slip now, haven't you? They always say don't chase the ball with the first one, but 2, you've got to stick somebody in there. That was well wide of Wraith this time. As we say, we think she just got something on the one off Wong. You've got to be looking at that, haven't you?
Especially with Arlott, with the height that she gets those genuine edges as she comes in once more and again beats the outside edge. And surely Katie George is thinking now to get someone in there. She does approach M. Arlott. It looks like the conversation will be had. And obviously a different proposition to Izzy Wong as well, who is more kind of genuine pace, and it looked like she was attacking the legs a bit more, whereas M. Arlott is just probing outside off stump, and the conversation is being had now. Arms are flailing, which generally means that a field change is afoot, and it does look like Katie George, the skipper herself, will be putting herself into first slip, and yeah, I think that's a good move. Just to
I think often to the frustration of cricket fans, the ploy in one-day cricket is to be quite defensive, isn't it? It's to keep as many sweepers as you're allowed out and that kind of thing, but I think here you've got to have a slip, surely.
Well, the slip is in. Arlott comes in once more, and that one just misses on length. And Catherine Bryce, maybe a bit of a release shot there, having ridden her luck in the last over or two, smashes that one through mid-wicket for just the second 4 of her innings, takes the score up to 55 for 1. Frustrating there for Warwickshire. Arlott kind of set Bryce up, first 3 deliveries outside off stump, and just misses her length on that occasion.
Well, it felt actually the one she nicked from the last ball of Wong's spell, that was almost a shot of, we were saying it's almost, the scoreboard makes it look a quicker start than it actually has been.
That one's played through backward point, a dramatic tumble by Davina Perrin, but the ball is fielded there on the boundary by Hannah Baker, and it just bobbles through. Nat Wraith doesn't get her hands on that one. But Catherine Bryce may be thinking here that the best form of defence is attack, and probably feels a bit better through smashing that one through mid-wicket.
Yeah, she's 22 of 29 now, and that's with a couple of boundaries in recent scoring shots, and Beaumont 20 of 31. As I say, that first nick that Wraith nearly got to just felt like she felt the need to try and accelerate things.
Someone's just nurdled off the hip from Beaumont, who will retain the strike. A decent first over there from Arlott. Certainly one opportunity goes a-begging as the Blaze move to 57 for 1. So these two now nicely set. Their partnership goes past 50 as well. It's 53 off 61. So not explosive, but certainly not to be sniffed at as they are working their way into this innings, getting a quick drink for their troubles as well. And it'd be interesting to see who comes on from the Birmingham end if we are going to be treated here to a double change, but it looks like, from my eyes, that Alexa Stonehouse will continue. So this will be her going into her
I like that,
sixth
I have
over.
to say. I think it's unusual, isn't it, to use more than half your bowler's overs, and I think taking Wong off was the right decision. She's the sort of bowler who just bowls for wickets, so she will go at around one a ball, even sort of when she's bowling well, if you like, because she does just sort of strive for those fine margins. But I think Stonehouse looks in really good rhythm and has been causing certainly Bryce at the non-strikers some problems.
In she comes then for her sixth, Stonehouse, and that one just worked away to backward point as Hannah Baker sweeps round to the left, but not before they run through for a single. So it seems like here Warwickshire have slightly different tactics to the two batters. For Beaumont, just trying to kind of catch her on her hips, and they have actually moved the square leg out.
I quite like the 5-4 actually. I kind of want George on the other side here.
She has moved into covers, so probably going to be bowling wider outside off stump. That does end up being the case, but too wide for the liking of the umpires. Chris Watts there, joined out in the middle by Kylie White. So I'll have to re-bowl that one. That's the 8th wide of the innings, of course. Those 5 wides bowled by Izzy Wong. Stonehouse, of the two openers for Warwickshire, has been far more economical. She's been going at under 3s, but hasn't been able to notch a wicket as of yet. She comes in again, Catherine Bryce facing up. And, well, just as we were saying, it was a good move to put her on for a 6th. Maybe just a bit of a tired ball there down leg side. Will have to be re-bowled once more.
And I think the one outside off was a bit tired as well. So maybe this is showing why they usually do take people off after 5 overs, because they do put so much into their spells now. They really just, they get the ball and charge in, don't they? There's nothing left. They sort of almost aim to run quite short races, if you like, sort of a 5, a 3 and a 2.
She comes in again for just the second legal delivery. That one better placed, and the dot ball into the covers. Well, that's why I changed to spin bowling, because at some point my body just said, nope, I don't want to do this anymore. I used to be like Alexa Stonehouse back in the day, steaming in left arm over, but now I just plod in, and you know, I can do 9 overs in a row, no trouble, apart from the next morning when I can't get out of bed. But certainly these girls are extreme athletes and put a lot into their actions, as you say, Mike. And that one again just knocked off the pads there by Catherine Bryce, who's, for those 2 chances, actually maybe looking a touch more comfortable now. Maybe just needed that release shot through mid-wicket and a couple of boundaries to her name to really give her a bit of confidence as she works her way into this inning. 61 for 1, halfway through the 12th. Stonehouse just misfiring once down leg, once down the offside. With Beaumont now facing up, she's 22 off 33. That one's watchfully played to kind of short mid-on. It's a bit of an odd field that Warwickshire have gone for now. They've got 4 out in the deep, so the 4 that they're allowed. They've got quite a wide fine leg, more of a regulation third, and then deep covers and deep square leg. And then almost these 4 fielders in a cluster in front of the bat in a V formation, trying to tempt the drive from Beaumont. The drive does come, and it's just fumbled on the field there. And looks like she's done herself a bit of a mischief there on her finger, Hannah Baker.
Yeah, I was almost in cricketing quandary territory last over, really, with whether George, when she was there, whether she was a mid-wicket or a forward square leg sort of thing. When one becomes the other, it does almost feel a little bit when a tree falls in the foresty in cricketing terms.
In again and prodded for no run by Catherine Bryce. Very watchfully sees the end of the over. So at the end of the 12th, 62 for 1. It certainly seems that Warwickshire have a plan here, and that's I suppose that's half the battle.
It actually seems like they've got lots of plans, doesn't it? They've sort of got lots of ideas of how they're going to get at the Blaze players. And that, as you say, sort of in that previous over, the straight mid-wicket was almost in that, when does a straight mid-wicket become a wide mid-on, was almost drifting into a sort of short wide mid-on position. and it's sort of the same with the extra cover, was almost becoming a wide, silly mid-off there. I think your description of it's sort of almost like 4 players right in the batter's eye line. That's what they're going for. It's the same for Arlott here.
It's almost like a Christmas tree formation. I know it's a bit early for the C word, but you know, it's coming to the end of the season, and you can't say we haven't enjoyed a good summer here weather-wise, even if there is maybe a bit of weather around here as Arlott comes back in for her second over here. And again, just working the hip of Beaumont, who nudges that one into square leg region for a single, so 63 for 1 now. Bryce and Beaumont almost matching themselves for the runs, 23 to Bryce, 24 for Beaumont off a similar amount of balls.
Yeah, the way it was set to Beaumont, it was almost, as you say, if you're using the Christmas tree analogy, it was almost like the bowler Arlott was kind of the star on top of the tree, wasn't it?
Well, she certainly is a star for club and country, of course, as that one's driven. And Izzy Wong stops any damage to the scoreboard, although flicks her finger, so maybe some damage to her digits there.
Bit more conventional to Bryce now with the slip in and then the ring of 3 on the offside. The unconventional bit's the very wide fielder at third. And earlier on they had Davina Perrin right out on that boundary as a sort of deep backward point.
Arlott comes in and Davina Perrin half stops it. You can hear the very loud no there from Tammy Beaumont, who left Catherine Bryce in no doubt about that call. And I suppose you have to say that Warwickshire have been decent in the field here. There was those 2 early misfields, but since then they've tightened things up. They haven't given too many freebies away. I have to say it's probably a nicer field to field on than the rest of the summer, because there was a bit of rain around. As Arlott comes in once more, and that one's a genuine miss there from Bryce. Beats the outside edge, almost dies in the surface as well. It bobbles along to Nat Wraith with the gloves.
I was impressed with how green it was when I got here, because I'd been driving through Birmingham and seeing all the parks that were just, you know, they turned to the sort of gold that you usually see appearing in kind of September in the trees. The grass was that colour on all the parks, but here it's still pretty lush and green.
Arlott comes in and it's just dabbed for no run by Bryce. Yeah, it's been remarkable this summer, the weather we've been having, and playing cricket all around the country, seeing cricket as well, and at times it feels more like playing in the Sahara than in England. So I think groundskeepers up and down the country probably praying to the cricket gods that some rain falls, and we had a bit around here Birmingham this morning, and maybe a bit more forecast over the next few days as well. So that's knocked to deep backward square leg, should just be a single as the fielding is done there in the deep, and it's 64 for 1 on the board. Another decent enough over from M. Arlott. Maybe if you're being super critical, not the most challenging. There was just that one that beat the outside edge, but hasn't quite been probing on that line consistently so far. 13 overs down though. And as we were saying as well, still plenty of cricket to play all the way through to September, with the eliminator between 2nd and 3rd place in this competition on the 16th of September. Warwickshire, of course, will be very much hoping they'll be taking part in that one, whereas the Blaze, they'll have their eyes on the big prize, which is the final on the 19th of September at the Aegeus Bowl, which feels quite late. It's very autumnal, isn't it? 19th of September, but I suppose that the summer we've been having. One.
Although there is talk of a final heat wave of the summer, isn't there, that could come in September. So who knows? That might fall on the 19th, and they might be playing in 30C. But we'll see.
Do have a change now with Phoebe Brett coming on with a bit of left arm spin. Then Alexa Stonehouse 6 and out for her, finishing just the 19 runs coming off her opening spell. So very economical. Or maybe be frustrated that she wasn't able to take a wicket. She's got 4 overs left in her back pocket as Brett comes in around the wicket to Bryce, who tries to go for the paddle. There's a half-hearted appeal as Katie George crawls her way to leg slip to do the fielding. It's 64 for 1. Brett probably just looking here to try and rattle through some overs quite quickly as well. See if they can just get on top of the Blaze here with these 2 batters looking relatively comfortable, 24 apiece. for Beaumont and Bryce, as Katie George again tries to almost second guess the shot there, the paddle from Bryce, and gets wrong-footed as Bryce gets a touch of it, an edge of it onto the offside, and they do scamper through for 2 more. So Bryce trying to take the attack here to Phoebe Brett, not trying to let her settle. Sees that the fine leg region is completely vacant. Will she go for a third scoop? This time more conventional, moves her feet and hits that one through the covers. A throw comes in from Arla. A direct hit probably would have still been safe there for Bryce, but she gets herself to the relative safety of the non-striker, 67 for 1.
So noticeable how many shots the players have got now. You know, it sort of used to be, right, I sweep, that's the way I play the spinner, or I use my feet. But actually, you've got to be able to do both, and you've got to sort of have the delicate ones, the little scoops and that kind of thing as well. Although I was curious that first scoop, what the signal was going to be from the umpire, and it was nothing at all, so it must have been bat.
Yeah, there was a strangled half appeal, as that one does beat the edge of Tammy Beaumont. But runs were signalled, and as you say, Mike, it's also remarkable how quickly they go into these, well, I suppose were previously unconventional shots. From the very first ball, Bryce was happy to take on the scoop, whereas Beaumont here more conventional in her defence, gets to the end of the over. A lightning quick over there from Phoebe Brett, with just the 1 run coming off at 67 for 1 after 14. And it's just the modern game, I suppose, without sounding too much like a pair of dinosaurs.
I think it's the practice regime, isn't it, really? They practice the defensive stroke you've seen from Beaumont there as much as they practice the delicate little scoop or the whack down the ground. All shots sort of get the same amount of practice, and that's what allows them to play 360 and allows them to have the options when they go to the crease. They're not sat there thinking, I don't want to play that stroke because it's not a stroke I'm going well on at the moment. They will consider how successful they've been in recent times when they use the options, but how much they go to them. But they groove all of them, if you like.
Arla in for her third here, going into the 15th over. Yeah, I know there was wisdom back in the day from England as well, that if you face 3-dot balls, your fourth has got to be an inventive shot. So you've got to do something different, whether that be a scoop, whether that be a reverse. And I think there's almost that kind of fearlessness in these younger players now. Well,
speaking of old-fashioned, the old-fashioned retort to that would have been that's batting by numbers, wouldn't it? But it's clearly an effective method.
Arla outside off stump, and a loose waft there from Catherine Bryce, who looks like she's giving herself an internal talking to. It's one of the few misfires from her. She's been watchful. Of course, there were those couple of opportunities, but those have been genuine edges, whereas on that occasion, just the wrong shot selection. They
had the rule for a while in the England team as well, didn't they, that if there was nobody on the 45, you had to scoop. You had to sort of play a little paddle around the corner to the spinner.
Arla in once more, as that one just gets worked away past the tumbling form of Perrin at backward point, as Bryce gets herself to 26.68 on the board, halfway through the 15th.
Just bringing the scores elsewhere. Hampshire 57 for 3 against Lancashire. Durham are 71 for 4. They're playing Somerset. The Blaze 69 now for 1 in our game, and 83 for 3 is the Yorkshire score. They're taking on Surrey, so you're all up to date across the country. But here, Warwickshire versus the Blaze at Edgbaston. It's clouded over slightly since we started, but it's remained dry. That is the main thing.
Yeah, the headline there is that the play is going on, and well, hopefully no rain to speak of, as that one's a genuine bouncer, and Tammy Beaumont rides it, knocks it away into the leg side, doesn't quite get hold of all of it, and the boundary rider there is able to do the fielding. It's Brooke Halliday out there in the deep. Brave there from Beaumont to take it on. Just got big on her. I think probably bigger than she expected from Arla. But she manages to knock it into a vacant region there in Cow Corner.
Been runs throughout the summer here, though, at Edgbaston in the Women's One Day Cup. Some generous boundaries on offers at times, but it's mainly been superb batting.
Arla in and watchfully prodded forward by Catherine Bryce. Looks like the tactic here from the Blaze is just to pick their opportunities. They're not going after the Warwickshire bowlers by any means, but if the ball is there for the taking, they're trying to get runs off it, even if that was a miscue then from Beaumont. I think probably the first genuine bounce we've seen in the opening almost 15 overs so far. Slashed away, and that would have been a spectacular grab by Davina Perrin. She did get her fingers to it. You can see exasperation from her. Would have been another one to add to the highlight reel had she grabbed on. She gets a high five from her skipper, Katie George, because she, well, first and foremost, saved what would have been a destined boundary. But you'd say a half opportunity if you're being harsh there for Davina Perrin, who has exceptionally high standards for her own fielding.
It was a sort of 1 in 10 for most people, maybe a 2 in 10 for Davina Perrin sort of catch.
They do get a single off it, 71 for 1. Make that 72 for 1 as Beaumont just knocks that away into deep mid-wicket. Yeah, you certainly wouldn't say that they've lacked opportunities here, Warwickshire, but they have just been half opportunities at best. I think they would just hope that those half opportunities rack up and at some point they do grab one to pick up that second wicket. 15 overs down though, 72 for 1, as Mike Perkins will just have a brief breather, as Rosa Simpkin will join me once more in a moment. So Bryce 27 off 46, Beaumont 26 off 40. So very similar scores. This partnership now is building nicely. Remember that early wicket fell of Marie Kelly still in the first over. She hit a 4, but that was all that she wrote, as then she fell in that kind of gully region, caught by Meg Austin off the bowling of Izzy Wong. But since then it's been, you'd say, relatively balanced. The Blaze certainly haven't gone off to an absolute flyer, but Warwickshire haven't been able to make that second breakthrough as Phoebe Brett comes in once more. Left arm around to Tammy Beaumont. Brett's first over went for just the single run. And Rosa, you'd say at the moment, even Stevens delicately poised, still a long way to go. So that one's knocked into the covers. A slight misfield allows the Blaze to go through for 1.
100%. I think that early pressure is really subsiding. Bryce and Beaumont going along really nicely. Very even Stevens, 27 apiece for them. Almost curious whether Hannah Baker might be interesting at this stage to provide something a little bit different.
Yeah, I think I'd go along with that. Phoebe Brett just digs that one in touch too short. It's worked away by Bryce. Probably misses out on that occasion. Could have thrown the kitchen sink at it, but that's kind of been the story of the Blaze innings so far. They've been watchful. They haven't been taking too many risks. There've been a few opportunities here and there for Warwickshire, but nothing more to speak of. But yeah, Hannah Baker is an option. Em Arlett's bowled 3 so far, has gone for 15. Had 1 or 2 balls, but nothing more where you'd say she's been really dangerous and really testing the Blaze batters. And when you have 2 batters that are set, you just want to try and shuffle the pack, try something new, because the more you kind of do the same thing, the more they get comfortable in their work. There's a few changes in the field, maybe. Phoebe Brett pointing out here to cow corner. There is a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg in place, or backward square leg. As Beaumont faces up and she goes for a very fine sweep. And will just be the 2. Izzy Wong out there doing the fielding. And certainly you can see that the confidence is growing in these 2 batters. They're bringing out the paddles, they're bringing out the sweeps, and just trying to manipulate the field and put the pressure back on Warwickshire.
We also haven't seen Warwickshire's top wicket taker this season, Karis Pavley, just yet. Top wicket taker and top run scorer. She's had quite a mad campaign, the 21-year-old.
Yeah, of course she had a bit of England involvement as well, and yeah, it's probably been a bit of a mind scramble for her, but she has been rewarded, as you say, with her performances this year. She just signed a contract extension which will take her through to 2028 with the Bears, as that takes us to the end of the 16th, and really rattling through the overs here, Phoebe Brett. I think that's probably a tactic as well for Warwickshire to try and put the pressure back on the batters, eat through the overs as quickly as possible. It's now 76 for 1. Bryce and Beaumont, though, seem unfazed at the moment, seem settled as well. A couple of opportunities off the edge of Bryce's bat, but Beaumont in particular hasn't given a single opportunity yet, and well, that's a commentator's curse if ever you've heard one. Will be Arlott for now, though.
We love a good commentator's curse. Mike does not believe in commentator's curse. He's left the press box. You've offended him so much, Tina.
Oh dear. Well, it'll be girl power then to take us through, because Mike has left the building as Arlott enters the crease for her 4th over. Maybe just not quite knowing what her plan is at the moment. Arlott, you could see with Stonehouse and Wong in the opening spell, their plan was very much kind of cramp up the batters for room, try and get that catch on the leg side. Arlott, she's not bowled badly by any stretch of the imagination, but just not quite been able to make that breakthrough, which she so often does for Warwickshire. Bryce facing up here. Second ball of the 17th, and it's worked away nicely. There is protection out there, and that is in fact Karis Pavley, who we were just speaking about, who does the fielding out in the deep.
It's an interesting one, Arlott not taking the new ball, and we tend to see when Izzy Wong is in the side, she gets priority, and Alexa Stonehouse has been so productive throughout the whole season for Warwickshire with that new ball. You're not going to take it off her. But Arlott tends to get a lot more movement with the new ball as she does at this phase in the game.
Coming in again, and oh, this one's knocked away, and again it's just a half opportunity. It would have been one of those spectacular grabs. Brooke Halliday going over her left shoulder in the end, doesn't really go for the chance. I think she assesses early on that the opportunity had gone. Another one where Warwickshire just maybe feeling like the luck isn't quite on their side. There's been a few that have popped up here and there but haven't gone to hand. But I think you make a good point, Rosa, that Arlott doesn't look like she's getting too much movement now. Of course, there's a bit of moisture out there as well, so the ball will have maybe got a bit wet as she comes in once more. It's worked off the hip nicely by Beaumont for a single. That'll bring up the 80 for 1 with 2 left of this over. I suppose you bring Izzy Wong back into a side, and she's got that star quality as well, but she also has that express pace, which can be used throughout an innings, where if Arlott is someone who needs that genuine movement, then you need to give her every opportunity to do that, and that would be giving her the new ball. I'm sure that they have conversations around that and have plans, but Arlott maybe just a little frustrated here that she's not been able to make the breakthrough. And again, just comfortable single as it's flashed in there, in a bit of frustration maybe from Davina Perrin. She puts her hands to her face as if to suggest that was maybe closer than it seemed, but a single is taken.
They're such contrasting bowlers, Arlott and Izzy Wong. Arlott, not the quickest on the circuit, but as we say, has that raw height, has that real swing, whereas Izzy Wong comes in with that raw pace. And almost against these batters, you want Arlott when it's swinging.
Yeah. I'd absolutely agree with that. She did pick up 3 wickets in her last outing in this comp against Yorkshire, and that was opening the bowling. It was Stonehouse and Arlott, and we do get to the end of the 17th, 81 for 1. I suppose hindsight is 2020, but you feel like, okay, you've got that opening pairing. They got 4 wickets between them. Arlott picking up 3. Why change that winning formula? Yes, Izzy Wong is coming in, and yes, she's a star bowler, but give her the first change and see what she can do there with her pace. She can get wickets on pace alone, whereas for Arlott, you need to give her the opportunity to use that ball to her advantage.
I suspect as well, with England internationals coming up, England might be prepping Izzy Wong to be opening the bowling in them, so that might come into play at this stage.
I suppose it's always then a balance between club and country, isn't it? And Warwickshire, they first and foremost have this competition, which they still have hopes of winning. And in order to win games, you have to play your best bowlers in the right positions. As Phoebe Brett comes in again, this one's up in the air. Arlott is interested, and again, it's just that half metre that's missing. Warwickshire, I think, Rosa, that's probably the 4th or 5th time the ball has landed within about a 1 metre radius of the fielder, and frustration here for the home side as Bryce adds another couple to the collection. 83 for 1.
When it's not going your way, those ones can feel like they're miles away from you.
Brett here trying to make the breakthrough. She's been economical so far, hasn't been able to pick up the wicket as that just worked away to backward point, and it's Hannah Baker doing the fielding out in the deep. I think Warwickshire must feel like they don't know what else they can do here to try and pick up that wicket. They've kind of made half opportunities. They just haven't been able to break the resolve of Bryce and Beaumont, who came together at the crease very early on, still in the first over, and have since worked up a partnership which is now worth 80. Big appeal, and the finger goes up, so the opportunity is taken, and it's Phoebe Brett who makes the breakthrough here, as Tammy Beaumont just gets a feather on that one, and Nat Wraith doesn't collect it cleanly first up, but on the second opportunity she grabs it, and Warwickshire do break this partnership. It's 84 for 2, and Tammy Beaumont has to depart for 32 off 48, and it is Phoebe Brett who gets the breakthrough, and Warwickshire much happier than they were just a few moments ago.
It was almost a juggle from that Wraith, a sigh of relief for everyone in Warwickshire colours as she collected it. A much needed breakthrough. Tammy Beaumont, I don't think we need to go on about how dangerous she can be. Infamous in the women's game. A break in momentum.
That's absolutely what Warwickshire needed. Just when it looked like, I wouldn't quite say the game was getting away from them, but certainly the Blaze were settling into their work. The breakthrough is made, and Tammy Beaumont, I think, will be frustrated. She looked, of the two, actually probably more comfortable. She didn't really give too many opportunities, certainly wasn't genuinely dropped like Catherine Bryce was, but she makes a start and isn't able to build on it, so she does have to depart, and that brings Georgia Elwys to the crease, and you imagine she is someone who has confidence flowing through her veins in that previous outing against Durham. Just a handy little 134 not out of 110 deliveries. You'd take that for a day's work, wouldn't you?
You really would, and it's this dangerous partnership of Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwys. Catherine Bryce also getting 136 of 138 in that game. If you're Warwickshire, you want to be breaking this very quickly.
The 270 runs between them then in that previous game. Warwickshire will be hoping that Elwys doesn't add to that collection today as she cracks that one away, and well, welcome to the crease, Georgia Elwys, as that one just a bit too wide, a bit too short from Phoebe Brett, and someone of Elwys's quality and experience isn't going to miss out as that flashes away for 4 runs, gets her up and running, and the Blaze 88 for 2. Frustration there, you get a wicket, you try and put the pressure on the new batter, and just a misfire there from Phoebe Brett. The comeback delivery then needed, just needs to strain it up, get Elwys on that front foot better. And that's exactly what she does. A half-hearted appeal there. I think probably a bit of bat involved, and certainly got far enough forward there. Did Georgia Elwys to remove any doubt from the umpire's mind. Final ball of the 18th. Elwys, new to the crease, trying to make it back-to-back centuries, and goes for the paddle. Gets hit flush in the torso. And Brett, decent over there. Most importantly, breaks the partnership that was worth 80 between Bryce and Beaumont, as Warwickshire pick up their second wicket, 88 for 2 at the end of the 18th.
Georgia Elwys showing no sign of slowing down in her career. 35 years old, the top run scorer for the Blaze this season, 474 runs at a 52 average. Not bad. Also got the 9 wickets.
Yeah, she's a handy little player to have in your side. And, well, Rosa, you're showing your lack of age, thinking that a 35-year-old should be slowing down, as if she's, you know, at retirement's door. But I think there's still a lot of life in Georgia Elwys. She keeps herself remarkably fit as well. And with both bat and ball, she's someone who'd be at the very top of most teams' team sheets, as Em Arlott continues from the pavilion end. Going into her 5th over then, so not the change yet that, Rosa, you were maybe asking for or questioning, and Arlott will continue into her 5th. You'd imagine she wouldn't go too many more than 5. Alexa Stonehouse bowled 6 at the top for Warwickshire, but you could see even going into that 6, she was just maybe flagging a touch, putting a lot of effort into her bowling. Bryce then 33 off 53, watchful, making the most of the half opportunities that she's given Warwickshire's way. Knocks that one to deep square leg for a single. 89 for 2.
I suspect Katie George might be setting up for quite a lot of Hannah Baker and Karis Pavley in those middle overs. It tends to be where they bowl for this Warwickshire side, slow down the pace of the game, especially when you've got Catherine Bryce and Georgia Elwys at the crease.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you have your plans and you say, okay, we'll have spin in the middle, but you don't want to have spin in the middle when 2 batters are well set. If you have to change your tactics, I think you have to do it. You have to remain flexible and maybe target Georgia Elwys just when she's early on in her innings, knowing, as we said, that both of these went on to get huge centuries last game. You don't want to allow them to settle. And Catherine Bryce, despite being 34 off 54, you wouldn't say she's been at her fluid best. And if you can just break that partnership psychologically as well, everyone knows that these two have scored centuries in the previous game. And you just want to break it before it even starts, this partnership. So Arlott continues to probe away. The throw comes flashing in from Nat Wraith to the bowler's end. Leg by signal there by umpire White. A lot of construction going on now in that stand. Last time I commentated here was pretty much just the foundations, and now it's sprung up pretty quickly. I think the signs around the ground said it'd be ready for spring 2027.
Getting ready for the Ashes.
Yes.
I think is the aim.
Let's hope they hit that deadline. That's knocked for no run to Davina Perrin at point. Yeah, probably not quite quick enough to be in time for the Pakistan test in, what's that, 10 days' time? That would be some speedy construction. But there's, we'd say, probably about 30, 40 builders there working hard. Probably relieved that it's no longer the 35 degrees we've had over the last couple of weeks.
Could borrow the infamous temporary stand from Old Trafford and just balance it on the building site.
Yeah, what could go wrong? Cut away nicely and work in the deep there, but the outfield probably a bit slower than it has been, but it's not fielded there by Meg Austin. Be disappointed with that one. Almost did the hard work to get there and just jumped over the ball, so it will be a boundary to end the 19th over as the Blaze move into the 90s, 94 for 2. Catherine Bryce moves on to 38. Just a tiny bit of width on offer there from Arlott, but probably should have been stopped there in the deep by Austin.
It was almost a waft and a miss from Austin. She's got herself set and she just has completely missed it when she's gone to bat the ball in.
You can't really blame the outfield on this occasion. Mike and I were talking earlier about how the outfield's very green compared to some of the grounds up and down the country, and because there has been a bit of rain around as well, it's probably a touch slower than it has been earlier in the summer. Meg Austin, though, just misjudges that one. A boundary is added to the score as Georgia Elwys will face up here. Phoebe Brett going into her 4th over, left arm around to the right-handed Elwys. Just squares the batter up there. It's a good delivery. Genuine edge there. So Elwys just knocks herself back and tries to work it into the leg side. Gets a leading edge. This time she's positively forward in defence, and well, I've liked what I've seen so far from Brett, and I think that's maybe just another argument for bringing those spinners on a bit earlier. The ball almost 20 overs old. Arlott hasn't been able to make it talk so far. So Elwys advances down, and speaking of Arlott, she takes that one up in the ribs, and it's just a single as the Blaze move on to 95. And well, when they do have these spin options, it seems almost a shame to hold them back, because that was kind of, I suppose, plan A. And plan A doesn't work. You have to go to plans B all the way through to Z. And Brett probably been the most consistent of the bowlers so far as well. And you almost want a spin twin tandem here, and it just makes the overs go by so quickly as well, and the batters suddenly look up and 30, 35 overs have gone by in the blink of an eye. So it'll be interesting to see if the change is brought about at the end of this over, which will be the 20th. We're saying Em Arlott has bowled 5 now for 25 runs. So not been too expensive, but again, hasn't been able to pick up a wicket. Final ball of the 20th. Advancing down the pitch, Catherine Bryce, and that's pretty much the first shot in anger from her. And it goes all the way for 6 runs, so the first maximum of today. Kind of came out of nowhere then. It does bring up the 100 as well. So 101 for 2 as Catherine Bryce puts her foot on the accelerator and gets one true and straight to end the 20th over. 101 for 2. Bryce moves to 44.
And I am going to get my wish. It's going to be Hannah Baker coming on at the pavilion end with her leg spin, providing some variety to Phoebe Brett. It'll be interesting if Brett stays on at the Birmingham end, or whether we bring on the alternative left armour of Pavley. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, we talk about breaking this partnership, Tina. The Blaze bat awfully deep. Lucy Hyam coming in at 9, who I think it's safe to say would call herself an all-rounder. there's a lot of threats in this 11. You want to get through them as quickly as possible and not let anyone settle.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, maybe Catherine Bryce there just showing signs that she is settling into this innings. It's taken her the best part of 60 balls to really play one that really came out the middle of the bat, the meat of the bat there. She has scored 3 fours. That's the first 6. It will be spin then from the pavilion end, and Baker just setting this field with the 4 kind of a mid-wicket cover and then mid-on, mid-off.
Baker into Alvis. It's going to go down the leg side for a wide to start things off. Not quite got her line. Alvis trying to swat it away and she can't make contact. Baker in again. It's a more conventional delivery. They come through for a single, 103 for 3. For 2, sorry. I've manifested a wicket, Tina.
If it happens on this ball, then that's all yours, Rosa. They'd certainly like to get Bryce here before she gets to her 50. She's 6 shy at the moment.
And it's almost a Yorker length from Hannah Baker, trying to get us that wicket we're both so clearly after. You almost trying to get that commentator's curse with the 50 mention. In again. Another dot ball, 103 for 2.
Again, just a touch aerial there from Bryce, almost a leading edge, which could have found its way back into Hannah Baker's hands. It just drops agonisingly between her and the very straight mid-wicket.
It's knocked straight back down to her. Bryce not taking any risks with the change of bowling. Baker in once more. Straight back to her. This is what we're talking about. With our lot, it felt almost a steady scoring of runs, and it's hard to build pressure, but Baker is really bringing in this dot ball pressure.
And doing it quickly as well. It's 5 balls before we've really had a chance to think. That's exactly what they want the batters to do as well.
It's collected by Karis Pavley on the boundaries. They come through for a single to conclude the over, 104 for 2 from 21.
When you do have these 3 spinners at your disposal as well, I probably wouldn't be shy to just shuffle them round as well. Have them from both ends. I know spinners, all bowlers can be a bit precious from what end they're bowling at, but just keep the batters guessing. The last thing you want is them to just almost feel comfortable and know what's coming and say, okay, well, we're going to have 3 overs of Brett and then we'll have 3 overs of Pavley and this is our plan. You just want them thinking, okay, what's coming next? Maybe bring on Wong just for 1 or 2 overs of pace, just something to keep the Blaze batters thinking so they don't settle into that rhythm.
As Brett comes in for the first of the 22nd, it will be a dot. Especially as Bryce is the kind of batter who can be going really steadily and then just go boom and spin. Isn't a particular threat if that were to happen, as she advances down the track and it's upwards and it's our lot underneath it and it's taken. The breakthrough for Warwickshire. Brett gets her reward, 104 for 3.
That's a perfect wicket to take. Just as Bryce was looking to put her foot on the gas, she hit that huge 6 down the ground from Brett in the previous over. It was the last delivery of the last over. This time she tries to go again, doesn't get a hold of it at all and only manages to find the safe hands of Arlott at mid-off. And well, we manifested the wicket in the previous over. It's a delayed manifest, but it does come. The 3rd wicket to fall, and Brett again is the one that makes the breakthrough. She got a 3 for against Yorkshire, a 3 for against Lancashire, and has now picked up her 2nd wicket against the Blaze.
She's almost become more of a wicket-taking threat as the season has developed, Phoebe Brett. I think towards the beginning of the campaign, she was struggling to take those wickets, but was incredibly economical. And in the back end, you're seeing her, I mean, she's a real threat.
Brett the threat, as she picks up 2. Certainly will feel like she's got more to come. This is her 5th over, so not even halfway through her spell. It brings Prendergast to the crease, which is interesting. I think she was possibly carded a touch lower. You've got Sarah Bryce and Emma Jones to come, and Kirsty Gordon. As you said, Rosa, there's a lot of genuine batters slash all-rounders. So maybe just playing the batting order on the situation here, but Prendergast is the next cab off the rank.
And it's blocked straight back to Brett for her first ball. Obviously spent a lot of time playing cricket here this summer. Orla Prendergast has been a part of the Blaze squad consistently in the One Day Cup and took part in the T20 World Cup with Ireland. Brett in once more. Hitting it through the leg side as Prendergast. It will be Izzy Wong coming in to collect it on the boundary, and they will come through for the second.
Prendergast, of course, featuring for Welsh Fire in the 100 as well. She did pick up a 4-for in that comp against the Super Giants. So, has been taking the wickets, but she has a job to do with the bat now with, well, more than half of this innings still to go. Plenty of time to build up a big score.
As this time it's worked through the offside, and it will be collected by Meg Austin in the point region as they come through for a single. It's so rewarding to see Irish players getting opportunities both in the 100 and in our domestic competitions. I'm firmly of the belief they shouldn't count as overseas players. In terms of developing the Irish game, I think it would be incredible for them if they could play consistent cricket in our county system. As Brett comes into Alwys. And it's a diving effort from Meg Austin who prevents the 2.
Well, speaking with my associate hat on, I'd say the same argument for all associate players. Obviously, you've got Stair Callis at Yorkshire. I think she now counts as a domestic player, I think. But you've got a lot of associate players who would benefit so much from playing in the tiered system, not even necessarily tier 1, but tier 2 and 3. And unfortunately, the regulations as they are at the moment don't really make it easy to play as an associate player, whether you're from, wherever, Germany or France or wherever it might be. There's lots of good talent out there. And of course, they all want to come to England because that's the best place to play cricket, and it's one of the strongest county setups. But it's a shame that almost barriers are put in their way. And I understand that you want to foster local talent as well, and you don't want local players having opportunities taken away from them. But there are so many opportunities out there at the moment. I do feel like things could be made easier for Irish players or any other nations to take part in these competitions.
As Baker comes into Alwys, it's worked down the ground for a quick single. I completely agree with you, and I think as we're growing this tiered system, the reality is, yes, we've got a huge talent pool of young players, but they're probably not all quite ready to make that step up to tier 1 cricket or even consistent tier 2 cricket. And with the Scotland squad in the World Cup, there was only one player who doesn't play tiered cricket. And we see the positive impact it's had on that side, making it to that World Cup. Having a reasonable campaign, actually, they took some sides deep. They would have been disappointed to not get more results on the board as Baker comes into Prendergast. And it's a diving effort from Katie George in the slips. If there's anyone you want in that position, it's Katie George. She's going to her left, her stronger hand, and it will run away for 4.
Genuine opportunity there, and frustrating when it's a kind of a to me to you situation. Nat Wraith probably passed her before she had time to think about it, and Katie George diving to her left, not able to get anything on it. And another opportunity, frustratingly for Warwickshire, goes down. I suppose it was never really up in the first place, but it hits the deck.
As it's worked straight back to Baker for a dot ball by Prendergast. I mean, the old saying is catches do win matches.
Famously. I think it's probably not had a genuine drop. Nat Wraith got a hand to one. Davina Perrin got a hand to one. Wow, that lifted.
It's movement from Baker. She's definitely getting something off this surface, making me even more curious about what Caris Pavley could do with it. Not one who particularly turns the ball, but she can take advantage of the surfaces available to her as Baker comes into Prendergast, and it's gone upwards again to Wraith. Stood up to the stumps.
And these are just the question marks that Warwickshire want to put in the mind of the batters, especially someone like Prendergast has only been out there for a handful of deliveries. You almost want them to start questioning the pitch and think, okay, well, what's happening here?
And it's better timed from Prendergast. Worked straight to Phoebe Brett at point, however, and they will just get the single. Bringing about the end of the 23rd over. The Blaze are 114 for free.
Early doors of this partnership after, of course, Catherine Bryce had to depart at 104 when she left, going for 45 off 66. You'd probably say for Catherine Bryce's standards, she wasn't at her fluid best. We've seen her at her very best just last week in that game against Durham, and this time just scratching around a little, but she, to her credit, stuck in there with that partnership that was worth 80 with Tammy Beaumont, but now Prendergast and Elwes looking to make a little partnership of their own here.
Brett from the Birmingham end into Prendergast, and they'll come through for the single. She works it into the offside. Brett continuing for her 6th consecutive over.
I don't mind this move. I think Brett has been the most dangerous of all the bowlers, as witnessed by the fact she has picked up those 2 wickets. Why change the winning formula? I wouldn't be surprised if she goes all the way through at the moment.
Alwis trying to sweep it. It's been given as a wide. Nat Rafe whipping the bails off, but Alwis was safely in her ground.
Maybe I just have a propensity for left arm spinners. I just have a natural bias towards them. But I do like the angle she goes at, just angling into the right hander and then trying to get some turn away.
Worked straight back to her by Alwis. No run. Brett, one who really benefited from this new tiered system, coming to Warwickshire on loan from Worcestershire last year, as Warwickshire were missing quite a lot of players as she comes into Alwis. Dot ball. Mix of injuries, mix of England availability, and she absolutely thrived, and here she is, a year later, consistent player for them.
And she's only 18 years of age. Sometimes when players are around for a while, it's easy to forget how young they are. Still a teenager.
Advancing down the track is Alwis. It's caught an under edge of her bat, but it falls safely as they come through for a single.
It'd be interesting to see what opportunities come her way. I know left arm spin is kind of all the rage at the moment, and certainly with the England setup, and she's had an opportunity now in the 100. I think she only just played that 1 game for Phoenix, but picked up a wicket in that game against My London. So certainly those kind of franchise tournaments, and of course Warwickshire, will be opportunities that she'll look to seize upon, as she's still very much in the early stages of her career.
It's a shame she didn't get more opportunities in the 100s, especially being based here at Edgbaston with Ali Maiden as head coach of Phoenix, as she comes into Prendergast. Swept away by Prendergast. Izzy Wong is out there, but she won't be able to catch it. 4 runs, 121 for 3.
A rare misfire there from Brett, just slightly short down the leg side, and Prendergast, with those long levers of hers as well, just works that one away effortlessly to the boundary. Yeah, I suppose Brett, she's one for the future, and almost in the same mould as Davina Perrin, who's maybe a bit further in her career in terms of the opportunity she's had. It's just a case of being patient and doing almost the hard yards, which is playing the county game and picking up wickets, and know that if you do that, that your time will come. And of course, at the moment, she's taking the opportunities, picked up 2 wickets in her 6 overs so far. So she's doing everything right to get more opportunities in the future.
And we are seeing players get rewarded for domestic form with England call-ups. Since Charlotte Edwards has come into the fold, Hannah Baker into Georgia Alwis, but straight back to her for a dot ball.
And it does seem like a bit of a changing of the guard generation-wise, when you've got the likes of Tammy Beaumont, of course Georgia Elwes maybe, who was featuring in the last couple of years, and Kate Cross, of course, most recently as well. There are opportunities there.
As it's paddled away by Alwis, they'll come through for the single.
And it's almost like an interesting situation where you have a lot of young players. So you've got the teenagers, you've got Davina Perrin. I suppose you can kind of, let's call it 22 and under. You've got then Caris Pavley and Alexa Stonehouse, if we're just looking at the players out there today. And they're the ones that are going to come through. And it's just a case of when do you want to bring them through. You don't want to put them in too early, and I think that was a lot of the thinking of Davina Perrin with the World Cup this year. But also you want to give the best players the most opportunities to play. So it's a delicate balancing act, I suppose, for county and for international sides.
Baker comes into Prendergast, and as an appeal for an LBW, umpire is unmoved. It's also why it's so important for England to play a variety of nations. And we've got it this year with Ireland, and of course it's no disrespect to Ireland, they're a very strong side, but it's going to be one of your best opportunities to try new talent.
Yep.
We'll have it with Bangladesh next September as well, as it's worked away by Prendergast for a dot ball. but they get through for a single on overthrows. Nobody backing up for that throw from Freebeat Brett.
Bit of a brain fade there. I think they're already looking at what's happening in the next over with 1 ball left, and the Blaze certainly switched on. And a rare misfield there for Warwickshire, who have been pretty hot on it so far, despite the fact that there have been a few half opportunities that they haven't been able to seize upon.
Baker in for the last of the 25th. And it's worked down the ground, straight to Davina Parent for a dot ball, taking the Blaze to 123 for free. Tina steps away as Mike Perkins will come and join me. And we're going to have an opportunity for some drinks. Welcome back, Mike.
Hello, Rosa. It's the one thing that struck me, actually, looking at the first half of that innings, was the fact that the other day when we were here, it took Warwickshire until the 25 to 30 over mark to rack up a set of 30 balls where they scored 30 or more runs in them. And it was noticeable during that first half. They didn't quite get there, the Blaze, but between that 15 to 20, they scored 29 in that set of 30 balls. So that felt like a little bit of Beaumont and Bryce trying to put the foot down and accelerate the innings. But then, of course, Beaumont was out towards the end of that period of 30 balls, and Bryce was out just into the next period of 30 balls. So it's still tricky to score out there, and I think this is a pretty decent position that the Blaze have got themselves into, as you would expect, being the table toppers. However, it's by no means beyond the reach of Warwickshire. I think Warwickshire are well in this game. They're well placed, and they'll also be thinking a couple more in the next 5 overs, and they could really restrict the Blaze in the back end of this innings. That's what they'll be chatting about during this drinks interval. I don't know how it's felt to you watching the first half of this first innings of the game.
I agree, it's just felt very steady and very in control. I think Catherine Bryce, it was slightly erratic that innings, but she just never found her rhythm, yet she was still able to score consistently and tick over. And even in that Yorkshire game last week, you had Em Arlock come in with 44 off 19 in that cameo, which helped take them to that defendable total. And it's an unlikely occurrence in 50 over cricket to have someone going at over a 200 strike rate, and she did go a bit ham against the Yorkshire bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, the other, I suppose, aspect of it is that Bryce there, she's got 45 without looking at her best, and I think that's probably an indication of these players who can make a real difference to teams in terms of actually lifting a trophy. They sort of come good at this time of year, and even if they're not in the best form and they've not had the best season, we saw she got that 136 last time, and then she grinds out a 45 this time, admittedly takes her chances. She was dropped by Nat Wraith, wasn't she? Tough chance off Izzy Wong at the end of the 9th over. You also had the penultimate ball of the 15th over as well. I think that attempt by Perrin at backward point, where she, as I say, I felt it was a sort of 1 in 10 catch for most cricketers, maybe a 2 in 10 for Perrin, but she just sort of got kind of the ends of the fingernails, probably not even fingertips, onto that one. And Bryce, you sort of thought at that point, well, she could really make them pay here. So Warwickshire will be quite relieved to have got her for 45. And then there was the Prendergast one as well that went through the slips. That again, I mean, Tina was saying a chance, and it probably was a chance, but it was the finest of chances, really. You know, if Katie George plucks that one out at first slip from behind the wicketkeeper, you're sort of we're all sort of exploding up here in the commentary box with superlatives because it would have been a phenomenal grab. So it feels very much in the balance. I would say the Blaze probably just the happier on the runs column, but they've lost those 3 wickets. So I would say Warwickshire will be pretty happy on the wickets column, and if they can pick up 2 more before that 30 over mark, the pressure really would sway onto the visitors, and the home side would consider themselves on top. So that's where we find ourselves. If you just join us at the match centre at edgbaston.com or via the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page, brilliant to have you with us. As I say, 99,000 of you joined us across the course of the game against Yorkshire, so you are in certainly numerous and I would say good company.
As Brett continues from the Birmingham end, coming into Prendergast, who works it through the offside for a single, but there's a misfield from Hannah Baker on the boundary and they will get through for a second. Perhaps concerningly, the ground staff are lurking by those hover covers, potentially seeing something on that weather radar. There are clouds about. It's currently lovely and sunny.
Unless it's behind us, that's the only worry, but the way the wind's blowing.
As Brett into Prendergast, swept through the leg side, collected by Izzy Wong for 1.
You would imagine it would be coming from the east, from our right, over the back of the Holly stand, if there is anything. But looking around from our view towards the city of Birmingham, it looks pretty bright but cloudy. There's a plane just making its way through the clouds there in the distance over the city.
Alvis works it through the leg side and they'll come through for a single, taking them to 127 for 3. Steady rotation of strike, perhaps Brett losing her early threat. It might be time for a change at the Birmingham end. You watch her take a wicket now, Mike.
There has been a bit of spit for Hannah Baker, hasn't there? A little bit of turn and bounce.
And it's almost a chance there from Nat Rafe. It's gone upwards. I think it's a miracle that has missed the stumps for Orla Prendergast.
Very fine keeper, Nat Rafe, and she took that one sort of one-handed over her shoulder, so there was a little bit of turn and bounce there for Brett.
It's worked straight back to Brett. She's been kept busy, Nat Rafe, this game, due to the amount of bounce in this pitch. Stood up to these spinners, having to be on her toes and ready to take a catch to both sides. As Brett comes in for the last of her over, and it's swept away by Prendergast, and they'll come through for an easy single. They definitely don't have time for the 2, bringing about the end of the 26th over. 128 for 3 is the score.
The worry about that turn and bounce would be what happens when Gordon and Hyam get a chance to exploit it. Gordon bowls slow left arm, Hyam off spin, and they're both very canny operators, I think it would be fair to say, both experienced spinners, but the less experienced spinners of Warwickshire, Baker and Brett, making the most of it at the moment. A little bit of Pavely perhaps later on as well. She balances the side quite nicely. Halliday, the overseas, bowls a little bit of seam, so you've got that option there. Katie George if she's needed. Davina Perrin sort of bowls a bit of everything, it's fair to say.
As Baker comes into Prendergast, it's worked straight back to her for a dot ball. It was interesting to see Izzy Wong doing a little bit of warming up on the boundary. Whether she's bowling or whether she's just cold is a question and a half. As Baker comes in once more, and it's upwards over the head of Izzy Wong, and it will run away for 6. It's a 6 runs from Orla Prendergast.
Yeah, it was one of those shots that didn't look like it was going to have the oomph. It's gone the distance.
Baker in again to Prendergast, hoping to correct, and it's a much better line as it's worked straight back to her for no run.
The ground staff have left those covers, which is encouraging. Just having a little glance at the weather app at the moment.
Baker to Prendergast, works straight to Davina Perrin in the inner ring for no run.
The thunderstorm we were expecting at 10 didn't materialise in this part of the world. The next sort of warning of a thunderstorm is around about 4 or 5 o'clock.
As it's worked into the point region, it's a diving Phoebe Brett who dives over the ball, and they won't have time. They decide not to take on the arm of Phoebe Brett and come through for the second. Izzy Wong has been sent out to the boundary at long off. She was in the inner ring.
And certainly the chances of rain between 5 and 6, the one I'm looking at has 71%.
As it's just blocked, and it will be a dot ball to conclude the 27th over. The Blaze are 135 for 3.
So yeah, 71% chance in that 5 to 6 hour, which would be the back end of the game if we didn't get any delays, and then 62% in the hour before that between 4 and 5, and there is a threat of thunderstorms there. It's just a threat of showers before that, sort of around about a 1 in 3 chance, 35% between 2 and 3 and 3 and 4. So it feels like one of those days where we may not get anything, but we may also get absolute torrential downpour at some point, and it could well last for a decent period of time. It's very hard to tell. We could also get lots of sunny spells. There's certainly one over the city of Birmingham at the moment. The building's been illuminated by the sun. Caris Pavley coming on to bowl. Certainly Izzy Wong won't be cold, I don't think, because looking at the temperatures, we're heading up towards a high of 24 Celsius today. So 23 at the moment is the feeling. So she shouldn't be too chilly. So I think it's probably Izzy Wong's thinking, I'm ready for another little burst here, and they will use her in very short little bursts, her remaining 5 overs, you would imagine.
As Pavley comes on at the Birmingham end, 2 wickets for her last game against Yorkshire, and she's the top wicket taker before this game for this Warwickshire side. A real threat with ball and bat in hand this season, as she comes in with her slow left arm spin. Pavley into Prendergast, and it's almost a Yorker length delivery from Pavley as a no run.
Yeah, really had to jab that one out, didn't she, Prendergast there?
Pavley in hunt of an early wicket coming into Prendergast once more. And it's worked into the point region, a diving Meg Austin, but it has bounced. Nat Rafe, I think, hadn't noticed the bounce and thought it was a wicket, which is an amusing moment for everyone out there.
Yeah, Nat Rafe's not in the crowd, but she's been crowd catched.
Maybe couldn't see the bounce of the ball because of her helmet.
I think she'd have had a very good view. with the
Trying to find ways to defend the professional cricketer from the crowd catch, as Pavley comes in hoping for an actual wicket. And it's worked this time through the leg side. Rafe chasing after it. They will just get the single, bringing Georgia Elwes on to strike.
Neat little touch that time from Prendergast, just getting the ball up onto a hip. Don't know if using Pavley here is an indication that they're after that couple of wickets we spoke about that they'd probably want before the 30 over mark, or if they're just trying to get through a couple of overs quickly here. We'll see.
As it's swept away by Elwes, and they come through for a single, 137 for 3.
I mean, I know which Pavley will think it will be, but it may well be a case that they're sort of trying to use the third of their spinners to get through a few overs quickly here.
I was in the crowd for the game against Yorkshire, and Pavley was on the boundary shouting at the players the total they needed to keep them under to get the bonus point, as she comes in to Orla Prendergast. And it's just defended nicely straight back to her. Katie George kind of looked at her like she was going nuts and shouted over at one point, "What are you on about?" And Pavley was like, "We need to keep them under this, we need this bonus points." There is an eagerness from this Warwickshire team to ensure they do qualify for this eliminator.
And they did that by 6 runs, I think, in the end, wasn't it? Because I was unsure whether it was going to be 198 or 208. But the fact they ended up on 202 and got the bonus point meant.
As it's defended once more by Pavley, just 2 off the over for her. The Blaze are 137 for 3 from 28.
Meant it does get adjusted with DLS. That was what I was unsure about, whether it would be being 1.2 or Warwickshire needing to be 1.25 times more than the Yorkshire rate, than the rate they'd got over 50 overs, or whether it was the reduced to 46. But it was the slightly higher run rate, wasn't it, for the reduction that came via Duckworth Lewis Stern. But it was a very valuable point there.
I don't think anyone quite knows how the bonus point works. It's an interesting one every time it comes up in the press box and everyone's trying to do their calculations and you get about 4 different answers.
Well, I'm pretty confident it's Baker Bowles.
And it's upwards over the inner ring and it will run away for 141 for free.
That when it's 50 overs decide, you divide the score by 50 to get the run rate, and then you divide it by 1.25, and then you times it, and then yes, you times the new run rate back by 50, and you get the bonus point target. And it always comes up with a point something, so you round that up for the target they've got to get.
As Baker into Elwes, it will be collected by Katie George for no run. I think it's safe to say there's one mathematician in this commentary box, and it's not me or Tina. It's definitely you, Mike.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but I'm getting to the point where I'm fairly confident on that.
As it's worked through the offside by Georgia Elwes, and they'll come through for the single.
However, how it was affected by Duckworth Lewis Stern was a bit of a mystery to me, because Duckworth Lewis Stern is a complicated enough calculation in the first place, and what impact it was going to have on the bonus point, I was unsure. I had 3 different theories.
Should it not be 2 different theories, as they think about the single, but Orla Prendergast is quite rightly sent back by Georgia Elwes?
Well, no, the third one I'd come up with was what it would be the Duckworth Lewis Stern rate, but over 50 overs, but I didn't think that was the one.
As it's another dot ball, 142 for free.
I was pretty certain that it was either going to be the 198 or the 208, which was where it just depended whether they were chasing the 50 over Warwickshire run rate.
And it's gone upwards again from Baker. She is getting some flight, as that brings about the end of the 29th over, 142 for free.
Or whether they were chasing the Duckworth Lewis Stern rate that was slightly higher but off less overs. But anyway, I'm boring myself now, so I will bring you some scores from elsewhere in this competition, because we have cricket going on in 4 other games. So Yorkshire are playing Surrey and they're in trouble, 152 for 7. That's not great news for Warwickshire, because Surrey are one of the chasing teams. You also have Durham up against Somerset. So with Yorkshire 152 for 7 against Surrey, Durham are now 146 for 5 in the 31st over against Somerset.
As Pavely comes into Georgia Elwes, a dot ball to start things off.
And then you've got Hampshire. They are 124 for 5, having lost 2 early wickets against Lancashire down at Southampton. Again, that's an important one, because Warwickshire will be hoping Hampshire can maybe do them a favour by beating Lancashire today.
The Blaze will be cheering that Hampshire are not doing very well though, hoping to secure their place at the top of the table, as it's swept away by Georgia Elwes. Couldn't get all of it, and it will just be the single as Izzy Wong comes in to collect.
Yeah, something of a recovery, I would say, for Hampshire. They're sort of getting there. I guess the big game from the Warwickshire perspective, though, is that Somerset-Durham one, because those are the 2 sides below them in the table.
As Pavely comes in to Orla Prendergast. And as an appeal for an LBW, Pavely herself doesn't go up though, and the umpire is unmoved, 143 for free.
Essex are the team sitting out this round of fixtures as well, because one team has to sit it out each time. It's actually providing an interesting dynamic to the table, that, even though I don't really like a team sitting out every round of fixtures.
It takes an extra bit of calculation, actually, in terms of working out who's still in it. As Pavely comes into Prendergast, coming down the track, but it will be a dot ball. As you don't as there's never teams on the same amount of games played, so you're always having to consider games in hand.
Yeah, because the sides at the top, bar Essex who are right at the bottom, but the top 1, 2, 3, 4 sides have all played 12, whereas the 4 below them have all played 11, so that is an extra little factor.
Prendergast takes guard, Pavely coming in, and it's worked straight to Phoebe Brett for a dot ball.
And from that perspective, I quite like it, but what I don't like is a team having to sit out one team at least sitting out every round of fixture, because the Blaze, I think, sat out the first round, which feels quite a big disadvantage, because one, you're not getting the rest in the middle of the season when the fixtures are more congested, and two, I'll come to in a moment after this delivery from Pavely.
As she comes in to Prendergast, worked away, Nat Rafe didn't quite know where that one had gone as they come through for the single to bring about the end of the 30th over. 144 for 3 is the score.
It was because Prendergast almost took it out of gloves with a sort of late uppercut. The late cut always used to be one of those shots that batters would hit down on the ball, but that one was guided up and past the wicket keeper, which is becoming a more and more common way of playing it. And with no slip in place, it was a good little delicate shot from Prendergast as we reach the 30 over mark. 144 for 3 is the score, so the Blaze, I think, slightly coming into the ascendancy now, because they've got 7 wickets with which to almost treat the back end of their innings like a T20. But no, the second disadvantage I thought for the Blaze was they're then going into their second round of fixtures with all the other teams having played around and sort of got into the swing of the season, and they hadn't yet played, as Baker tries to hit this one away off the back foot. 144 for 3 is the score, and it obviously would even itself out over the course of time, but I think I far prefer Glamorgan coming in next year and having a 10-team top-tier competition. As in comes Baker, bowls a ball that's hit down the ground. There's going to be no run again here. Meg Austin coming across at mid-on to do the fielding and return the ball to Hannah Baker.
It's an interesting one because obviously initially Yorkshire and Glamorgan were meant to both come up in 2027, and then Yorkshire came out the year early, so we found this situation.
Baker bowls again down the track. This one's hit nicely and it's going to be 4. Wong's trying to get across, but she doesn't have a chance from mid-off because it was slightly to the onside of straight, but it was just about as straight as you can hit a straight drive. And Georgia Elwes moves the score on to 149 for 3. She has 22, and she, of course, started the day with 474 runs to her name, including that 134 not out against Durham last week, which has taken her average up to 52.66. Drives into the offside. No run on offer there. Sorry, Rose, I'll let you finish your point from earlier in the over.
We're now in a situation where both Tier 1 and 2 have those 9 teams.
Baker delivers again. It's chopped away, but Perrin goes diving forward to make the stop. Doesn't prevent the single, though, so that's the 150 up for the Blaze. There'll be a little ripple of applause from the pavilion and those in the hollies and the seats underneath the scoreboard there.
And it's been a bit of a bizarre few weeks for Tier 2 cricket with the County Cup, because we've now got a bit of a random break mid-season in the Metro Bank 50 over competition.
Hannah Baker bowls that one well. It turns just probably wide of off stump in the end, but stays nice and low, so Prendergast has to be watchful. Another successful over for the Blaze. It brings up their 150.
Karis Pavely is going to return at the Birmingham end. I was talking to Karis following their clash with Yorkshire, and she was talking about the games they had coming up, and I think as a group they are happy that if they win 3 out of their 4 games, they're in a very strong position and likely to qualify, especially as they do play Somerset. They've got Surrey for sure. I'm not sure off the top of my head who the 4th is.
These are the T20 County Cup qualifiers. So you've got the Blaze, you've got Surrey, you've got Essex, and you have, as in comes Pavely to bowl from the Birmingham end. Left arm over the wicket. As drive, and for a moment I thought Rafe was going to be in with a chance for stumping, but it sort of got caught up around the bat and the body of Elwes, and that prevented it getting to the wicketkeeper. So no runs scored from the first ball of the Pavely over, as in comes Pavely again. This time it's a little lapped sweep behind square on the leg side. Wong is at deep backward square leg, so there's 2 on offer, using the vacant 45 area there. In fact, probably played it slightly more round to the 90-degree angle than 45, but still had the same effect. Couple of runs, 1-5-2-4.
It was good running. Elwes really showing her experience. Prendergast didn't want to come through for it. Elwes insisting they came through for the second.
And Somerset is the team we're missing, as this one is chopped away off the back foot into an area with 2 backward point fielders. Meg Austin, the slightly squarer one, comes to a left, so slightly further behind square than she's fielding to pick it up and stop the run being scored, stop the gap being pierced there. Dot ball.
Somerset with Heather Knight, who has continued playing for them after her international and the 100 retirement.
It was a very healthy scorecard for them against the Hampshire Hawks at the weekend, as this one is dabbed to Austin again, more directly to the squarer of those 2 backward points this time. She's able to just come forward rather than having to go to her left this time to pick up the ball and prevent the run being scored. Again, dabbed cut stroke from Elwes, trying to go through there, but she might be, if she can, better to go for that little lap sweep she played earlier in the over that brought it 2. Will she attempt that from the 5th ball of Pavely's over? She does. Slightly shorter this time from Pavely, so Elwes really had to wait for it and guide the ball behind square, but I think Elwes was fairly confident that that one was either going to miss her stumps or had pitched outside the line of the leg stump when she played it. So gets another 254 for 3. Yeah, looking at that scorecard from the weekend, Hampshire coming up just short in their chase, but the Somerset innings was something to behold, really. Luff 80 off 51, Knight 44 off 30. There was 21 off 11 from the standing England captain Charlie Dean, who will be taking on Ireland next week, as there's a big appeal for LBW, but Elwes was a long way down the pitch from the last ball of that Pavely over, and she returns to her ground, so no run. 154 for 3. We've had 32 overs of this game. If you just join us at the Match Centre, Edgbaston.com, or the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. So yeah, Somerset certainly in strong form in that competition. The Blaze have been strong form every competition there through to the final. Then you've got Essex and Surrey as the other two teams to make finals day, which takes place this weekend.
This Saturday at Emirates
yes.
Old Trafford. Do get yourself down. 3 games of cricket, proper finals day. Almost a repeat of the T20 Blast finals day. We have got 4 Tier 1 teams in those semi-finals. Northants did reach the quarterfinals in Tier 2, but they couldn't edge Essex as Arlott returns to bowl.
No, I knew it was in Manchester, but I was struggling to remember which weekend we were getting to. But it's a bank holiday weekend, which is nice. As Arlott bowls, it drifts down the leg side. That's going to be a wide ball. She bowled 5 overs for 25 in her first spell, did Arlott. So she'll be looking to try and add a bit of reward in the wickets column here, you would imagine.
I mean, this partnership has passed the 50 mark. It's now 51 from 64 deliveries. It needs breaking, and this alternative of Arlott, you get the intention from Katie George.
Here comes Arlott, bowls. It's guided away behind square on the offside, and more is added to that partnership, and it stands at 52 now. And that means that Warwickshire might be slightly ruefully looking at that edge that flew past Katie George of Alder Prendergast from the second ball of the 23rd over. As these two have batted nicely from that point onwards, as Elwes just flicks the wrist to bring the bat down on that one in a defensive motion. Dot ball back to Arlott it goes.
Izzy Wong fielding in this mid-off position, negotiating with Arlott. I wonder, is it time for an over or two of her to break this partnership? Arlott, yes, was economical, but didn't seem particularly threatening in her first spell.
Got a bit of bounce, didn't she, first over, but after that, you're right, nothing really to trouble the batters. That one getting to around knee height, but it was going well down the leg side, so no run on offer.
As we had a building site in the background, it's become a bit of the story of the summer, hasn't it, Mike? The action going on in the building site, especially during the T20 Blast with the amount of balls that were lost in it.
It has, but it'll be a fine facility when it's ready, if ready in time for the Ashes, as that one was played away in front of square this time by Elwes, who was again looking for that back cut, and Perrin diving forward was able to affect the stop there.
I think it's safe to say that everyone involved with Edgbaston will definitely be hoping it's done in time for that Ashes Test match next summer.
Yeah, I imagine they won't have told any of the workers over there, but they probably put in a little bit of contingency into their planning, won't they? But of course, if you tell the workers that, it starts getting eaten into, doesn't it, as Baker comes around and picks up in front of square, does well. 157 for 3. So it's one of those things you need a select few people to know is there, but not everyone, because it is easy to start eating into this extra time you set aside, as anyone who's been late for a train or an appointment will know, as this one's bowled outside the off stump, and it's again chopped away towards Perrin, who does the fielding at backward point. 157 for 3. And in fact, when I was making my way through the traffic this morning, I was thinking just that I've left myself plenty of contingency time, but I've then, having known I've left myself this contingency time, I've started eating into it by setting off a little bit later. So I was lucky I got a good run on the way in.
You were here very early this morning.
I generally am, because I worry what if something's not working or something like that. Not that there would have been a lot I could have done about it today. But
I have been stranded on Glamorgan commentary before, as my co-commentator was stuck in traffic on the infamous bridge into Wales.
yes, that can take a bit of time, can't it, that one? It's going to be Pavley again to deliver the 34th over. 157 for 3 is the score. If you just join us, good to see. Around about 2,000 of you have been with us during this first innings, as that one is played away into the offside. And it's picked up at short extra cover. No run to Brooke Halliday, who's been fairly quiet in the field. She seemed very busy in her first game, but been a little bit less noticeable today. Here comes Pavley again. Dot ball to start. She'll look to build on it here. And gets another one. No, she doesn't. That's very quick running. It was almost a running cricket shot, that one from Elwes, because she'd gone 2 paces down the pitch, just dropped the ball dead between her feet and kept running. And Prendergast was alert to it, so the score moves on to 158 for 3.
Halliday came off the field after about 20 overs in the game last week.
Yeah, there was some slight concern, wasn't there, over her fitness, given she's stood in already for one overseas who's been selected for India's T20 squad. Another single here, just pushed to the wide of mid-on, to the left hand of mid-on. 159 for 3.
I was hearing it was because she got in at 1 AM on the day of that game from New Zealand. So perhaps playing a 50 over game was overly ambitious, but you've got to respect the commitment for
You do?
Warwickshire.
Because we were speculating whether she, when her plane had got there, as that one is just lifted into the leg side. He's got a chance of going for 4, and in fact it beats the tumbling dive of Perrin. She looked like she'd done the hard work with her feet there, and then just tumbled past the ball at the inopportune moment. Elwes on to 33 with that stroke, and she's building nicely on her work today and her work so far this season. She's going very well at the moment, is Georgia Elwes.
That will be frustrating for Pavely after building some real pressure in the early stages of her spell.
In fact, she's moved past 500 runs now in this innings as Georgia Elwes for the season, and defends that one out into the offside. No run on offer. So yeah, it's up to 501, and it puts a third in the list of run scorers this season. The others past 500 are Jodie Grucock and Eve Jones, who's top of the list with 553. Of course, not all players will have battered, even if they are playing. Obviously, Grucock won't bat today because she plays for Essex, but Jones will get a go later on.
It's been the
against
Eve
Hampshire.
Jones show at Lancashire this season.
And as will the person who is fourth on the list will get a go. She's bowling the ball at the moment and being cut into the offside by the person third on the list, Georgia Elwes, who's up to 34 for the day. But Karis Pavely is in fourth on the list on 488, and she'll obviously get a go against the Blaze here. I would fancy, even though I don't have the scorecard in front of me, Maya Bouchier, who's fifth on the list's opportunity might have been and gone for the day. But let's have a quick glance over at what's going on at Hampshire to find out after a thought on the state of the game from Rosa Simkin.
It's looking like the Blaze are in a very prominent position at this moment in time. You'd like to say 60-run partnership, 7 wickets in hand. They have the real potential to hit out here. After making what look to be tricky conditions look not so tricky at all.
Here's Arlett starting a new over and just dabbed into the leg side, pushed there eventually by Elwes, and she moves on to 35 to keep that good run scoring form going in this innings. Yeah, Bouchier out today, third out for Hampshire for 7 off 19 balls, so doesn't look like batting is particularly easy, although Freya Camps got 61 off 54 in that game between Hampshire and Lancashire. But Hampshire find themselves 146 for 7 in the 35th over, so by comparison to what we're seeing here at Edgbaston, it looks like batting is much more difficult on the south coast, as this one's lifted away again into the leg side on the pull. Most of the pull strokes today have sort of been lifted. You almost feel if the batter goes through with it, they'd get 6, but I guess the fact they've had to slow their swing is evidence that though it is a very good batting wicket, and I think it's been a very fair cricket pitch, this one actually. It's had a little bit in it for everyone, for the spinners, the seamers and the batters, as Arlett comes in and delivers a slower ball that's driven firmly to her captain, Katie George, at short extra cover. It makes a good stop and has to brush the dust off her knees. And she'll get a little bit of a tapping of hands with Izzy Wong there to say well done, skipper.
I did see the pitch report for the Hampshire game, and it is the used county championship track, so I can imagine that's why it's proving a little bit difficult.
That won't help. No run off the previous delivery. This one, though, will be 4. Beautifully hit by Georgia Elwes, standing tall and having batted so well against Durham this time last week for 134. She is looking in excellent touch. As good a touch as she ever has from Wolverhampton, of course. Georgia Elwes, 35 years of age now, 54 international caps. This is the sort of form that she would have wanted to go into those international games in during her England career. Picks up another single to back up the boundary. On to 40 now, 47 deliveries, looking ominous from a Warwickshire perspective is Georgia Elwes.
They'll be hoping to get the wicket rather quickly. She would still have time for 3 figures if she was after them, if she can stay in for the rest of this innings.
Here comes Arlett, right arm over the wicket, pavilion end, slower ball again, clipped away into the leg side. Although it was so slow, I doubt there would have been much of a clip sound off Prendergast's bat. Either way, picks up a single out to square leg on the boundary. 172 for 3. We've had 35 overs of this innings, and you would say, having not lost a wicket in those last 5 overs, that was very much a 30 balls that belonged to the visitors, the Blaze, because these two are building a nice partnership. It's on to 68, and it's Tina Goff, former Warwickshire cricketer and Germany cricketer as well, of course, rejoins us. It could get away from Warwickshire a little bit here.
You can sense that they're quite flat in the field now. I know we're behind the glass here, but you can't hear much from the fielders. They just need a spark from somewhere. The question is where it's coming from, because Prendergast and Elwes looking very comfortable now, going at a nice old rate as well. 15 overs to go.
28 from the last 30 balls, so they weren't above that one a ball mark, which Warwickshire in the game last week were at this stage, having been well behind it in the first 25 overs. That first ball is hit quite hard at Halliday at short extra cover, but no run is taken. Here is Pavley again. Twirls in with another left arm orthodox delivery. Prendergast well back and just dabs away into the offside. No run one run taken because it was a vacant area out towards point now. 173 for 3. So yeah, after the little spurt up towards between 15 and 20, well, they took 29 in that period. They had 22, 21, and then the 28 off the last set of 30. So still struggling to go above one a ball, which is noticeable, as that one is again dabbed away to those 2 backward points that are still in place right on the back of the 25-yard circle. Phoebe Brett apologises there. Actually, she's the finer of the 2 backward points, and she kicked the disc in quite a few yards and was keen to replace it back where it came, because obviously it gives her a few more yards to play with. 4 allowed outside that ring at the moment, and this one is tumbling by Baker in the distance to stop. Another powerful cut stroke from Elwes. 2 more to the total, 177 for 3. It did occur to me the other day, we always call it a fielding circle, but it's not actually a circle, is it? Because it's almost like 2 semicircles with a rectangle in the middle around the pitch. I found that quite disconcerting, having always called it a fielding circle.
We need to get the protractor out next time. Make sure it's a true circle.
Yeah, it's definitely 2, because obviously it has to follow the 22 yards. Oh, that's... Well, I thought it was going to be bold. I thought it was going to just sneak straight through the defences of Elwes, but she's somehow managed to keep it out. There was an appeal for LBW from Pavley. Umpire not interested. It remains 175 for 3. No run.
It's very much a one-woman appeal there from Pavley. Always the reaction of the wicket-keeper is telling, and Nat Wraith unmoved.
Slightly down the leg side as well, I think. But it just looked like it was going to squeeze through off the pads. As again, it looked like it was going to beat Elwes as she advanced, but she managed to prod it into the offside and just kept running and got a single. 176 for 3. Good batting.
Been very positive between the wickets earlier on in that over. The 2 run to backward point there. That was Elwes, who basically knew as soon as the ball hit the bat that she was going to come back for the second, and that one can't have gone more than about 10 metres from the middle of the pitch, and they still managed to turn that dot into a 1. And that's just the frustration you feel as a fielder as well, where you feel like you can't influence the game. You're in the right position, but still they're able to get a run. And Katie George now just having a little conflab with Phoebe Brett there. It looks like she'll be coming on from the pavilion end, having started her shift this morning from the Birmingham end.
I wish I hadn't mentioned the fielding circle thing. You know when something's been away throughout your whole life, it's always been that, and then you realise it's not. It's just very...
Your whole worldview just changes,
It
doesn't
is.
it?
It's very disconcerting, because obviously it has to stay the same 25 yards from the stumps for the 22-yard length of the pitch, and it makes it straight at that part, and therefore not a circle. It's very worrying. As that one's turned away behind square on the leg side, and there is a single taken. 177 for 3. I'm sure somebody who's more au fait with the rules and regulations will be screaming at their device they're watching this on, that it's a fielding area or something like that. I'm
sure it'll have some official title. As Phoebe Brett comes in again from the pavilion end into her 8th over. She's conceded 36 runs but picked up 2 very useful wickets so far for Warwickshire, and doesn't concede another run there, as that one's clapped up to mid-off on a advancing drive from Prendergast. Seems to be the way to score on this pitch, to get down the wicket. The sweeps have been productive too, as she goes back and cuts. That'll be a good bit of fielding from Pavely out on the cover boundary. Another 178 for 3. That was interesting what Rosa was saying about Pavely. Was right up on the bonus point and was yelling at her teammates about it to make sure that they kept Yorkshire underneath that 208, which they did by 6 runs the other day. As in comes Brett and twirls away, left arm over the wicket. This one's hit down the ground nicely, 4 runs. No stopping that one. Mid-off is up. It's one of the sort of perils of only being able to have 4 back at this time of the innings in women's cricket, because it allowed the ball to be lifted over the top and away for 4 runs.
You always have 1 or 2 teammates who are on all the stats, and you need them, because you also have 1 or 2 teammates who have their heads in the clouds and are just bowling when they're bowling, and the rest of the time they're picking daisies in the outfield.
There's 2 with their heads in the clouds, 2 who are on top of the stats, and 1 who thinks they're on top of the stats but actually isn't, and generally gets it wrong.
Yeah, you pretend to listen to them and then actually listen to the ones who are on top of it, and Karis Pavely clearly
or you just go
falls
and
into that
check
category.
with one of the others.
Exactly.
Here comes Brett, who switches the ball from right hand to left, which is the one she delivers with, and that one's swept neatly between backward square leg and the 45 fielder, and there will be 2 on offer there. It almost seems like one of those areas that you shouldn't be scoring runs on, but Georgia Elwes is, and she's able to raise her bat as a result. 50 up now. She's got 2 very fine areas that to score through now, one between backward square leg and 45, and one between the 2 back points. And she's not afraid to try and hit either of those, because she knows she could get a boundary through there. And boundaries have been hard to come by, as this one's flicked into the leg side for another single. Score moves on to 184. A very well made 50, that one from Elwes. We'll bring you the full details of it in just a moment, as Elwes heads to the middle to have a chat with Orla Prendergast.
Yeah, that takes her to 185 not out across her 2 last innings, after the 134 not out. In just 110 deliveries against Durham. Looking in imperious form here, Elwes, and as Rosa mentioned as well, if you did want to double down, there's still plenty of time, 13 overs to go. She's going at a decent clip, and Prendergast more the anchor at the moment, 34 off 48, but both of them now well set to go big in the remaining overs. And of course, with batting to come, Sarah Bryce, Emma Jones, Kirsty Gordon, Lucy Highan probably all put themselves in the all-rounder category, and that takes you all the way down to 9. So certainly danger time here for Warwickshire, and they've thrown the ball back to Izzy Wong to see if she can make the breakthrough here.
Yeah, she scored the bulk of the Blaze boundaries in that innings, as Wong comes back on looking for the breakthrough. It's dabbed into the offside, and through is Elwes for another single to take the partnership up to 82 with Orla Prendergast, who has 34 of them. But yeah, Elwes has 50 coming up in 54 balls, 70 minutes. She hit 6 4s in that innings, and her teammates between them have only mustered another 8 4s. 1 for Kelly, 1 for Beaumont in her innings of 32, 3 for Catherine Bryce in her innings of 45, as this one's bowled and chopped away by Prendergast. Only gets a single just in front of backward point. As the fielder at deep cover point, who had to come round Hannah Baker to pick that up, 187 for 3, and then Prendergast has 2 in her 34. But the fact Beaumont only hit 1 4 in her 32, very unusual for Tammy Beaumont, usually such a clean striker of the ball. So it shows, one, how tight Warwickshire have been, but also maybe how the dryness of the English summer is affecting the pitches and making scoring difficult at times, as back in the crease goes Elwys, who was happy to trust the bounce there. Plays it away to Katie George. But like I said earlier, I think this has been a very good cricket wicket so far.
That's probably something that Warwickshire have to hold on to here, that even if they end up chasing, what do we say, 280, they have got a pitch which has runs in it. There's not too many demons in it. We saw one or two just spit up from the pavilion end, bowling towards the Birmingham end from the spinners, but otherwise it's been pretty straight and true. So Warwickshire have got runs.
Elwys again, back, sort of a cross really, her crease, prodding into the leg side. Finds Katie George. Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's what the likes of Bryce Jones, Gordon Hyam, Ballinger and Phillips can do coming in. Can the Blaze cash in some of these wickets they've got in hand for runs? It seems more and more so in this Women's One Day Cup. Teams are able to do that as Wong comes in and bowls a quick ball to Wraith, who stood up to the stumps. It was an attempt at a ramp by Elwys, and if she got it over the keeper, there was 4 runs on offer but didn't make contact, so dot ball. I think Wong's first spell looked pretty quick to me, whereas this one she's got the keeper up to the stump, so that's maybe an indication she's going to use a few more slower balls and probably dig the ball into the pitch once or twice a bit more. In she comes, goes full outside the off stump, picked up by Halliday on the bounce. It's the end of the over with another dot. Phoebe Brett will potentially come back into the attack here. Bowled 8 overs already, 187 for 3 then. The score as we approach the 40 over mark of the innings, 2 more overs before we get there. Do the Blaze, with 7 wickets in hand, start looking to open the shoulders here? Is it maybe Prendergast's job and Elwys just has to keep going the way she is?
Yeah, I think someone has the option here to go, and Prendergast, we know she's got the power. Has already hit her big 6 and 2 4s. She's almost got license here with Elwys going so well. Has already got her half century, and with so much batting to come, I almost feel like they can just go for it now and see what happens.
She does go for it. She's been batting for just over an hour. Prendergast takes her on the pad, rolls down to a very fine 3rd position and has to be retrieved by Perrin. 2 more leg byes to the total. She knew she was outside off stump there. But she can also clear the leg, can Prendergast, get into that power position. As you say, her and Catherine Bryce have hit the 2 6s in the innings so far, as down the track comes Prendergast, works leg side, picks up a 1. That's also important if they're going to increase the scoring rate, is that they, when the ball isn't there, when it isn't in the slot that they want, they're still able to just touch it away for a single. So Prendergast on to 35, she's 51. 52 off 60 is Elwys's total, so no real issues with her strike rate at the moment. It means she can keep going, but she can't because she's come down the track and she's been stumped. No, the umpire didn't feel the bails were off in time. Well, I felt Elwys had a long, long way to go to get back there. It was obviously wide, and it had been thrown deliberately wide there by Brett, although within the wide line as Elwys advanced. I'm very surprised she got back because Wraith's hands looked quick there. 190 for 3 it remains. Dot ball. Brett's on her way again. Elwys this time advances and does make contact with the ball. Sends it to long on for a single. 191 for 3. What's your view of that, Tina Goff?
The one thing that might have saved Elwys there was that it was, because it was quite a wide delivery, Wraith had to collect it from quite wide and quite high and get her hands down to the stumps. I would say Wraith wasn't particularly convincing in her appeal. The keeper's appeal usually says it all.
Brett bowls, and this one's chopped off the stumps by Prendergast out to deep cover for 192 for 3. Our hands looked quick though to me, which I just sort of, I don't know, it sort of seemed to defy physics slightly that Elwys was going to get back, but maybe we are quite high up, so maybe it was deceptive how far she'd gone down the track. She goes across a crease this time, sweeps, gets a bit of a top edge, but it'll take it over the 2 fielders who were up in the ring and away for 4. And it was sort of a deliberate top edge in the end by Elwys. She sort of almost knew if she hit down hard on that, she would either connect with the ball with the middle of the bat and it would go between them for 4, and if she top-edged it, it was going to go over them, such was her bat speed, and it takes Elwys on to 57, 196 for 3 after 39.
We are getting to the time of the innings where you have to start taking calculated risks there, and as you said, Mike, it was either go through them or go over the top, and just squeaked over the top. Not a quick, clean connection by any stretch of the imagination, but runs to the board. And well, certainly once they get to that 200 mark, the Blaze will be, I'm sure, having conversations in the middle about how high they want to go. 300 would certainly be a push from here. They'd have to go at 10s, but certainly you'd imagine they're looking at 270, 280 with the wickets in hand and both batters set now.
Pair of gloves run out for all the Prendergast. Do you think that was more of a, come on mate, here's a new pair of gloves, can you just try and whack a few now?
Yeah, here are your boundary hitting gloves. Go wild.
Because I think that'll be the message to Prendergast, and she looks very determined to hit Wong here, but she just ends up gliding her down to 3rd as she advanced down the track. And Phoebe Brett was able to gather the ball for the loss of a single, 197 for 3.
Clear sign of intent there from Prendergast. Almost starts galloping down the pitch before readjusting. Gets herself off the mark, and be interesting to see what Elwys does now. I suppose for her the message is keep going. She's going at pretty much a runner ball already.
Here's Izzy Wong. Bowls to Prendergast, appeal for cut behind, it's out. Good bit of glove work from Nat Ray, stood up to the stumps. I fancy that might have been a little inside edge from Georgia Elwys, which would make the catch even more impressive. Really, really good bit of wicket keeping from Nat Wraith, and it means that an impressive innings from Elwys comes to an end. Made 57, was clearly trying to get on with it, but she's out, and Sarah Bryce heads to the crease with a score 197 for 4.
Wraith is such an impressive keeper. In the previous over, she already showed that with the attempted scoop from Elwys and kept her eyes on the ball to take that one cleanly. And this time, slight deviation. There was no hesitation from the umpire to raise his finger. Again, Wraith does the business behind the stumps. So they still 3 shy of the 200 here are the Blaze. But Sarah Bryce coming to the crease. Again, someone with a wealth of domestic and international experience. And I suppose it's not the worst time to come into the crease as a batter with runs on the board, a set batter at the other end, and a clear brief to be positive, to try and get this score up to 270, 280.
Brilliant from Wong, though. She went for 32 runs in her first 5 overs, but she's come back with her next 8 balls. 1 wicket picked up, and she's only conceded 3 more. And she's appealing for caught behind again. That one looked less convincing, and Sarah Bryce hasn't even looked up there. She's just remarked her guard as if to say, if you give me out for that, I'm not even convinced I'm going to walk off the pitch, frankly. Bryce, though's got a job to do here. She's going to have to go quickly. She'll have been used to doing that from all the short form cricket that's been played in the middle part of the summer. Another dot ball for Izzy Wong. As I say, just 3 runs conceded in this second spell, and she's already picked up a wicket. Bowling from the Birmingham end. That one sends Bryce back into her crease. Tries to work it away on the leg side, but another dot ball. Good to have more than 2,000 of you with us at the Match Centre Edgbaston.com and on the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. For that wicket, do hit the thumbs up button. It helps other people find our stream. Good to see 234 of you have already done that today. And we've got 99,000 across the day against Yorkshire, so good to see you with us as that one's hit away for 4. Lovely shot from Sarah Bryce. Slightly uppish, but at this stage of the innings there's going to be gaps, and if you put bat to ball you'll get your reward. And it's also the 200 for the Blaze, who are looking well placed despite the loss of their set batter Georgia Elwys.
Gets to the 200 in style as well with that shot to Sarah Bryce. And nice to see a bit of an international flair going on now. We've got the Scottish Bryce, the Irish Prendergast, and the English Wong all out there in the middle.
Here comes Wong. The British Isles well represented there. Just need a Welsh woman now, don't we, as that one is thrown in by Karis Pavley. Another 1 to the total, although of course Prendergast playing for the Republic of Ireland rather than Northern Ireland. 202 for 4 then is where we find ourselves at the 40 over mark. Tina, you were talking about 280. Do you think that's still a decent target for the Blaze? That'd be another 78 from the last 10.
I think the Blaze would snap your hand off for 280 now. Going at 8s is probably quite optimistic. Yes, Prendergast is set, but she's going 38 off 53. I think they'd probably take 260. As for Warwickshire, well, if they really able to strangle the batters here, maybe 250. Keeping them below that is their optimistic target. They bring Arla back on from the pavilion end, so going back to their 2 of their strike bowlers. So that one's worked away by Bryce, gets into position early and just knocks it into deep mid-wicket for a single. Yeah, we were having the discussion earlier about whether Arlott should have been thrown the new ball. She took the new ball in the previous game, which of course was that win against Yorkshire. But Izzy Wong coming back into the side now was given the honours of taking the new ball, and Arlott just seemed to maybe struggle a touch in that opening spell to get the ball to do any kind of talking. Now she's got an even older ball to try and work with as she gets the slower ball, and it's just going to drop between the 2 backward points, and a tumble there doesn't stop the ball, and Davina Perrin has to do the mopping up as they jog through for 2. A rare slower ball there from Arlott. We haven't seen too many variations in speed actually today from either Arlott or Izzy Wong, who is otherwise usually quite experimental in her paces.
Given how long that was in the air for there, and the fact there were 2 fielders in close proximity, should the one closest maybe have gone a little bit more directly to the ball? I mean, given they didn't get there when it went past them anyway.
It was a half opportunity, as that one has a genuine edge, and that's not going to be stopped by either of the backward points or anyone else for that matter, as it goes through for 4 runs. And frustration for Arlott, who I think, there's a little shake of her head there, shows that it's not been the best of days for her. Some of it her own doing, some of it not. She's had a few opportunities go through that slip cord, and again, maybe a question raised about putting a slip in. We have had a slip for a while for the spinners, and Katie George put herself in there while Arlott was in her opening spell.
I mean, early on I thought it was there, but you can't do it at this stage, surely.
Well, if another one goes through, maybe the question will be asked, as that one did hoop away from Prendergast, and a half stop there from Katie George in covers allows them to go through for a single. Yeah, just on that point, backward point, I would, if you're going to have those positions, I'd almost like them to be just a touch closer. You can't afford anything to go through those 2 fielders if you're going to have that kind of double threat there. And that previous delivery did go through the 2 of them, especially if you have no one finer as well. So Arlott comes in once more and gets that one outside of the bat of Sarah Bryce. And well, it seems that Arlott's getting more movement now than she was in her first spell.
Well, it was that bounce we saw in her first overs back, and then it disappeared basically. We didn't see it again, and she's seems to just found that bit of life in the pitch. It certainly gave Nat Wraith the hurry up behind the stumps.
It's great to see Wraith standing up to both Arlott and Wong. It's not an easy job, especially with the height that Arlott generates and the bounce. Just worked away, and there should certainly be a single there, maybe looking for 2, and Prendergast thought better of it, realising that she'd be the one going to the danger end of the 41st then. 211 for 4. Decent enough over there from the Blaze, but it almost feels like they're just waiting to go here, waiting for the starting pistol. So they've got 9 overs left. They've got batters still in reserve.
Georgia Elwes, the top scorer today, 57 off 64 deliveries in 81 minutes, 7 fours before she was caught by Wraith off the bowling of Izzy Wong. Wong's been withdrawn from the attack here, so clearly there's a feeling, isn't there, that they need some overs for the back end, because they've left 1 for Phoebe Brett, they've left 3 for Wong, Stonehouse still has 4, Pavley's bowled 5, Baker, who's coming on, has bowled 6.
Into the 42nd we go then. And a leading edge there from Sarah Bryce, who's been watchful in her opening 8 deliveries so far, scored 7 runs.
I was thinking though, whilst Elwes was batting, and with that Wolverhampton connection as well, we'll come to it after this ball.
Goes for the paddle, half appeal. I think it does hit a bit of pad on the way through, and it's Nat Wraith, who, if she hasn't done enough work, has to sprint the good 30 metres to pick that one up. They do go through for 2 leg byes. I think probably outside the line there for Bryce. Gets a big step across, trying to work it through that vacant fine leg region.
Is that the sort of player that Warwickshire need to be attracting to their squad? They've always had a very, very young squad, but it just feels sort of a reliable performer like that.
I absolutely agree. One thing that I would say for the balance of the Warwickshire side is that they are missing a few experienced heads, especially if the likes of Em Arlott are going. Of course, Georgia Davis, who's not actually that old, but experienced in years of captaincy, she's going. So that one's worked away to backward point for no run. And they are otherwise a very young team. They've brought in Brooke Halliday, and I think that's a good move. She's 30, which makes her, I think, the oldest player in the team, which is slightly horrifying. She'll come in with a bit of experience, but they do need someone who just knows the game, knows their game, and can guide these young, inexperienced players through long campaigns, as that one will be a 2. Good positive running once more for the Blaze as they move up to 215. And it's certainly, Warwickshire is not a team without talent. You've got Davina Perrin, but she's only 19. Alexa Stonehouse, of course, on loan. She's 21. Caris Pavley, 21. But you do need an older head there to guide the side, and that's maybe something to look ahead to for next season as we get to the end of the 42nd. 215 on the board for the Blaze.
And they're few and far between, these players, and they'll, somebody like Georgia Elwes, if she's going to continue playing, she wants to be winning stuff, because she's had all that success with Southern Vipers. She's won a World Cup, of course, with England. She was part of that squad, so she's not going to want to keep playing to be messing around and finishing 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. She wants to be there for finals day, and clearly there was something in the Blaze setup she saw that she was impressed with. Obviously, in a professional era, money comes into these things as well, but it just sort of feels like the kind of player, they need to find someone like that they can almost build what they're doing around Warwickshire.
Arlott back in for her penultimate over of the spell. Into deep covers. As Caris Pavley, one of those young bright stars who we just mentioned, does the fielding out in the deep to get Sarah Bryce back on strike. There are a few kind of older in inverted commas players who should just be snapped up. As you said, Elwes is there. Even I know Beaumont is maybe a touch older still, but they're players that you just want in your dressing room, as the cliche goes, even if they don't always perform on the pitch. Cut away, and that'll be 4 runs. So it's a shot in anger there from Sarah Bryce. It picks up her first boundary, second boundary, in fact, of the innings. And again, signs of intent there. Bryce has seen 14 deliveries now, probably recognises that it's go time with just 7.5 overs to go. And despite the double point there, she gets it lifted over for 4 runs.
I remember when she got all those 50s in the first season of regional cricket, way back when we were coming out of the pandemic, and she was very strong square of the wicket when she was scoring all those half centuries.
Goes square again, this time to the leg side. Em Arlott again, just maybe struggling a touch with the consistency of her bowling. Just not quite gone her way today. Otherwise, someone who relishes picking up wickets, got a 3 for against Yorkshire previous time out. Actually, in that game, probably more notable was her batting, scoring 44 off just 19 deliveries in the back end of that batting innings for Warwickshire. She comes in once more, and that one goes through. And that pretty much sums up Em Arlott's day, and she covers her head with her shirt. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that delivery. Got to say, Nat Wraith pretty much unsighted there, as it somehow doesn't hit the stumps. Instead, hits the boundary rope, and that will be 4 byes. And frustration here for Arlott. It's just nothing is going her way. That brings up her 50 with the ball as well. Doesn't really deserve that, given her bowling so far. 2 balls left now of the 43rd, and a lucky escape there for Orla Prendergast, who's 4 shy of her half-century. This time she advances down the track, but won't get past the brick wall that is Davina Perrin at point.
Yeah, made 395 runs in 6 innings at an average of 79, including a best of 136 not out, did Sarah Bryce during that inaugural year of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy. Made 4 50s as well. I think they all came before the century as well. It was sort of almost becoming one of those things of would she get there, having batted so well through the tournament.
Final ball of the 43rd. Arla cutting a frustrated figure as another over ticks by for her without a wicket in the wicket column. 226 for 4. Prendergast inching closer to her half-century milestone. She's 47 off 60. Bryce 14 off 15. As you say, Mike, she's absolutely in a position now to go bigger. 50 is probably a bit of a stretch here with just 7 overs left, but she'd certainly want to try and recapture that form that has seen her be such a star domestically and, of course, for Scotland as well.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take Lightning. In fact, they finished bottom of their 4-team group. It was Central Sparks and Northern Diamonds who finished in positions 1 and 2, then Thunder in 3 and Lightning in 4 in that group. But she just looked so strong square of the wicket when she was scoring all those runs.
Hannah Baker in for her 8th over. As that one's prodded forward by Prendergast. There's something satisfying about having Thunder and Lightning in the table together.
There was, yeah. I'd go there every time.
Lightning and Thunder just doesn't have quite the same ring to it. Good opening 2 deliveries here from Hannah Baker, who's been relatively economical, going at less than 4.5 so far in her 7.2 overs. Pavley going at 3.8. She's still got 5 overs left as advances down the pitch there, does Prendergast, and it just falls shy of the 2 fielders there in that double point we were speaking about briefly. And it was an awkward one there, had to almost pat down on it, did the fielder.
But interestingly, Meg Austin that time, the previous time where it happened, I was sort of saying, could have she gone more directly to the ball because she had the other fielder there? And that time she did. She tried to sort of throw herself under it, even though she knew she probably wasn't going to get there. So I think that was good.
They will just go through for a cheeky leg by, and again, it's been a hallmark of the Blaze innings so far that they haven't allowed too many dots to accumulate. They've rotated the strike well. There's not too many fielders close to the bat now. Everyone inside that not so circle is right on the back of the discs. Sweeps at this one, deep backward square, should cut it off, and it's good work out there in the deep by Alexa Stonehouse. And they do manage to go through for 2. So again, the runs are accumulating, and that will be the 50 up as well for Orla Prendergast. Gets there in quick enough fashion, 64 balls. You'd imagine now, though, similar style to Georgia Elwes, who wasn't able to put the foot down. Prendergast now has license to try and go big with just over 6 overs left to bowl here. Final ball of the 44th. Again, maybe looking for 2 here, as Karis Pavley will be steaming in from the boundary, and yes, no, maybe in the end they settle for 1, so Prendergast will retain the strike. 231 for 4, and it's been an impressive inning so far from the Irish batter.
Has indeed. She's got back well for the 2 there as well. I think she'd have been disappointed, having hit the sweep shot so well, not to have brought up her half-century from that stroke, because she hit it very nicely, and as you say, she's got license to go here. But that's probably what is the difference between 260, 280 and even 300, is the fact that it has been difficult for players to kick on. Elwes getting dismissed. We've seen same happen to Bryce, who'd had a couple of lives earlier in her innings. So can Prendergast be the one to kick on? She faced 64 balls for a 50, 82 minutes, 3 4s and 1 6.
Wong back in here from the pavilion end again, so taking her time from both ends. This one's pumped down the ground, and Em Arlott, who's been taken out of the attack for the pavilion end, will only be able to jog round and collect that one from beyond the rope. So Prendergast gets to that milestone and immediately tries to accelerate here, and does it with aplomb at the start of the 45th.
given how well Wong bowled from the Birmingham end, I think it's an interesting decision to bring her back from the Pavilion end here.
Coming in for her second delivery, searching for that third wicket, goes for the scoop, does Prendergast, and certainly now it feels like the confidence is flowing through her veins, and despite the despairing dive there at fine leg, it'll be back-to-back boundaries for Prendergast, turning on the style here, turning on the runs as well, 239 for 4. And yeah, as you say, Mike, the fact that Izzy has come back on at the Pavilion end, having chopped and changed, just gives the impression that Warwickshire don't quite know how to get that breakthrough here. They're shuffling the pack and hoping that an ace pops out. But at the moment, Prendergast looking good.
It feels more a decision that's been made because she's got 3 overs left rather than because I suppose they could have bowled her 3 overs from the other end starting next over, but it just almost feels like it's because they want to squeeze her in and some other people in rather than a kind of where she bowled well from during this innings.
She has picked up those 2 wickets, but it's been relatively expensive. Overcorrects there, and it's knocked off the pads. Prendergast, who's happy to jog through for a single. That brings up 240 for the Blaze. And Sarah Bryce probably trying to repeat the trick here of Prendergast. Already 9 coming off the opening 3 deliveries of this over. Looking for those boundary scoring options. There's a big gap. Well, I was going to say there's a big gap at deep mid-wicket, but that's because Hannah Baker there was having a drink 5 metres beyond the boundary. She's now actually been pulled in to conventional mid-wicket. So that scoring option is on over the top of Hannah Baker and to cow corner. Bryce might be eyeing that up as one comes in. In fact, she goes into the offside. Caris Pavley, the only fielder out there in the deep on the covers, does the fielding. Abby Freeborn just walking around the boundary rope as well, not in the starting 11 for Warwickshire today.
Feels well set for Bryce though, having that fielder back at cover to cover a strong shot on the cut or the square drive. She feels less likely to go over the leg side, but just keeping the protection there. You know, she feels less likely to go over mid-wicket, put it that way.
Again, she goes on the posh side, and a slight misfield there from Stonehouse. Maybe just symptomatic of the last 10-15 overs from Warwickshire, just not quite going their way. Yeah, maybe I was just revealing a bit of my own bias. As when I see cow corner open, my eyes light up. Sarah Bryce is far more of a conventional batter, I would fear.
I think what it allows, though, because they've got the 3 back on the leg side, one can go quite straight and try and camp her for room, but if she does get it slightly wrong, the square drive or the cut should go to cover.
This time she doesn't get hold of it, should be taken, and it's a comfortable catch there for Alexa Stonehouse. Sarah Bryce trying to accelerate the scoring, doesn't get hold of it, trying to knock it over the top of mid-off. Alexa Stonehouse isn't going to miss out on that opportunity, and the Blaze do lose their 5th wicket, and Wong picks up her 3rd. 242 for 5. It's the end of the over as well, so 45 overs gone, as Mike Perkins will step out for a moment, and Rosa Simkin will join me once more. But a good breakthrough there from Warwickshire. Just felt like something had to go their way just to lift the fielding side for these final 5 overs. Wong coming back on at the Pavilion end. It does pay off for the Bears as she picks up her 3rd wicket. So Sarah Bryce did hit those 2 nice boundaries, but otherwise never quite able to accelerate in the way that she would have hoped. So she finishes on 15 off 18 deliveries, has to depart. Prendergast still nicely set. She's 61 off 69, and she's joined out there in the middle now by Emma Jones, as Rosa Simpkin is joining me in the commentary box. 5 overs to go. What would you hope? I suppose if you're a Blaze fan, what would you like to score here? And if you're Warwickshire, what would you like to keep them to?
I mean, if you can get, I think, above 280, you're in a really strong position and they're really on track for that. Maybe even if you can challenge for that 300, really take advantage of those wickets in hand and hit out. Emma Jones, very capable of that. Warwickshire will be hoping to restrict them to around that 280 mark, I'd say. Anything above that becomes very difficult to chase.
This one's up in the air. Hannah Baker back on for her 9th over. There's a chance for a catch, and in fact, there's no chance for the acrobatically tumbling Alexa Stonehouse. Or was it Caris Pavley? It's in fact Caris Pavley who has to retrieve the ball from the wrong side of the rope for Warwickshire. It's a big 6 to start this 46th over. Prendergast hitting, I think, her previous 4 deliveries. 3 of them have gone to the boundary, and you can see she very much thinks it's go time. Will she go twice? she hits into the similar area. This time Pavely is able to cut it off for just the single, 249. So that brings Jones on for her first sighter today.
The forwards role from Pavely was superb. I know she was a gymnast in a former life, but that was a 10 if I was ranking at the fielding. It was a tough effort.
I think I would have broken every bone in my body if I tried to do that. Pavely far more acrobatic than I could ever dream of being, as that one just knocked away, not quite middle there. Emma Jones, I think, looking more towards deep square leg, gets it fine. Actually a decent result because it's a vacant region there at fine leg, and she starts off with a brace. I suppose it's not the easiest situation actually to come in as a batter. You've got 5 overs to go and you just say, oh, well, I'll just go for it. What's the worst that could happen? But it's not the easiest pitch to get yourself in on. You've seen that players have taken a while to get in on it. Emma Jones looking to be positive, and I suppose there's no harm in her just getting all of Prendergast back on strike, which is exactly what she does down the ground, with Prendergast going so well, 68 off 71. Again, someone who started a bit slower, but because of those big hits towards the back end of her innings, is now moving up to almost a runner ball as she advances down the pitch once more. Quick single is taken. And again, the amount of times we've seen a single taken straight to the hands of the fielders, I suppose it shows two things. It shows that the Blaze have been very positive in their running, but possibly that Warwickshire have been slightly on their heels on that ring. 1 ball left of the 46th, 253 for 5. Jones, the new batter at the crease on strike, as that one will just clonk into the pads and no run taken. So the end of the 46th, 4 overs to go. And you'd say it certainly isn't a score, whatever happens here, unless something mad happens. It's not a score that has taken Warwickshire out of the game, but it certainly needs a batter or two to hit a big total to keep it competitive for the Bears and obviously keep their tournament hopes alive.
It will be a challenge. I think it's safe to say for Warwickshire, they need another one of those Meg Austin knocks from last time out, scoring 93 at the top of the order. You almost want to go about it steadily, but I think one of Warwickshire's weaknesses this season has been leaving themselves with too much to do in the back end of the innings. And it almost goes back to the Central Sparks days where you had the opening partnership of Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn, and you would find yourself kind of 15 for none from 10 overs.
As one comes back in to bowl her 9th over. That one's lifted away, and it's a chance for a catch, and it's a great grab in the deep. It's not the easiest opportunity running forward from deep square leg, but the catch is taken, and Wong picks up her 4th wicket. Orla Prendergast has to depart. Frustration from her because actually she picked it up nicely. I think she was eyeing up that Holly stand, but only manages to pick out the fielder in the deep, and her innings comes to an end as they lose their 6th, and Blaze now 253 for 6.
It's a huge wicket for Warwickshire, breaking up that momentum. I believe it was Brooke Halliday on that boundary rope taking the catch. It's almost a bit of a nervous wait, those ones that stay up, as you've set yourself really well underneath them and you can see them coming, and almost the times you see the most fumbles. So a vital catch to have taken, and it brings Kirsty Gordon to the crease.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't the easiest of catches with the chaos of the building site in the background as well, trying to pick it out from the blue and the grey scaffolding and the crane as well. And it was a nice grab. Izzy Wong is quietly now sniffing out a fifer. 4 wickets to her with still 11 deliveries of her spell to go. Prendergast, well, unless something wild happens, will be the top scorer, finishes 69 off 73, and it's been a bit of a strange innings for the Blaze in that no one has gone big. You were just talking about Meg Austin's big innings a couple of weeks ago, but 69 is the top score. We've had 2 half-centuries. Catherine Bryce fell 5 short. So Warwickshire, I suppose they could try and repeat that trick, or that someone has to take this innings by the scruff of the neck and say, I'm going to win this game, whether it's Meg Austin, whether it's Davina Perrint. They've got enough match winners in their side. It's Kirsty Gordon watchful and respectful of Wong on the front foot there.
I mean, you would be, as you say, the 4 wickets for Wong, looking in quite fine form heading into this ODI series against Ireland. It's been great to see her re-cement her place in the England side after some time in and out. I think she's one of the most promising pace bowlers in the country, and you'd like to see her playing for that side consistently.
Still only 24 years of age. Let's not forget she's been around the scene so long that it's worth remembering she's still very young and has a lot of cricket ahead of her. So I'm sure England as well. Just thinking about managing her, and they'll be happy to see in the overs today, and most importantly in the wickets.
I remember in those early Central Sparks days, her pace was so raw and so unusual that she'd so often take wickets first or second ball of the innings because batters would not know what to do with it. And it shows how far the women's game has developed in such a short time that it's now the norm.
So that one's paddled away. It's an excellent shot there from Kirsty Gordon. She takes 2 deliveries to eye up Izzy Wong, and on the third, despite a fielder there on the ring, she takes on the paddle and gets full reward from it. It goes over the head of Phoebe Brett, 4 runs, which takes the Blaze up to 257 for 6, 2 balls left of the 47th here. And that does bring about a field change. So Warwickshire here chasing the ball, and Izzy Wong says to Phoebe Brett, go right back on the boundary exactly where that ball just ended up. Marla brought in then from long on to mid on. They still have the 4 fielders out in the deep. Got deep covers. Now they've got fine leg, deep mid wicket and deep square leg. As Wong steams in once more. A nice looking shot from Gordon brings about no run as Alexa Stonehouse does the fielding at mid off. So 2 relatively new batters to the crease now, which is exactly what Warwickshire wanted. Unfortunately for them, the runs have continued to flow. So certainly looking at 280 now, the Blaze. 300, probably just about out of reach. But 3.1 overs left here for the Blaze in their batting innings. Wong searching for that 5-foot. Won't get it in this over though. As we get to the end of the 47th, Wong has 1 over left. You'd imagine she'd be bowling out from this pavilion end. Be interesting. They've still got a couple of options. Stonehouse, we haven't seen her return. She's got 4 overs left. She certainly won't be bowling out whatever happens. Arlott has got 1. Phoebe Brett's got 1. Hannah Baker's got 1. So plenty of options, but it does look like Stonehouse is now returning. So she can, you'd imagine, bowl the 48th and the 50th.
I think having that 6th bowling option is so vital, and we've seen it a few times this season. I remember the Lancashire 50 over game down at Portland Road, and their weakness was that they only had those 5 options, and as soon as batters start hitting out against someone, you're feeling under pressure as to can you bring on a new bowler at this point in the game, whereas Warwickshire consistently ensure that they have used all of those options, so they have that variety and they can adjust based on the game conditions.
Well, it's been a long time in the field for Alexa Stonehouse because she opened up with 6 overs, so finished bowling after 12 and comes back now in the 48th around the wicket to Emma Jones, who doesn't quite get a hold of that one, will get a single as Karis Pavley comes steaming in from the deep mid-wicket boundary. You're watching here via the match centre with the final 2 and a bit overs of the Blaze batting innings here, of course, on the YouTube stream as well. Thank you very much for joining us. Joining me, Tina Goff, and Rosa Simpkin, and Mike Perkins will be joining you again for the run chase. So plenty of action to come here from a slightly sunny Edgbaston. Certainly no thunderstorms yet. I hope it stays that way as Kirsty Gordon knocks that one off her hip for a single.
The weather almost doesn't know what to do with itself. It knows it wants to rain, but I think it's forgotten after the ridiculously hot summer we've had. I'm going to be honest, probably not in the situation of this cricket game, but I have enjoyed having some rain return. It has been overly warm for a UK summer.
Certainly from a cricketing perspective as well, I think the groundskeepers are happy to see it. As single is taken there, flashed away off the bat of Emma Jones. Yeah, it's almost like cave people emerging, looking up to the skies, wondering what is going on. This moisture arriving hasn't been seen for seemingly decades.
It's honestly felt like it.
Stonehouse been tight so far, coming around the wicket, having started over the wicket in her opening spell. Again, just thinking about to the Blaze, and after slight hesitation, a direct hit will be interesting here. They do manage to go through for 2. Emma Jones puts in the dive, which despite the moisture out there probably would still be a painful one, having to dive on that strip. Just a bit of an errant throw coming in there from Karis Pavley. A direct hit would have been absolute curtains. Even a slightly better throw would have given Alexa Stonehouse the opportunity to whip off the bails. But good positive running from the Blaze gets them to 262. Those are the kind of risks they have to take now. Every run could be important. Stonehouse again just targeting that hip area. Gordon, watchful, just takes a step back into her crease and knocks it away for a single.
Warwickshire are doing well here to restrict, and that wicket of Prendergast was so vital, as you can almost picture her hitting out at this phase, whereas these two, Emma Jones, it isn't her nature, she just hasn't quite found the rhythm yet, whereas Kirsty Gordon is someone who does have to build an innings.
Emma Jones goes a bit funky and gets full reward for it. Just as you said, she can go big. That's exactly what she does, and gets 4 runs to her name. A nice bit of invention there, seeing that the conventional hitting areas were blocked off. Knocks it over the top of the backward point region and gets a 4 to end the 48th over. So 267 for 6 on the board for the Blaze. 2 overs left. You imagine they would be bowled by Wong and Stonehouse. Stonehouse has been economical so far, hasn't been able to pick up the wicket. Wong, meanwhile, the most expensive of the bowlers, but has notched 4 wickets so far, so she's still eyeing up that 5 foot. And you'd imagine the Blaze are eyeing up certainly 280 from here with 2 overs left, even nudging towards 290 if they can find the rope on a few occasions in the remaining 12 deliveries. Gordon on strike then. Wong steaming in for the final time from the pavilion end. Big appeal, and the finger goes up, and Wong does get her 5 for no hesitation there from the umpire, Kylie White. And Wong back into the side and back into the wickets as Gordon just gets trapped on her crease, gets hit flush on the pads, and the finger of doom is raised. Wong 5 for. Congratulations to her. The Blaze lose their 7th, 267 on the board.
Phenomenal work from Izzy Wong to get the 5. She's back into the fold, back taking wickets. The childhood Bears player getting a 5 for here at Edgbaston. It's a really special occasion.
Congratulations to her, and well, she'll think that her work isn't done here. She's still got 5 deliveries, still got the opportunity to pick up a few more wickets. She's getting instructions and guidance here from Katie George, just working out how they can stop any more damage to the scoreboard here. 267, but Warwickshire, cricket's a game all about momentum, and just in those last couple of overs, maybe they've seized back a bit of that momentum going into the chase. And that's what they need, something to just get excited about and get the fielders with a bit more of a spring in their step, because in those middle overs, when those partnerships were building, first with Bryce and Elwys, then with Prendergast, it just went a little flat for Warwickshire. But they're looking to finish with a flurry here as Lucy Hyam comes in at number 9 for the Blaze. Wong, 5 deliveries left of her spell. Knocked away for an easy single there. But Wong showing just why she is such a prized asset for Warwickshire. And I know there's been some comings and goings for the Bears, but there's someone who they'll want to hold on to for dear life for, well, you'd say probably the next 5-6 years if they can.
You'd like to think, Izzy, she's a Bear through and through, she'd say. You'd like to say she'd be sticking around at Edgbaston. It was a lovely way to get off the mark as well from Lucy Hyam. She's someone who always looks incredibly confident with bat in hand.
She doesn't have too much time to do some damage here. She did play 3 games for London Spirit. Again, was maybe just a bit lower down than she might hope. High score of 8 not out against Welsh Fire. Knocked up in the air and just beyond the point there. Davina Perrin interested for a moment, but it was a good 5 metres to her right. Bit uppish there from Emma Jones. Manages to get a single. 269 on the board.
The pace at which Pavley gets the ball into that brave, it's almost threatening. If I was behind the stumps with those gloves, I would not want it coming at me.
It's certainly someone you say, don't take a 2 on her arm. As Wong, again, just straightening up her line here. It's clearly the early tactics in the innings to the openers. Marie Kelly, okay, she didn't stick around for too long, but Beaumont and Bryce Wong clearly had a plan to target their pads, to target their hips. Now, with the new batters in, just going a bit more conventional, trying to aim at those stumps and see what happens. Hasn't actually been any wickets bowled so far. Izzy Wong, though, trying to change that. Again, full and straight. And good fielding off her own bowling there. You can see the Wong just has a bit of a spring in her step, with the fifer in her back pocket. One ball left of her spell, and it's been a brilliant return for her into the domestic game. An exciting time for her in her domestic and, of course, international career.
I think one of Izzy's real strengths as a bowler, and it's something she's developed, is she has a plan, but her adaptability.
Final ball, an excellent piece of keeping there from Nat Wraith, keeps it to a single, and Wong does get to the end of her spell, and you can hear the applause reverberating around Edgbaston, and rightfully so, as she finishes with figures of 5 for 58 off her 10 overs. But as you said, Rosa, adaptability is the key for her.
Her adaptability and focus. And I think as a young bowler, she'd constantly have 4 or 5 deliveries in an over that were spot on, and then the 6th one would get dispatched. And it was a consistent trend over the years into her first stint with England. And as she's had time away from the England setup and a lot of time here at Edgbaston with the coaches here, she's been able to really work on her mental point as a bowler. And cricket, we talk so much about it being a game of mentality, and almost not getting stuck in your plans is so important, because as a young bowler you have people pulling you in all directions as to you should do this, you should do that. Sticking to your own, having those plans, but being able to go out there on the day, change them where needed, but stay focused on the mark is what I think edges her above a lot of other bowlers at the same stage in their career across the game.
And that's something that comes from experience as well. And Izzy, despite only being 24, has a wealth of experience. As Alexa Stonehouse comes in, and first delivery, genuine bouncer there. Hyam, not the tallest, but that one whistles past her eyebrows. And again, smart keeping there from Nat Wraith. Standing up to the stumps means keeps the batter honest as well. And Hyam not able to do anything with that delivery. Yeah, Wong is already a star, but has got so much more potential, so much more room to grow. This one goes up in the air, and there's an opportunity there, but it just drops short of the fielder on the 45. They run through for 2, maybe considering the 3 here, but Phoebe Brett, who was closest to the landing ball, launches it in. It's probably, well, I don't think I have enough fingers to count the amount of times that the ball has dropped in close proximity to a fielder without really being called an opportunity. But certainly the Blaze have ridden their luck in this innings, and I've got to say they've made their own luck as well. They've been positive in their batting, certainly positive in their running. Stonehouse coming in once more. That's a hockey shot through square leg off the toe end of Hyam's bat. They run through for a single.
Almost showing that it's been quite difficult to time the ball on this pitch. It'll be interesting to see how Warwickshire go in the chase. Probably the most consistent and best domestic spinner in Kirsty Gordon, heading up the Blaze bowling attack. Also the raw left arm pace of Grace Ballinger providing something different. Could be a real challenge on this wicket.
3 balls to come. Stonehouse steaming in. That's a good connection. And that's going to go all the way. It's a flat 6 off the bat of Emma Jones. It's her first maximum of the innings. It's a good time for it as well. Got 1-4 to her name so far. And that one goes even further. There was nothing particularly stylish about that shot, but full marks for power and execution there from Jones.
That is what Emma Jones is so capable of with her muscle, and that muscle is going to help Blaze towards that 280 total we were talking about.
Yeah, 279, 2 balls left. Stonehouse trying to keep a lid on this innings. Goes for the back of the hand slower ball. Jones targets that mid-wicket area again. Positive running, and despite Pavley with her javelin-like throw, they managed to get through for 2, so the 281, the 280 mark is breached. 1 ball left. Boundary would take it to 285. It's looking like a tough chase for Warwickshire. But as they always say, you can't judge a pitch until both teams have played on it. Final ball then coming up. Stonehouse, can she get a wicket? She can't, and it's well fielded there on the 45. Almost goalkeeper style there from Halliday. Could have been a 4, ends up being a single. And the Blaze innings comes to an end. 282 on the board for the loss of 7 wickets, 5 of which were picked up by Izzy Wong. We can take a quick rattle through the batting scorecard. Marie Kelly, just the solitary boundary to her name before she was caught by Meg Austin off the bowling of Wong. Then we had that nice partnership between Tammy Beaumont and Catherine Bryce. It wasn't spectacular. Tammy Beaumont in particular only managed 1 boundary in her 32. Catherine Bryce fell 5 short of her half-century. Then Georgia Elwys and Orla Prendergast, having had that foundation laid, were then able to put their foot on their gas. Elwys finishing 57, Prendergast top scoring with 69. Then Bryce and Jones, little contributions at the end, and Gordon and Hyam also getting a chance out in the middle. But the bowling, there's only one highlight really to speak of, and that's Izzy Wong finishing 5 for 58, getting a fifer in her return to the Bears. Phoebe Brett was actually the only other bowler to pick up wickets. She finishes 2 for 51. Em Arlett, she was unfortunate, toiled away for 9 overs but wasn't able to pick up a wicket. You'd say at the halfway stage then, the Blaze probably the happy of the two, 281 on the board, and it's going to be a tough chase for Warwickshire.
It is going to be a tough chase for Warwickshire, but you'd like to think if they can have someone stick in like Meg Austin did against Yorkshire, they'll be able to approach it promisingly. Having a quick look elsewhere before we leave you, Hampshire were bowled out for 223 by Lancashire. Lancashire yet to begin their chase. Durham finished on 248 for 9 from their 50 against Somerset, and Surrey are already 35 for 1 against Yorkshire after bowling them out for 171.
It's all tantalisingly placed across the board here. And it's tantalisingly placed here as well, with Warwickshire needing 283 runs for victory here in this Metrobank one-day cup contest between Warwickshire and the Blaze. So join me, Tina Goff, Rosa Simpkin and Mike Perkins as we bring you the run chase after the innings break here. It's going to be a thriller. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to a sunny Edgbaston here for the Metro Bank One Day Cup contest between Warwickshire and the Blaze. At the halfway mark then, the Blaze, having been put into bat by Warwickshire, put on 282. Certainly a score that they would be confident to defend. It's Tina Goff here with the company of Rosa Simpkin. And Rosa, taking a look at that batting innings, there wasn't really one big standout, but it was just a good team performance, wasn't it?
And that's exactly what you need, I think, in 50 over cricket. You either need a few players nearing those 50 or just passing those 50 scores, or you need someone to take it long. And Blaze are a side who've done a bit of both this season, whereas Warwickshire are a side who've tended to rely on one or two key batters. It'll be interesting to see how they go about this chase.
Yeah, it might be contrasting styles with the Blaze putting in a team effort with scores between 32 and 69 for Beaumont, Bryce, Elwes and Prendergast, whereas Warwickshire here might be relying on the likes of Meg Austin to repeat the trick of a couple of weeks ago with a big century, or Davina Perrin, is it her time to make herself a match winner as we go into the run chase, and it will be Phillips with the ball opening up from the pavilion end and right on the spot. So that's watchfully left outside off stump.
Charlie Phillips has been almost a player of the moment, hasn't she, Tina? I mean, had a breakthrough year. She's 23 years old. She's taken 24 wickets this season, the most for the Blaze, including a fifer. As she comes into Meg Austin. And it's worked down the track for a dot ball.
Yeah, she's had a good season, hasn't she, off the back of a 2 for 21 in the previous game against Durham. Rewarded with that 100 contract as well for Trent Rockets. Got a 2 for there in the final against Sunrisers. So certainly been a rise for Charlie Phillips. Again, just 23 years of age. So still young in cricketing years. And plenty to look forward to, I'm sure, in her career.
Austin this time working it through the leg side, but it will be a third dot ball. 0 for none. None for none.
Watchful start here from Austin, who again is someone we know can go big. 94 against Yorkshire and that 116 against Lancashire. Clearly likes playing against the northern sides. The Blaze, well, I suppose north-ish. It's not quite Durham standards, but certainly north-ish of Birmingham, and Austin looking to make it a hat-trick of big scores in this season.
As she cuts it through the offside, and it will run away for the first 4 of the game, and Meg Austin's first boundary of the day, 4 for none.
Nicely played, just a tiny bit more width on offer there from Phillips, and almost felt like Austin was waiting for that delivery. There was a couple that were closer to the stumps. This one slightly further down the offside, and Austin doesn't need a second invitation to get herself off the mark and get this run chase up and going.
It's a very young opening partnership, the partnership of Meg Austin and Davina Perrin, 2 of the rising batters in the women's game, as Phillips comes into Austin. And it's gone down the leg side for a wide.
Yeah, just 40 years of age between them, which is, again, quite horrifying if you're someone, I wouldn't say nearing 40, but, you know, 2 very young stars who, again, have a lot of cricket ahead of them, but already it feels like they've been around the game for so long. Meg Austin, of course, she's had a couple of loans here and there, and Davina Perrin has kind of been thrust into the limelight quite suddenly, but between the 2 of them, yeah, a wise cricketing head on their shoulders.
As it goes down the leg side, it's not being given a wide. There was a muted appeal, potentially some thigh pad on that one.
I think that was the signal there from umpire Kylie White in the direction of Chris Watts standing at striker's end. Which probably now is what you have to call umpires. It's not square leg, it's striker's end, according to modern regulations and parlance.
That gives me a lot of questions as Charlie Phillips comes in to Meg Austin. And it's down the leg side, again given a wide. Struggling a little bit to find her line here, Charlie Phillips. But why?
I think but why can be the summary of a lot of laws and regulations in cricket. I mean, some of them are great. speaking as someone who works quite closely with the lawmakers at MCC, we have some brilliant conversations in our office about the most obscure of laws.
I mean, I did a Tier 2 game earlier on in the season when the umpire was stood at point the whole time. As Charlie Phillips comes in to Meg Austin, it's wider down at the offside this time, but it's in the lines, within the lines. That's what I'm looking for. Taking the score to 6 for none from 1 over. And it was really confusing. From a fielding position point of view, having an umpire stood at point, it was completely disorientating.
I always love it when there's an appeal for a run out and the umpire might be standing at the wrong side, either because the sun is in their eyes sometimes or it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, and everyone appeals to the vacant region where the umpire should be, and then have to do like a secondary appeal in the direction of where the umpire is actually standing. But yeah, strikers end umpire.
Strikers end umpire.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day. Davina Perrin is going to get to take strike for the first time this game. It's going to be Grace Ballinger at the City end. Birmingham end. It's not called the City end. But you can see the lovely city of Birmingham over the stand facing us.
Yeah, there's not too many better views of the city of Birmingham than from this commentary box, I reckon.
It's a lovely skyline. As Davina Perrin takes her guard, Grace Ballinger, the left armour, coming in. And it's almost caught the under edge of Davina Perrin's bat, but it will scamper through for 2. Quick between the sticks, these two.
Yeah, they have to be positive in their running, which is exactly what the Blaze did in their innings. It wasn't exactly, given that they scored 282, it wasn't an innings that was peppered with boundaries, but they were running very well, and that's what Warwickshire have to do. You can't just be obsessed with trying to get those big boundaries, you have to do the hard yards as well.
And there's a big appeal for Albina, and she's gone! Davina Perrin has been given LBW. Early breakthrough for Grace Ballinger. The left arm pace of Grace Ballinger. Perrin has to go for 2. Warwickshire at 8 for 1.
Just stuck on her crease there. Perrin neither coming forward nor going backward, and especially with that in-swing, the left-handed Ballinger, as soon as she's wrapped on the pads, always going to be in trouble. No hesitation there from umpire Watts to raise the finger. And just like in the first innings, wicket falls early on in the run chase. And it's a big one as well. Perrin has to depart. She goes for, is it a duck in the end? I think it was a duck she goes for. Or maybe my scorecard is just taking a while to update. In fact, she goes for 2, but still not as many as she would have hoped. And well, the theory of having Warwickshire have 1 or 2 big batters to get the runs is sliding away, because one of them could have been Perrin. She's now sitting back in the dugout as Katie George comes out at number 3, the skipper.
Katie George, a player who's had a remarkable development in her career. Started as a pace bowler, broke through to England, but has had a rotten old time with back injuries. And over the years has spent a lot of time in the nets only being able to bat, and appears to have come out of it as a top order batter.
Well, we were talking about the adaptability of Izzy Wong in the first innings. Certainly Katie George has had to show resilience and adaptability with the injuries she's faced and having to almost reassess her cricket career. And she's done it well. Probably didn't expect to be thrown into the captaincy here at Warwickshire either. 27 years of age, so still someone who isn't exactly the most experienced player, but she's got a lot of responsibility on her shoulders now.
She works it through the offside, but it will be a dot ball to start. You almost forget she's 27 years old, because she was around from such a young age with England and then almost disappeared completely for those first few injuries. Made a proper comeback with Western Storm in 2023. As Ballinger comes into George. And it's worked into the similar region for a dot ball.
Yeah, she's also been rewarded, much like Karis Pavley, with a contract extension, so she'll be at Warwickshire through to 2028. It's been quite a busy couple of weeks, I suppose, not only for Warwickshire, but all the county sides, with comings and goings. I suppose Warwickshire trying to lay down a statement then by tying Pavely and George down for the foreseeable future.
As George works it into the point region, and it will be no run, 8-1 the score.
It'll certainly be interesting to see how those kind of contract negotiations develop in the next couple of weeks across all of the counties. Still plenty of cricket left to play, so there's players who are going to want to put in big performances to either secure a contract extension or to kind of put themselves in the shop window for other counties as well. Obviously with the tier system, it's chopping and changing every year, so plenty of room to put yourself out there.
As it's gone down the leg side, there's a big appeal from the Blaze fielders. The umpire does not believe bat is involved, bringing about the end of the second over, 8-1, but an opportunity for Blaze.
Again, no signal given. I think the umpire there just explaining to the Blaze fielders that it might have clipped a bit of the pad or a bit of the thigh guard, a bit of trouser on the way through. Certainly no bat involved as far as he is concerned.
He's got a much better view of it than we do up here, that is for sure.
I think it's probably one of those appeals where the fielders go up on the sound rather than the sight. And I think good call there from the umpire. But early pressure here for Warwickshire. Just have to ride this early storm. What they can't afford to do is lose 2 or 3 wickets in the power play with a big chase on their hands. They just need to keep themselves in it as much as possible.
As Phillips comes into Austin, and it's worked straight to Georgia Alwis in the inner ring for a dot ball. The Blaze have mastered many things this season, Tina. One of the things they have truly mastered is a team appeal. Everyone goes up. Every time there's a sniff of anything, everyone's up.
Well, there's an art to it, isn't it? And umpires, despite sometimes evidence to the contrary, are still only human. And when it's a big appeal, they're far more likely to take it seriously and just have that doubt in their mind maybe than if it was a half-hearted one.
It's gone straight through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps there. Getting some movement early on, these Blaze pace bowlers. You've got the right arm of Charlie Phillips and also the height and left arm of Grace Ballinger, providing some real variety. And it must be quite difficult to adjust as a batter in between each over.
Well, we always talk about batting partnerships, don't we? But bowling partnerships are just as important. And it's a brilliant balance that the Blaze have with Phillips and Ballinger, as you say, Rosa. 2 different styles, different angles and challenges for the batter here.
As Austin works it into the offside for a dot ball.
Yeah, so that required rate is below 6. It's currently at 5.7-ish. So it's manageable, pretty much a runner ball, more or less. But Warwickshire, they can't afford really to get off to a slow start. It's something you mentioned in the first innings as well, that a lot of times this season Warwickshire have given themselves too much to do in the back end of run chases or the back end of innings. And that's what they can't really afford to do here. It doesn't mean they have to go all guns blazing, but they just have to keep themselves in contention, tick along at 4, 5, 6 and over.
As it's worked straight to Georgia Alwis for a dot ball. You don't want that run rate creeping up against above 6 too early on, as well as it really puts on the early pressure. I also don't think Warwickshire are a side this season who have taken advantage of the power play. In 50 over cricket, they started really slowly last week against Yorkshire. As Phillips comes in to Meg Austin. And it's worked to Emma Jones for no run.
It's one of those where you can't win a game in a power play generally, especially in the longer format, but you can certainly lose it. And Warwickshire, certainly not in danger of that so far, but if they get to the end of 10 overs and say they're only on even 40, and suddenly they're already having to face a uphill task in terms of run rate with an early wicket already lost as well. You're just looking at who can get these 275 runs for the Bears.
As it's gone straight through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. I'm not quite sure how that's missed the edge of Meg Austin's bat. It was a swing, a waft almost, and a miss.
I was waiting for one of those infamous Blaze team appeals because I was certain that it must have clipped something on the way through. Luckily for Meg Austin, all she made contact with was thin air.
8-1 is the score from 3 overs. Warwickshire needing 275. It's a tough ask. It's by no means impossible. They've got time on and wickets on their hand. On hand? On hand.
On hand? In their hands?
In their hands?
Lots of
Great
hands involved.
question. Ballinger continuing at the Birmingham end, coming into Katie George. As it's pushed away into the offside for no run. It's becoming a tale of this inning so far as the dot balls.
And that's something that the Blaze never really allowed to happen when they were batting. Of course, that one straight to the fielder, but anytime it was in the circle, even sometimes when it did go straight to mid-on or mid-off, Blaze were always looking to take that single, just put the pressure back on the fielding side. Warwickshire can't afford to get bogged down here.
She's tempted to come down the track, Katie George. She thinks otherwise as they come through for a single. Katie getting 27 off the 51 balls last time out. So we're seeing this consistency with a slower rate, which is absolutely fine as long as you have batters down the order coming in and hitting it. And last week, Warwickshire really did. Emma Harlock coming in and scoring a ridiculous 44 from 19 balls.
You'd be happy with that in a T20, let alone in 50 overs.
Hadn't adjusted from the 100 is my guess as Ballinger comes into Austin, flicked away as they come through for a single.
Yeah, it's a delicate balance, isn't it? Especially if you're skipper, you think, okay, I have to be the one to guide this run chase. So you want to stay there, but equally, if you get into this mindset of just, I can't get out, then suddenly you find yourself going at a strike rate of 50-ish, which with the equation as it is won't be enough. So you still have to try and be positive as much as possible, play those scoring shots, which we know Katie George can do because she used to be more of a kind of bowling all-rounder and pinch hitter.
As she finds the gap, just as Tina ordered, as it runs away for 4, taking Warwickshire to 14-1.
And that's exactly what she has to do. Thank you for listening, Katie. Just that vacant region through the covers, just leans on it, especially in the power play with only the 2 fielders allowed outside of the circle for the first 10. You have to make the most of that. And there's no one out on the offside. The 2 fielders out are at third and at deep square leg.
As it's caught the edge of Katie George's bat, and there's a diving effort in the slips, I believe, from Tammy Beaumont. She can't get a hold of it, and they scamper through for a single. That's a chance. A tough one, but it's a chance.
She went full horizontal Superman in her effort there, Tammy Bowman. I don't think she actually got fingers on it. It was quick as a flash past her despairing dive to her right side. Warwickshire won't mind. Runs are runs. It doesn't matter how they come.
Much more steady shot from Meg Austin as it's a dot ball to conclude the 4th over. 15-1 is the score.
It's interesting how Warwickshire approach this because you've got batters at the top of the order who are very naturally aggressive batters. Yes, Davina Perrin is already out. She managed just 2 from her 2 deliveries, but Meg Austin, we know how explosive she can be. Katie George as well. So you want them to play their natural game, but you also need them to dig in. And it's a delicate balance between those two. Meg Austin loves playing the shorter format, loves smashing boundaries. But so far, just 5 off 14, very watchful and maybe recognising the game state, especially with Perrin already back in the shed, knowing that there's a lot of responsibility on her shoulders now as the opener to try and guide this run chase. And Katie George, the skipper, wants to take on that responsibility as well, see if they can just build a partnership and rebuild in the same way that the Blaze did when they lost an early wicket.
As Charlie Phillips comes into Katie George. And it's gone down the leg side. Katie George manages to almost flick it away from herself as they come through for a single. I think Meg Austin is one who's really come into her own in this new Project Darwin County era. She was one who really struggled for opportunities back with the Central Sparks. She got the odd game, but wasn't consistently given the nod. Yet she's built this really strong partnership at the top of the order with Davina Perrin across formats. As Phillips comes into Austin. And it's no run.
She's quite a confidence player as well, isn't she? And I think she'll be thriving on the fact that Warwickshire have given her that nod of approval, given her the boost of confidence to be at the top of the order and say, this is your role, see what you can make of it. When they were at Central Sparks, I suppose she was still young then. She would have been 18, 19. Maybe they recognised her talent and thought just a few years off being that mature opener that she's turning into now.
Phillips into Austin once more. And it's worked straight to Georgia Alwis, who throws a wayward one at the stumps. Katie George was back in her ground. Meg has recently graduated as well from Uni of Birmingham, who have a partnership with Warwickshire to help develop the next generation of cricketers. So I'm sure that she's benefited from that, both through obviously her professional contract and also playing cricket with the uni team there.
Yeah, and it's great to see those kind of partnerships blossoming as well, because uni cricket has almost been neglected in the last couple of years, and there's so much talent there, and you do need to build those pathways beyond the county system.
It's gone upwards, that one, in Meg Austin. She's managed to get a bat on it, keep it away. There's movement in this pitch.
I'd say more movement found by the Blaze bowlers early on than the Warwickshire bowlers. Izzy Wong was getting it to move a bit, but actually the way she picked up her wickets was later on in the innings, kind of targeting those stumps. Arlett, she was first change, didn't really get the ball to move too much. But the Blaze are getting the ball to talk here, and maybe just the pitch doing a bit now as well.
As Austin works the ball to Georgia Alwis, dot ball, 16 for 1 is the score.
You can see that required rate is certainly not rocketing, but it's creeping towards that 6 and over. And Austin, it's just a patience game here now, isn't it? She's 5 off 18, but she knows that she may also hold the key to this run chase. So one rash shot and could be lights out. She just needs to keep positive, keep scoring those shots when she can.
As she works it once again to Emma Jones, this time for no run, bringing about the end of the 5th over. 16 for 1 is the score, as Tina Goff steps away briefly and Mike Perkins will be joining me. If you're just joining us, you're welcome to the Match Centre, edgbaston.com, or Warwickshire YouTube's stream. I'm Rosa Simpkin. The score is 16 for 1 here. The early wicket of Davina Perrin for 2, causing slight jeopardy for Warwickshire. Welcome back in, Mike.
Hello, sorry for the clatter there. I clattered back in, my apologies. Yeah, I mean, I was looking back at the game here last week where Warwickshire managed to get to 269 in the end, having been 34 for 1 at the 10 over mark.
As it goes down the leg side for a wide, Grace Ballinger is continuing from the Birmingham end.
So that ended up being a target of 260 after DLS got involved, but would have been a target of 270. The Blaze today after 10 overs were 49 for 1, so I think they need to be somewhere around 45 to be in with a decent chance here. So they don't have to go and whack it, although it'd be nice if they do.
As Ballinger comes into George, and it's just worked into the inner ring for no run.
But they can afford to be, say, 15 behind that one ball mark, somewhere around there.
It was
and they'll be in the hit.
Yeah, it was a front foot no ball from Grace Ballinger, with the free hit coming for Katie George, who'll be hoping to capitalise on that opportunity. It's unusual for Grace Ballinger to overstep.
Yes, it is. It is. She's obviously a bowler who's been performing well at this standard for a number of years now, albeit under different guises, although the Blaze are the team, I suppose, in some ways who've kept the same name in this county era.
As Katie George advances down the track with this free hit, it's hit the top of her bat. It will be caught by Tammy Beaumont, of course, a free hit, so no wicket. They did get the 1 run.
Yeah, she would have added that to her tally there. Already added 1, though, in the form of Davina Perrin, LBW. I have to say, unless height was saving Perrin, it was quite adjacent. The fact she ended up with a left leg outside leg stump and a right leg outside off stump rather gave the game away.
As Meg Austin almost guides it through to Sarah Bryce. It's a good job she didn't get a bat on that one. Ballinger really finding some movement early on here. Warwickshire batters are struggling to time it. Meg is 5 from 20, Katie George 7 from 11, going along at a quicker rate than her batting partner.
Because the reason I say that is the reason she ended up stood with a foot outside each stump was because they were both bang in front of the stumps at the point the ball hit her.
As it glances the face of Meg Austin's bat and they come through for a single. It's almost like when you catch a cat doing something they're not meant to do and they suddenly like they like jump.
The ball definitely hit Perrin. She thought, oh dear, I've got to move my leg outside the line of the stumps, and then realised both ways were the same distance away, which sort of means you're smack in front of middle, really, doesn't it? Yeah, she sort of put her left leg out and then her right leg out and was, so she did get out the way eventually.
As Ballinger comes into George, swept away for a single. They'll think about the second. They won't take on the arm of Emma Jones. Right leg out, left leg out, do the hokey pokey, is that a thing?
Something like that.
Something like that.
But yeah, she, at the point the ball hit her, she was rather more adjacent to the stumps, unfortunately. But that can happen. It's opening the batting, isn't it? And there is sometimes a ball with your name on it.
Indeed, as the left-handed Ballinger comes into the right-handed Meg Austin. And it's gone straight through to Bryce.
I don't think she's quite gone to the lengths of the Baldrick lengths of writing her name on a ball so that she's got the ball with her name on it.
It's almost a next level superstition, isn't it?
That would be a bit far, wouldn't it?
I can guarantee it's probably been done as Ballinger comes into Meg Austin. And it's gone straight through to Sarah Bryce once more. Austin really struggling to get back behind the ball here, taking the score to 21 for 1 at the conclusion of the 6th.
If it hasn't, I might do it on Saturday. Somebody I know always says, but there's always a ball with your name on it. I might give them a ball with their name on it on Saturday.
You're scheming.
Depends. There's a lot of time between now and then. Even Stevens start though, this one, I think.
And it was rather close when these two sides last played each other in this competition in April. Warwickshire putting on 302 for 5 from their 50 overs at Trent Bridge. The Blaze chasing it down with 4 balls remaining. Karis Pavley was the star that day with 128 not out for Warwickshire. They'll be hoping she can get them some runs today as Charlie Phillips comes in to Katie George. Phillips, of course, continuing at the pavilion end.
Decent start that, wasn't it? Good length, brought the forward defence. So yeah, 6 runs in it at the 5 over mark, 16 for 1 played, 22 for 1.
The Blades really started operating in those middle overs of their innings, didn't they? So it'll be interesting to see whether Warwickshire can even get ahead of where they were as Phillips comes in to Katie George. And it's worked straight to Marie Kelly within the ring. No run.
I think they'd like to be. It was only really the last 10 overs where, in fact, last 15 overs where you saw the Blaze getting above 1 a ball. So they got 40, 45 and 40 off their last 3 sets of 5.
As George almost advancing down the tracks, absolutely hammers it, but straight into the hands of Charlie Phillips. As our umpire has a little bit of a stretch, do you think she's fancying a little bowl?
Possibly. I think they just tell the umpires to have a little stretch every now and again now. I think it's part of the concentration tactics, not to get too still.
I'm still fixated on the fact they're no longer called square leg umpires, as Charlie Phillips comes in to Katie George. And it's worked straight to Kirsty Gordon at mid-on.
Well, I did get a very annoyed message during the 100 saying, why are they not in line? And of course, it's so they don't block the TV cameras now. But what are they now called?
according to Tina, they're now
On-field
called,
assistant
they're called
umpires?
strikers end umpires as
Ah.
opposed to square leg umpires.
There you go.
And I did say to Tina that I did do commentary on a Tier 2 game earlier on in the season when the umpire stood at point the whole time, as Charlie Phillips comes in to Katie George. And it's worked past the diving Georgia Owis, but they'll just get the single.
I suppose it's still accurate, isn't it? They are at the striker's end.
I guess it's one thing changing something and another thing getting everyone to change what they call it. It might be
Well, yes.
a bit of an uphill battle, but I'll
think
start
many-
calling them the strikers end umpire.
Many a marketer has come across that problem over the years, I think, where, you know, we're no longer going to call it the whatever product you want to go, and everyone just keeps calling it that.
As Austin finding a slight gap coming through for the single. Warwickshire are 23 for 1 from 4 overs. No, they're not, from 7 overs. I've just gone back in time, Mike.
23 for 1 after 7. That's fine, isn't it? That's fine. They're there or thereabouts, but if they're going to get that 45-ish mark we were looking at, they're going to need 20 off 3, which is more than 1 a ball. So it's looking like they're going to be behind that first little marker we set out.
And you'd expect that Ballinger and Phillips will stay on within this 10.
The important thing really is that if these two do take a bit of time to get in the same way that Beaumont and Bryce did.
As Ballinger comes into Austin. Austin hitting it straight, but it will just be a dot ball.
That they continue on with their innings and they actually go past where Beaumont and Bryce did with their 13 scores of 30 and 40. They need to progress on beyond that if Warwickshire are going to take an advantage. I mean, Katie George, she's actually slipped a little below a strike rate of 100 after the previous game, but until the previous game she'd been at a strike rate throughout the competition above 100, so she'll be there or thereabouts.
As it goes straight through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps for no run once more. 23 for 1 is still the score.
And you look at Austin's innings from the other day as well. She got 94 and progressed through that innings pretty nicely. So these two they'll be there or thereabouts, but it's basically whether they can bat longer than the Blaze batters did at a decent enough strike rate.
Ballinger into Austin. And it's been caught by Tammy Beaumont. It's an outstanding diving effort to her right. We've seen Meg Austin almost just avoiding getting a feather of the edge on that ball a few times, and finally she does make contact, but not in the way she would have been hoping for. Warwickshire lose another early wicket, 23 for 2.
Good bit of bowling, but it won't be Meg Austin's day. She's out. Thick edge, healthy edge. Good catch in the end.
It was an outstanding catch from Tammy Beaumont. Wicketkeeper, Tammy Beaumont, she's good in those tight areas. We've seen a lot of Superman or Superwoman-esque catches from her this season.
Yeah, did very well. It went quick and she hung on to it. But the difference was those chances in the Warwickshire innings were just out of reach of the fielders, whereas that one was just within reach. And Beaumont did superbly to cling on. You know, you think of Catherine Bryce in her little innings in the first part of this game of 45. There was 2, one just away from the fingertip of Perrin, one that Wraith got a little bit of a glove on as it went past her for 4 through first slip, whereas that one has ended up within the grasp of Tammy Beaumont, who's standing pretty wide at slip. She's probably almost 2.5, I would say, and she caught that one very, very well indeed.
It brings the Kiwi overseas Brooke Halliday to the crease. She started proceedings with 37 off 49 against Yorkshire. She'll be hoping to build on that one with a bit more sleep than she got ahead of last game after a late night flight over from New Zealand.
As I say, we were speculating how much sleep she'd got the other day, and certainly what time she'd landed, and clearly it was even later than we'd we'd realised, because we weren't sure whether she'd been over for another competition and stayed on, but she's clearly arrived.
Gone straight through to Bryce behind the sticks to start things off. Umpire signalling a wide. Also bring about this left-hand, right-hand combination we talk so much about in batting partnerships.
Yeah, it's always useful, always useful. I suppose the other aspect of this first 10 overs is there was 10 extras, wasn't there? There was the 5 wides and then the 2 other regular wides to take that count up to 7.
As it's worked away by Brooke Halliday, and she will get off the mark with a single. They think about the second. They decide not to take on the arm.
So only 3 offences in that respect, but one of them went for 4 as well. And then there was, of course, the 3 leg byes that were accumulated by the blade, and that just sort of gave their batters a bit of time to get in that perhaps the Warwickshire batters are not having here. Another wicket before the 10 over mark, and you feel the Blaze are bang on top.
As Ballinger comes in to Katie George, and she's worked it away. Katie George is a fielder out there, but it will drop short to Emma Jones as they come through for a single, 26 for 2.
Just leaning back on that, George. I think she quite liked to have cleared the rope, but just didn't make a clean enough contact.
Starting to time the ball better though, Katie George. Meg Austin was really struggling out there, almost deja vu from Catherine Bryce in the first innings, who, despite not being able to time it, still got a quite healthy total. As there are some field adjustments. One of the pains of having a left-hand, right-hand combination as a fielder is the amount of running about you have to do. As Grace Ballinger comes in for the last of her 4th. And Brooke Halliday works it straight back to her for no run. Warwickshire 26 for 2 at the conclusion of the 8th.
You can see why these two have been such a handful all season. Phillips and Ballinger, just right at the stumps the whole time, just not letting the batter have a single moment. 26 for 2 here then is the Warwickshire score in pursuit of 283 to win. Yorkshire set a target of 172 for Surrey, 27 overs into their chase. They're 106 for 3. So going along fairly nicely there. Somerset, they're 42 for 2 in pursuit of 249 to beat Durham. And Lancashire 33 without loss in the 10th over, chasing 224 to beat Hampshire.
As Charlie Phillips continues from the pavilion end, and it's flicked away by Katie George. It will be cut off before crossing the boundary. They think about the second, they're not going to go for it, just the single, 27 for 2.
Durham and Somerset, the two sides behind Warwickshire in the table. Lancashire a little further back than that. And then, of course, you've got from the other game, Surrey other side that are chasing Warwickshire. I think Yorkshire's hopes were dented somewhat by losing here last week against Warwickshire. That sort of extended the gap probably beyond them now, you would have thought. Even though it's been close all season, it's only really been Essex who've fallen out of contention.
Phillips coming into the left-handed Brooke Halliday. And it's worked straight to Emma Jones for no run. Almost the ideal situation from a Warwickshire perspective would be a tie between Durham and Somerset.
It would be.
It's unlikely.
Yeah, it's fairly wishful
I
thinking.
think what you can get that's close to that is if it takes a while to chase down the total, so you're not having net
Or a
run rate
thunderstorm.
affected too, or it gets rained off. Very true. So it's not, net run rate isn't being affected too heavily as Phillips comes into Halliday once more. And it's worked this time into the leg side to Georgia Elwis, who collects and throws back to Sarah Bryce.
From memory, the big yellow thunderstorm warm, and I saw it sort of from round about London to just above where we are today, and then it moves a little further north tomorrow.
We only need 10 overs for a result in the Metrobank One Day Cup group stages. It goes up to 20 in knockout games, the eliminator and final, but 10 for a result today as Phillips comes into Halliday. And it's worked to Elwes once more, but this time it's a almost drop and run as they come through for a single. The throw from Elwes does shatter the stumps, but she was safely made her ground.
Do you want the bonus point score?
I would love the bonus point score, Mike Perkins.
227 would be what Warwickshire have to score to deny the Blaze
227
bonus points. So if they get 226 or less, that would be that would give the Blaze a bonus point.
As Phillips comes in to Katie George, and it's worked straight to George Rowett, who's keeping herself very busy in the inner ring. No run, 28 for 2 is the score.
And as always, I'll double check it, but it'll be the 40 over mark. If Warwickshire chase inside that, which seems a big ask, but stranger things have happened. So they'd have to go at a run rate of 7.075
Work to do.
to get the bonus point.
Thank the cricket gods for Mike Perkins, as I would certainly have not
wouldn't go
worked
that
that
far.
out. As I certainly would, as Phillips comes in to Katie George. And George Rowett once again in the action. No run, taking Warwickshire to 28 for 2 at the conclusion of the 9th.
Some would say me and the cricket gods have not necessarily got on over the years, but there we go. They've not necessarily smiled on me.
From a playing point of view,
Just from
just in general, fair enough.
a cricket point of view, you know. They're harsh judges, the cricket gods.
Yes, I would agree with
And
that one.
quite unpredictable at times.
They really are.
I
They
think it's fair
really
to
are.
say.
Grace Ballinger will bowl her 5th of the game from the Birmingham end. 2 for 17 for her so far. She's been pretty brutal from a Warwickshire point of view. The left-handed Halliday taking strike. Left-hander versus left-hander. What a treat. Unusual in the women's game. And it's a Yorker length delivery. It will be collected by Tammy Beaumont for no run.
Beaumont in a gully now, having taken that excellent catch at a quite wide slip position earlier, but she's a genuine gully now.
She likes to be well involved in the action, Tammy Beaumont in the field, as Ballinger comes in to Halliday once more. Working it to Lucy Hyam for no run, 28 for 2.
I remember interviewing Tammy once after an England game, and there was one of either the coaching staffs or perhaps a player's sort of younger relatives, shall we say, having a little game of quick cricket, and one of them whacked the ball away into the leg side, and Tammy, who just finished her interview, turned round, picked it up one-handed and threw down the stumps at the non-striker's end.
As Brooke Halliday works it into the leg side for no run.
And the child, who could be no more than 10, was run out by a distance, I think it's fair to say.
Oh, Tammy Beaumont, never change.
She's an enthusiastic fielder, to say the least.
Ballinger at the top of her mark. Halliday currently 2 from 8. Will be hoping to up her rate here in this chase as Ballinger comes charging in. And it's worked straight to Lucy Hyam. No run. 4th dot ball of the over.
She knew them, fortunately, so there were no tears. And I got the impression it might not have been the first time she'd done it either. But yeah, I definitely remember she picked up one-handed and whipped the ball into the stumps of this game of cricket that was being played over probably no more than about 12 yards, I would have thought.
Great accuracy.
It's
Does
very
not
amusing.
surprise me though. She has a bullet arm, Tammy Beaumont. As Halliday works it past a diving Lucy Hyam, and it's running away to the boundary. Charlie Phillips chasing after it. It will be cut off. They come through for a second and a third. Quick running between the sticks. 31 for 2 is the score.
Again, these two looking to get going here, aren't they? They're sort of moving the board all of a sudden, but it's whether that 2 wickets lost opposed to the Blazers 1 is going to count against them. It's always nice knowing what you're chasing, though, I suppose.
As George takes strike, Ballinger charging in. Worked into the inner ring, no run. Warwickshire a 31 for 2 after 10.
There's been a lot of that, though, hasn't there, off both front and back foot. We've seen George, that pull stroke she's played earlier, a bit like a lot of the pull strokes in the Blazing, it was almost lifted rather than sort of hit, and same there, just on the front foot, was just sort of lifting that ball into the leg side. I think that's an indication of the pitch and just the dryness of the summer we've had, really. I was mentioning in the first innings, though, how the grass still an immaculate green. Don't get me wrong, there's still, you can see sort of where the drainage is, you can see the warm marks where bowlers have been running in and all that kind of thing, but they've done incredibly well here, and I think they've produced a pretty decent cricket pitch given the circumstances that they have had from the weather here at Edgbaston today. And it was a good contest between Yorkshire and Warwickshire last week, and it's looking like it's going to be a good contest for the Blaze here. Thank you for joining us for it. As we say, do hit that thumbs up button if you're watching the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page. It helps other people find the stream and helped us last week get up to 99,000 views. So, being cricketers, we'd like to go a little better than that this week and get the 3 figures, wouldn't we? Because no cricketer likes finishing on 99.
I mean,
but you'd take it at the start of the day, wouldn't you?
You would, you really
take it
would.
At the start of the day.
The greenness of the pitch is remarkable, as you say.
More importantly, here's Prendergast bowling, and she's been brought into the attack and square driven out to the eager Lucy Hyam. Was chatting away when she was out there for a brief little innings, brief little cameo at the end of the Blaze innings there. Picks up well there, returns for the cost of 1 run, 32 for 2. It's a full-length delivery to start with from Prendergast, and it was well driven into the offside, and with no shortage of power, but it didn't find the boundary.
I was at Northants on Sunday, and it's like a sauna, and that's the case for so many teams.
Prendergast bowls, clipped leg side. This is a good shot, and it's going to roll away towards the Hollies for 4 runs. Bounces up over the rope. Barely even makes contact with the rope on its way, and it was neatly clipped by the compact Katie George. Right-handed batter just allowed the ball to drift into her pants and flicked it away into a gap. It bounces over the rope. Here's Prendergast. Elbows jut out as she runs in. Delivers with fairly solid delivery arm. Sort of doesn't flex much, it just sort of catapults over. And that one was chopped away into the offside. No run there for George. He's on to 15 now from 24. She'll want to go big again today, you would have thought. Got 127 against Lancashire earlier in the season, 98 against the Blaze as well. I think she'd take that at this stage. That'd get her team well on the way as she comes forward and defends this one into the offside. Picked up by Kirsty Gordon, the captain, who's at short extra cover at the moment, watching things. A lot of captains in recent years have gone short extra cover. It always used to be mid-off or mid-on, didn't it? Occasionally slip if they were good in that position. In fact, it's George Rowis there. Forget I'm here. She is at mid-on, Kirsty Gordon, hands on hips. Here comes Prendergast and bowls, and that one's driven back to a no run on offer. Picked up by the orange-shirted Prendergast in a follow through. She sends the ball round to have a bit of work done on it. Of course, some people tell you these white balls haven't slung since about 2003, but from the reports we were getting from people downstairs during the interval, then it certainly seemed to be moving for Warwickshire early on. George waits, bat raised, comfortable position. Just helps this one around the corner. Gets enough bat involved for me, I would have thought, for a 1. No, it goes down as a leg bye. So clearly no bat involved. 37 for 2 is the score. We've had 11 overs of the Warwickshire chase. Reminder, their target is 283 for victory here at Edgbaston today. And the sunshine is now bathing this historic old ground. That gold weather vane on top of the score box that often catches the eye is almost glinting in the sunshine at the moment. But the worry would be it's that sort of heat that can build up a thunderstorm, which is what we've got our eyes out for today.
I can feel grey. So there are some dark clouds about. It was a reasonable first over from Orla Prendergast, just the sixth from her. She struggled last time out against Durham. 0 for 31 from 4 overs for her. Struggling economically and couldn't get a wicket. So a much better start for the Island International.
Yeah, as we've said, we're about 24 Celsius here, but it feels like it could bubble up into something nasty at any moment, is the worry. 62% chance of rain between 4 and 5 and a 71% between 5 and 6. So will that impact the Warwickshire chase? We will see. We'll keep an eye on Duckworth Lewis Stern whenever we see it, as well as in comes Catherine Bryce to begin her work for the day. Medium pacer from the Birmingham man. This could be close. It was gathered well by Sarah Bryce, the wicket-keeper for the Blaze, but I think the throw is just far enough away from the stumps to allow Katie George to get her bat down. She's an eager runner between the wickets and sometimes a precarious one, but she got back well for the 2 there.
It was mere millimetres from her making up her ground. She was very keen to get the 2. She was the one who called Brooke Halliday free.
Bryce bowls again outside the off stump, and her second ball is a dot. George was cutting there and a little frustrated she didn't pick the gap between backward point and short third. They are genuinely backward point and short third now, rather than in the Warwickshire innings in the field where they had them very close together as 2 backward points. This one is hit in front of square on the offside, but straight at the cover sweep behind him for a single. 40 for 2 the score moves on to, but whether as the ball gets older and softer and the bowling changes speed they'll narrow, we'll keep an eye on. The sister Sarah waiting behind the stumps, but it's driven up to mid-off for no run.
Is there a more powerful sister double act in women's sport in the UK? That's the question there. Quite the force to be reckoned with, Catherine and Sarah Bryce.
Difficult to think of one, isn't it? Here comes Catherine Bryce, bowls a ball into the pitch that's just tapped into the leg side really by Halliday, who's feeling her way into this innings. She's 6 off 14, it's 40 for 2. George at the other end has 18 off 30. The football example that's recently coming up would be the Chowinga sisters of Malawi, who got to the WAFCON final. They're a decent double act by the sound of things.
Yes, they got to the AFCON final as the lowest ranked team in the tournament in their first WAFCON, didn't they? It was a remarkable run for them.
Yep, qualifiers, and they did well, but pipped by Cameroon in the final as Prendergast comes in. Right arm over the wicket, appeals for LBW. That looked high to me, but we are a long way up, so judging bounce is never easy. And Katie George said to Tammy Beaumont, do you want me to pick that up for you? And she said, yes, please. So she did, which is quite nice.
The other one that comes to mind is gymnastics, the Gadarova twins.
Yes, yes.
But the Bryce sisters are definitely up there, if you ask me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Here comes Prendergast, running and bowling. Goes short of length and takes a little bit of a top edge over the keeper and goes for 4. Probably not what Katie George intended when she stepped back there, but she'll take it all the same. 4 more to the total, and those up in the shade in the holly stand will have enjoyed that, I think.
It's almost caught her off guard, I think, as to how much it's risen up at her. But they all count at the end of the day on the scorecard.
Shows Prendergast is one of those bowlers that would have been described in years gone by as slippery. She's sort of quicker than she looks and often skids it through, but if she goes short it
rises up as this one's worked into the leg side. Dot ball. Catherine Bryce there with the fielding. Just sort of difficult to judge, Prendergast. I thought your conversation about overseas players was quite interesting. I'd sort of almost like to see, because there are still different levels of resources in international women's cricket as Prendergast comes in and bowls, and this one is just tucked away into the leg side by George, who wasn't far back but was back enough to create the room to let her hands come through and get the single. 45 for 2. I'd almost like to see certainly India, Australia, England in the other team's competition, and you maybe would add in New Zealand and South Africa to that. You're allowed one from there, and then you're allowed one from the rest of the world as Prendergast bowls, and this one's played away into the offside and Beaumont picks up no run. So that would maybe bring in more players from Pakistan or Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, or from the associate teams as well, from the Dutch team or from the Irish team, who obviously, because they have test status, aren't considered an associate. I think there's you could do that. I think that might be quite an interesting way of doing it, because that one's thrown back from backward point, having been carved out there off the front foot. It was a full length ball by Prendergast, and it brings to the end her second over. 45 for 2 is the score. We said they needed to be there by the 10 over mark. It's taken them till the end of the 13th, Rosa Simpkin. So it's sort of, it's not getting away from Warwickshire, and they know what their target is, which is helpful, but they're going to have to get this innings moving at some point, and they've also got to keep an eye on that wickets column.
They do indeed. On the note of overseas players, I think the Ireland thing is really interesting, because there are Northern Irish players who are playing for Ireland, but because they're playing for a full status nation, they can't then play.
As Catherine Bryce bowls down the track, comes Katie George. She is getting on with it, and that's gone all the way. That's actually hit the advertising hoarding in front of the little stand there by the scoreboard, and that was a mighty, mighty blow from Katie George, and it didn't even look like it was a particularly mighty one. She just timed it over mid-off, and mid-off's up. She knows that's all, the only fielder she had to clear, and she cleared her well. And can she back it up with a single? No, just pokes it down to mid-on for a dot ball instead. So 45 for 2. It wasn't quite the slap and tickle that Davina Perrin was talking about during the 100 final when she was on commentary, where you hit the 6 and then get the 1. But I suppose hitting the slap is the main thing, and he's going to go through the leg side this time. Is Katie George bounces away on this occasion. That's 10 from the first 3 balls of the over, and that's what Warwickshire are going to need at times during this innings, and Katie George is exactly the player to do that. She's up to 33 now off 37, so has closed that gap towards scoring at 1 a ball as well, as she has done for most of this tournament.
I almost think, talk about Scotland, Catherine Bryce bowling, they've almost leapfrogged Ireland in recent years.
Catherine Bryce bowls, and Katie George defends this one back down the track to Catherine Bryce, and that's because as associate players they are allowed to play in this competition and not count against the overseas quota. But I'd just like to see that expanded slightly to include some of the nations that are struggling at tournaments, as that one's driven back straight into the stumps. The most unfair thing in cricket, the perfect straight drive, but it brings you no run because you've hit the stumps at the non-striker's end. But yeah, it would just be nice to bring in a few more of those nations who need to develop, because the resources between India, England and Australia are very different to the rest, I think, as that one's leapt past the outside edge of Katie George, who wasn't in a great position to play it. 14 overs gone, 55 for 2. There was no run, even though Sarah Bryce couldn't gather it cleanly.
I also think as domestic teams, we probably could do better in incorporating players outside of Australia. I often think we're almost reaching for C-team or Australians, who, don't get me wrong, were phenomenal cricketers, but before we're reaching for A-team or South Africans and Kiwis who would probably make a real impact in our conditions. I'd love to see someone like Nonkaleku Malaba from South Africa given an opportunity to play here domestically and even in the hundreds.
Here comes Prendergast again. Pavilion end, bowls. Shorter length. Helped on its way with a pull stroke by Halliday. I think at first she thought she caught that rather better than she had. Picked out square leg in the end for 1. 56 for 2. But I just think that having the same policy they currently have for the associates for a few more nations, that would encourage you to go and maybe pick up a player from a different part of the world. You know, maybe a Diana Baig or someone like that from Pakistan. You could make a real case for then. Whereas I think at the moment, if you were bringing her in as your only overseas, it's a lot more difficult to do. Here's Prendergast coming in. Bowls, and this one's in the air, but past Catherine Bryce. They're going to look for 2. Halliday will get there comfortably in the end, 58 for 2. And the great advantage to, say, having a Katie Mack or a Amanda Jade Wellington at the moment is because they're not involved in the Australian team. If you want them for the whole summer, you can have them for the whole summer. Whereas that's harder to do with, say, an Elise Perry who was here playing at Edgbaston during the 100. Or a Meg Lanning who was up the road playing for Manchester, as this one is hit away for a single. 59 for 2 the total moves on to.
I'm almost hoping that seeing so many players thriving in English conditions during the World Cup, when teams are considering their overseas picks for next season, that might be taken into account. We saw teams like Bangladesh and Pakistan, their bowlers really utilising the pitches here. Could we see some of them pick up contracts next year? That's the question that we'll have to wait to answer.
Halliday on strike, the left-handed New Zealander, chops the ball down into the ground. It runs away to third and in from the boundary comes Phillips to pick up.
Halliday almost proof of that. She played for the White Ferns here ahead of the World Cup in a ODI and T20 series, then played throughout the World Cup here, and here she is back with Warwickshire, having picked up a brief overseas gig as an injury replacement.
60 for 2 in the 15th. The target is 283, and there's another one of those here as this one is dabbed down into the offside by Katie George. Almost seemed to just stop the ball there. Rolled away just behind square on the offside. Beaumont couldn't prevent the single. 61 for 2.
I should say not as an injury replacement. She came in for Pratica Rawal, didn't she, who got the call up to the Asia Cup as an injury replacement for Jemima Rodrigues.
Here comes Prendergast. It's a bowl to the left-handed Halliday. Stabs it out into the offside this time. Goes in front of square. Single taken. The throw hits Halliday as she passes the crease. Or passes the stumps, really. 62 for 2. The score moves on to Warwickshire's position then, in terms of the comparison of where their opponents were. Their opponents at this 15 over stage were 72 for 1, so 10 runs and a wicket ahead the Blaze at the moment, but by no means unmanageable. Tina Goff, who's returned alongside myself, Mike Perkins.
Not unmanageable, but difficult, you'd say. They've got to keep themselves in it. That's what Rosa and I were saying at the top of the chase. But that run rate is just slowly creeping. It started at about 5.7. It's now up to 6.3.
Halliday faces up to Catherine Bryce. Pushed into the offside. No run on offer there. Haven't actually seen the Duckworth Lewis Stern score pop up just yet, but be interesting for a comparison to see where Warwickshire are in relation to it.
Well, the sun is creeping out here on the middle.
Catherine Bryce bowls slightly short, but she's got 2 back on the leg side, and it finds Prendergast at backward square leg. Fiercely struck by Halliday, but she only gets a single for it.
And actually, as I was just sitting on my break, every time that crane moves, I was getting blinded by the sun as it flashed across on the reflection. So I suppose that's good news, that we're getting blinded rather than rained upon.
It does feel any moment, though, that it could bubble up into a thunderstorm as that one is played away into the leg side by Katie George. That's sort of the wild card in the pack of this game, to use that analogy. 64 for 2.
It feels like Warwickshire are just trying to keep themselves in the game as long as possible, take it deep and see what happens.
Touched away by Halliday behind square on the offside. Ballinger there with the fielding this time. 65 for 2.
And I suppose when you've got the likes of Emala and Karis Pavley who can score and score quickly, then that's a fair enough tactic. You just got to put them in a position where they can still win the game and it not be too late.
George again back in a crease and pushes the ball away to Hyam at deep cover for 1. A very straight bat.
Because you can't always bet on Emala coming out and scoring 44 off 19 like she did against Yorkshire. And that's a position she doesn't want to be in again, chasing the game. She wants to be able to build her innings and, if needed, get her side over the line. But of course, that seems like a long way away, with still 217 runs required.
Remains 66 for 2 as Halliday finishes the over by pushing into the leg side, but only finds mid-wicket. So Warwickshire's innings certainly going in the right direction. Scored 16 off the first 5 overs, then it was 15 off the 5 to 10 part of the game, so still going fairly steadily at that stage. But they did manage to score 31 between overs 10 and 15, so going at more than 1 a ball for that little stage, and that was not something that was managed in the Blaze innings until the very back end. In fact, until the last 10 overs it took them to go at more than 1 a ball, so that's a slightly encouraging sign for Warwickshire, but there's a lot of batting to be done here by Halliday and George. And it's Kirsty Gordon, the captain of the Blaze, to come on. There's 14 wickets this season, which is very useful indeed when your opening bowlers are bowling as well as they have. That one, first one, cut away into the offside for 1. Brings Halliday back onto strike. George goes on to 40, 67 for 2. Good length ball to start with from Kirsty Gordon. But yeah, when you've got, what, 32 wickets, 42 wickets in fact, between your opening pair coming into this round of fixtures, another 14 from your captain bowling slow left arm is very handy indeed. 17th over, the chase 283. That one swept away, tumbling stop by Ballinger, one of those opening bowlers who has 18 wickets to her name, 67 for 2. Score moves on to neat little sweep shot, that one.
Halliday's not the first batter here who started slowly. She's 12 off 24, but a lot of Blaze batters started the same and accelerated.
That's going to be the key, isn't it? When people can accelerate. George has already begun to do so. 41 of 47, 69 for 2. With that little pushed back foot drive into the offside out towards the cover boundary. Singles off all 3 of Gordon's first 3 balls of this game. She heads in now, shortest approach. Left arm orthodox delivery. Just worked round the corner by the left-handed Halliday, 70 for 2. Halliday on to 13.
Yeah, Orla Prendergast kind of set the blueprint in that first inning. She started off quite slowly, ended up with a flurry of boundaries at the end on 69 off 73.
Bowled again by Gordon, bounces up to around stump height that time, and that just forced George to lose direction in a forcing shot, and it rolled away to Marie Kelly at backward point. Down the track this time comes George, gets caught up in her pants a little bit, having pushed the bat at it. The timing was just off there. 70 for 2 then after 17. That's another 213 runs required by Warwickshire for victory in this game.
Yeah, I suppose there's quite a bit of pressure on these two batters for different reasons. Katie George, of course, stepping into the skipper role and knowing that her position in the team is very much as a batter, unlike maybe a couple of seasons ago, and she's going along nicely, 41 off 49, and of course Brooke Halliday only brought in about a week ago. Already spoken about her jet-lagged innings against Yorkshire, and she's come in, and I suppose there is pressure on her. She's an international. She's come in to score runs and score them quickly. She's just building her innings now. She is someone, of course, who can accelerate. She's got an international ODI 100 to her name this year, 157 not out against Zimbabwe back in March in those months leading up to the World Cup. So certainly has it in her locker. And Bears will be hoping today is the day.
Yeah, 37 off 49 with jet lag isn't too bad, but she'll be hoping for something a little more substantial today. She cuts that first delivery from Lucy Hyam from the Birmingham end away into the offside for one. Emma Jones there with the fielding as the sunshine breaks through the clouds again. Sweeps from east to west across the ground, right to left as we look towards the Birmingham end. Fairly still now. Day. That breeze that was assisting the swing earlier on seems to have gone as George tries something extravagant into the leg side, stepping across her stumps to flay it there, but didn't get hold of the ball, so only gets one.
It's been a mature innings from the skipper George so far. She knows that if her side are going to get over the line, she has a large part to play.
It's definitely one of those chases. The ball turns away from the attempted cut stroke from Halliday that she withdrew from in the nick of time. It's one of those chases that you've kind of got to be batting in the 45th over if you're going to get this. I don't think it's going to be chased inside the bonus point at 40 as more turn for Hyam, who's just giving it a little bit of air on those last two deliveries, and it brings her two dot balls but also two false shots from Halliday and Tammy Beaumont, who took a great catch earlier on. If you weren't with us, well worth looking that up on the highlights, the match centre at edgbaston.com. She's crept into slip again for the spin of Hyam. Flighted again, but this time it was a little bit leg side, and it's clipped behind square in that direction for a single. 73 for 2.
I suppose as much as Warwickshire would of course be eyeing up that bonus point, they first and foremost would love to get the win, especially with Durham breathing down their necks and also looking good in their game against Somerset. Maybe we can have a look at the scores at the end of the over.
Hyam bowls, and this one is pulled away again by George, this time with more power, but still doesn't bring her the boundary that I think she desires there. 74 for 2 is the score at the end of the 18th over. As we say, the wickets to fall so far are Perrin LBW to Ballinger for 2, and then the other opener, Austin, was out caught spectacularly by Tammy Beaumont in a fairly wide slip position again off the bowling of Ballinger, who bowled 5 overs 20 for 2 in her first spell.
Yeah, looking across the grounds then at Durham at Somerset, I should say, at the county ground. Durham put 248 on the board and Somerset 103 for 4 in response. So looking a bit behind the rate there.
As this one is played away nice off the first ball, the Gordon over. I wouldn't say it was shorter length, but there was enough there for Gordon just to find the gap. 75 for 2.
Up in ample fourth in Yorkshire, 171 all out. Looks like a tricky pitch though, because Surrey in response looks like they're creeping over the line. They're 145 for 6, so 27 runs needed, but have lost a fair few wickets in that chase.
Here comes Gordon again. Bowls again a decent length, probably even slightly full of length there. Halliday was back but couldn't find a single.
And then down on the south coast at the Utilita Bowl, Lancashire 70 for 2, chasing 224 for victory against Hampshire. So all still to play for in the 4 games.
Gordon looking to add to her dots for the over, but can't do so there. Reverse sweep inventively by Halliday. Didn't get all of it though, it was sort of top edgy, and she was fortunate there weren't many fielders behind square on the offside, so it brings her to 77 for 2 the score.
Just a period where Warwickshire are consolidating with 2 batters at the crease. Just nudging away at that total. Still over 200 runs needed though.
Gordon bowls. This one is defended really into the leg side. There was a slight effort to turn the ball a bit squarer, but it finds the short straight mid-wicket in the end for form of Georgia Elwes. 77 for 2. It remains no run there. Here's Gordon. Another reverse sweep. This one's powerfully hit by Halliday. She's got all of that. 4 runs, and you can hear the applause from below us at the pavilion end. Often quite deceptive when you look out around Edgbaston, because a lot of the spectators are right below where we commentate from. But that was a beautiful stroke. 4 runs to the total, 81 for 2. And Halliday, that was a shot of international class, actually.
Absolutely, you can sense that she was just eyeing up that one release hit and manages to nail it on this occasion. Just maybe the impetus she needs in this batting innings. It's actually I think the first boundary she scored, having just plodded along until now, and I think the lost ball has allowed the batters to take on some liquid and maybe take on some messages as well of encouragement. 202 still needed for the Bears.
Yeah, just probably a little bit of a message from captain to coach, maybe, or vice versa, will have been exchanged during that quick drink. And important to get those on, actually, because there's an official drinks break at 25, but if at the little stoppages in the games like that and the wickets you can get some liquid on board, always useful. 1 ball to go in this over. It's going to be bowled by Kirsty Gordon. Pavilion end here at Edgbaston. Touched into the leg side by Halliday, so backing up the boundary with a single. Good bit of cricket there. 82 for 2 is the score, and Halliday has 22 of them off 34. Katie George 44 off 52. They require another 201 to win this game, Warwickshire.
Just looking down the batting order, and there's lots of firepower in the Warwickshire ranks. I just question where the 200 runs are coming from. Maybe I'm being a little harsh. You've got Em Arlett, you've got Nat Wraith, Izzy Wong, Karis Pavley. But which one of those is going to step up and get the majority of these runs? Of course, Katie George is doing well, 44 off 52. But if you looked at the Blaze lineup, they were pretty much all rounders down to 9. I suppose there is a reason they're top of the table.
Hyam throws it up and pushed by Halliday back into the offside. No run taken. Gordon is now at short extra cover. Did the field in there? Yeah, I guess sort of Arlett has a century in her, but more likely to get 50. Same with Wong, same with Stonehouse, as this one is thrown in, but swept again. Another reverse sweep by Halliday, picking this up nicely and giving Hyam something to think about, because if she's going to float it up there, Halliday isn't going to allow her outside edge to be beaten as it was off front and back foot in the previous over. She's going to get down and sweep it away. Another 4 for Halliday, and that's proving a productive shot at the moment. It's something the Blaze will have to keep an eye on. They may well have to lose this slip fielder, Tammy Beaumont, fairly shortly. They're asking Ballinger at backward point in the ring to move to cover, and they're going to move the cover sweeper now behind square on the offside. That's Emma Jones. So can Halliday get in position for a cut stroke now, because that seems to be where her boundary option has moved, as she defends off the back foot while she contemplates that. In fact, she plays and misses off the back foot, as Hyam again proves there's turn out there for her. 86 for 2 it remains.
Good response there from Hyam, getting one to beat the outside edge.
Runs in again. Bowls a ball that's conventionally swept, but there's a fielder out for that as well. All the Prendergast behind square on the leg side, out on the boundary. Another one to the total, 87 for 2. It's been a productive over so far from Halliday, and for Warwickshire, who now need 196 for victory. Katie George waits with that bat raised. Not afraid to stick it through the ball either, as she just turns this one leg side, gets Southern on striker's end for 188 for
to the score. Good backing up from the non-striker there. As soon as it was turned around the corner, she was running through for the single almost before George had hit the ball.
Nice positive running, and it's important as well with the left-hand, right-hand combination to keep that strike rotating. It forces Hyam to jump from over the wicket to around the wicket, forces the fielders to move around as well.
As Hyam will just spin the ball a few times before approaching again. Some fairly robust drillings going on in the distance in the building site. Halliday will want to here, and she's going to get to. She's very quick between the wickets, and it was very well placed behind square on the leg side. So 20 over mark, 90 for 2 is the score. That compares to 101 for 2 in the Blaze innings. So the gap has increased by 1 run. In terms of wickets, it's remained the same. I think Warwickshire will be fairly happy with that. George sort of, in that little 5-0 spell between 10 and 15, felt things out with a couple of boundaries, didn't she? Going down the ground for 6 and then playing down the ground but on the onside for 4. So almost as if to say to herself as much as anything that I can do that when I need to. And she's just been a bit more circumspect, but then Halliday's come into the game more with a couple of boundaries. Tina Goff to pick up ball by ball.
Gordon continuing into her 3rd over then. Yeah, it's been a nice rebuild from these two as George knocks that one to deep square leg for a single. Let's not forget 2 wickets fell within 8 overs, still in the power play, as Meg Austin departed with the score on 23. So the partnership between these two moving on to 68 and looking comfortable now. This a similar period to what we saw in that first innings where Catherine Bryce and Tammy Beaumont, then Georgia Elwys, just looked like they were comfortable in the middle. They weren't giving too many opportunities. Yes, Bryce had a couple flash off the edge of her bat as Gordon comes in once more over the wicket, left-hander to left-hander for no run. So although early doors there seems to be a bit of movement in the pitch, and with the white ball things seem to settle down quite quickly, and the batters look like they're enjoying themselves now. Brooke Halliday getting into her work. Gordon keeping things tight here. It's given away 12 runs, 13 runs now so far in her opening 2.5 overs. She comes in once more to the left-handed Kiwi, who pulls that one away into the deep, and Tammy Beaumont, who has been lurking around at slip here in front of us in the pavilion, does the fielding as they move to 92 for 2. The Blaze seem to be employing the tactic of changing the bowlers quite frequently. It's only into the 21st over, but we've already seen 6 different bowlers used by the guests. And that has kind of been a hallmark of their season, that they've had team performances both with bat and ball, with plenty of bowlers chipping in with wickets. Of course, Kirsty Gordon leading the charge with her spin. It's only actually Grace Ballinger who's got wickets in the wicket column so far. 2 wickets, dismissing the 2 Warwickshire openers, Austin and Perrin. Since then, a nice rebuild here between the Warwickshire skipper, Katie George, and the New Zealand import, Brooke Halliday, as we get to the end of the 21st. 93 for 2. So the target's still a long way off, 190 runs required for Warwickshire. They certainly are taking their time here, but it seems to be they're just employing the tactic of keeping themselves in the game as long as possible, take it deep, see what happens in those 5-10 last overs, and then maybe it's the time for the likes of Emily Arler or Izzy Wong to come in and try and win the game from that time.
Yeah, I suppose the other hope in that order that we were looking at earlier, you sort of think you're more likely to get a 50 from Arlett, Wraith, Wong and Stonehouse than 100, although Arlett definitely has a century in her.
Hyam back into the attack from the Birmingham end as that one's lifted over to deep point, and again positive running from the 2 out in the middle. Katie George, as soon as she struck that, had 2 in mind, gets back thanks to some quick running, and Brooke Halliday happy to play second fiddle there and gets back to the non-striker's end.
Arlott with 130 in last season's competition and also 90 against Surrey. But I suppose the play you would be looking at.
That one's knocked down too long on, and that will be Katie George's half century. The Bears skipper leading the charge here for Warwickshire. It comes off 57 deliveries. Hearty round of applause from the Edgbaston crowd, but she'll know that the job is nowhere near done. 96 on the board for Warwickshire, but that target of 283 still a long way off. It's a great start here from Katie George.
Well, she's already been past 50 and 100 in this competition this season, so she'll be looking to go bigger today.
Halliday goes on the reverse again. Big appeal. Umpire says no. They go through for at least one leg by and decide that's enough. One rare miss there from Halliday. Again going for that reverse, seeing the vacant region behind square. Only manages to get a bit of pad on it.
A century and 350s, I think it is, for Katie George coming into this game, so I think that's her fourth. We'll just double check that in a moment.
Given some flight outside off stump there from Hyam, too wide. Katie George says thank you very much. There's a hand thrown up in apology there from the bowler. A rare miscue out of her hand there. This is turning into a good over for the Bears. Katie George, the skipper, getting to her half-century milestone and then adding another 4 to the collection. Remember that required rate for the Bears, about 6.5. So certainly not panic stations for now, and it seems like they're just trying to chip away at the total. So that one is a miscue from George.
Yeah, 100 up there. The fourth ball of the 22nd over. By comparison,
end of the 22nd as George pats that one back to Hyam. 101 for 2.
in fact, you'll have to wait for that comparison because I don't have it written down.
Had me on tenterhooks there.
The Katie George 50 coming up in that over as well, and that was 57 balls in 76 minutes, 4 falls, and that's 6 down the ground off Catherine Bryce. So she'll be looking to double it today. And just going back to the point we're making in that over, probably the other player you're looking at is Karis Pavley, who has back-to-back centuries earlier in the season and at a good rate as well, so she can do it even if there aren't too many balls left in the game.
Gordon on for her fourth. That's a bit of a drag down and almost produces a wicket as it's flat batted down the ground by Halliday, and it just falls short of the sprawling figure of Catherine Bryce there, who was brave in her slide. Almost went forward, threw her hands out and hoped for the best. It was an ugly swipe after a bit of an ugly delivery there from Gordon. That's more like it, as it's just whipped away to mid-on with Marie Kelly there doing the fielding.
But you also feel if this chase did get shortened by the weather, there's a little bit bubbling up away to sort of as we look out to kind of the northeast here, but nothing too threatening yet. That would probably play into Warwickshire's hands in a lot of ways.
Gordon around the wicket to the right-handed George. Yeah, and that kind of plays into the theory that they're biding their time. They're making sure this game goes the distance, whatever happens. If rain were to come, they want to make sure they're not too far behind that rate. They also don't want to lose wickets on the way. Advances down the pitch on this occasion, George, but doesn't quite get a hold of it. Gordon trying to rattle through her overs quickly here to put the pressure back on the Warwickshire batters, make sure that run rate stays over 6. It's currently at 6.5. You can hear the applause there from the fielders. They know that any kind of sequence of dot balls just builds a touch of pressure, and that pressure can bring about a full shot from George. 54 off 63. 102 the score. That's an excellent over though from Kirsty Gordon. Doesn't allow the skipper of Warwickshire there any kind of width. And it's an over that comes and goes in the blink of an eye. 102 for 2 at the end of 23, Halliday 31, George 54. So nice partnership here.
You're never quite sure with Kirsty Gordon if she genuinely thought she was in off that last ball of the over, or if she's just doing the spinner thing of trying to create a little bit of mischief out there to almost enhance the turn she gets on the ball, or she's getting on the ball by some of her theatrics, if you like, out there. But she certainly acted as if she felt she was in off that last ball of the over. Didn't quite happen. But I wonder if that message that came out when Halliday reverse swept the first of those fours, it was off Gordon, wasn't it? Through backwards square leg, through that little cut through between the hollies and the stand next to it, down towards Cannon Hill Park.
Hyam into her fourth, and it's just dabbed away. But there's a fielder on the 45 who will cut it off before a run is scored.
But I just wonder, is that message just hold the run rate for now? Just hold the run rate as long as you can, and then as long as we've got wickets, we'll worry at the back end.
Oh, that's a genuine turn there from Hyam. I think it misses everything and everyone, including the gloves there of Sarah Bryce. Just waiting for a signal from the umpire, and it is indeed byes. And that's the kind of encouragement that the Blaze are holding on to as well, that every now and then there's just a ball that does something a little different, and that one just gripped and turned away from the bat of Halliday. Hyam changing to over the wicket to the right-handed George. It feels almost like a game of chess at the moment, Mike, where no one really wants to make a false move. Warwickshire keeping themselves in it. The Blaze almost trying to tempt the Bears into making a mistake. Worked off the hip. George using the depth of her crease, getting through for a single. The one thing I suppose Warwickshire just have to keep an eye on is that, yes, they want to almost play within themselves and just tick it over, but every over that goes for less than 6, that run rate is only going in one direction, and now it's creeping towards 6.75. You don't really want to see it much higher than 7. That will help though, as that's swept fine and the chase is on, but I think the ball will win despite all of Prendergast in hot pursuit there. That's frustrating for Lucy Hyam, who's bothered good over so far on the back of that tight over from Kirsty Gordon, but just strays down the leg side, and Halliday cashes in on that occasion, 108 for 2.
The quickest bit of the Blaze innings was the last 15 overs, where they scored 110, so that was at 7.3. So that Warwickshire on that sort of rate for the last 15 is well within reach.
Patted back to Hyam, who corrects her line well, having misfired on the previous one. Gets to the end of the over then, 108 for 2 after 24. Yeah, it's a bit of a number crunching game at the moment, isn't it? Looking at where the run rate is, where it might be, or where Warwickshire feel comfortable in keeping it for now, knowing that they can accelerate with the likes of Pavley, Arlott and Wong and Wraith still to come.
I think if you offered Arlott, Wraith, Wong, Stonehouse anything up to 8.3 off the last 15, so that'd be about 125 off the last 15, I think they with a batter in at the other end, I think they'd probably take that. But it's keeping it there for the next 11 overs. Can they keep that rate around something manageable?
Gordon on for her 5th. She's going at 4 so far. This one's dragged down though, and it's going to bounce just inside the rope. And an excellent start to the 25th over here from Katie George. Just misses her length there, does Gordon. And that's kind of what they've got to do here, Warwickshire, is take every over as a little mini game. Anytime they get it at about 6 is a tick in the box for them, and a 4 off the very first delivery will certainly help that cause.
I'm sure it's popping up between overs, sort of where it says Warwickshire acquire 171 currently.
Into the covers this time. The call is 2 immediately from Katie George. You can hear that up here. And in fact, in the end, it's a comfortable 2. Takes Warwickshire to 114. You can hear the spectators getting a bit more loud down in the pavilion. They can feel here that the chase might be on. This partnership is proving to be a pivotal one for the hosts, as the Blaze just searching for a wicket here, knowing that it could be the key partnership breaker. Again, every now and then just one of those magic balls pops up, and Kirsty Gordon, it might have been a bit of play acting in the previous over. That was genuine interest there from the left arm spinner. goes past the edge of Katie George.
If they can keep this wicket to the 30 over mark as well, I think that's...
There's 7 off the over already then, with the 4, the 2 and the 1. So they're on the rate. We're crunching the numbers up here. I'm sure they're very much doing that in the Warwickshire dugout, and Katie George as skipper, I'm sure her mind is whirring with all the permutations and how many runs needed. It's 168 for the record, 115 for 2 on the board.
Yeah, having been 23 for 2, I think they think if they can be 2 down at 30.
Knocked away into the leg side. No run scored.
That would, at that point, I think they'd almost become a wicket ahead at that 30 over mark if they're still 2 down.
Gordon, final ball of the 25th. Yes, no, maybe in the end it's a comfortable single, even before the misfield there of the fielder coming in, Tammy Beaumont lurking. But it's an over that goes the way of Warwickshire, 8 runs coming off it. 116 for 2 at the halfway mark as Mike Perkins steps out for a well-earned rest, and Rosa Simpkin will be joining me once more in the commentary box. Well-earned rest for Mike and well-earned drink for all the players out there in the middle. It is getting a little warm, 24 degrees, still, according to my phone, that yellow warning for a thunderstorm. You do see a few angry-looking clouds in the distance. Maybe that's in the minds of the Bears as well, as they look to measure and time this run chase. I suppose in the longer format, you do have to break this game down into chunks. And if you look at the 30 over mark, that leaves you with 20 overs left. It's not quite a 20 over game per se, but if you look at the batters still to come, with the likes of Arlott, Wraith and Wong, very much kind of explosive batters, then they might be licking their lips at the prospect of this run chase. Rosa, I suppose the game has moved on since you were last in the commentary box, and Warwickshire probably happier than they were. The Blaze, though, I don't think they'll be panicking quite yet.
It has. They're ticking along quite nicely now, Warwickshire. This partnership really building now, 93 from 105. It feels really in the balance. It feels as though Warwickshire are going along quite nicely, but do need to pick up their rates. The Blaze won't be too concerned just yet. They'll be happy with singles.
Yeah, I think so. Given that the Blaze are top of the table, they have this habit of winning. They've won 10 of their 12 games in the Metro Bank One Day Cup this season. So they're not a side that's going to panic anytime soon. As for Warwickshire, the good news for them is that they're looking calm. Halliday, 36 off 52. The skipper, Katie George, 62 off 70. So as you said, the partnership is growing nicely. They just need to keep themselves in the game for as long as possible. The required rate is 6.68. And if you look at those boundary options, and both of these batters more than capable of clearing the rope, then it's almost like, what ball can we hit for a boundary, and then we'll just milk the singles for the rest of the over, and then you're almost halfway there. But of course, if only cricket was that simple.
If only. I have been channeling my other career potential path. I don't know what the actual word is for a weather person. Ophthalmologist or something along those lines. Anyway, I've been looking at the rain radar, and I can confirm I think we've got incoming.
Okay.
And there's a blue blob heading our way, just as a technical term.
I was going to say,
for you.
if you've been swatting up on all the terminology.
What can I say? The conclusion is that the ground staff appear to be sitting on, it looks quite comfortable actually, sitting on the hover cover. And we've got grey clouds kind of coming at us.
Yeah, I mean, it's ominous, isn't it? Certainly not immediate cause for alarm, but if you've been doing your blue blob research, I think the Warwickshire dugout will have been doing the same and just thinking, okay, well, if the rain comes, I certainly don't think it's a case that there will be a complete washout, but if there is any kind of delay or reduction in the game, Warwickshire want to be in a position where they haven't lost any more wickets, because that, of course, plays a big role in DLS, and they want to be in a position where if they come back out to bat, then they have a rate that they feel comfortable-ish with. And I think at the moment, that's maybe playing in their minds, and they're also just thinking, okay, if this game does go the full 50, where can we find ourselves after 35, after 40 overs to give our pinch hitters in the back end of the innings enough rope to try and climb to victory?
100%. It's got that atmosphere where it's really humid and really warm, and you can tell it just wants to break through it. Just as we said earlier, has forgotten how terrain. I have requested that DLS be added to the scoreboard, so we will see if that magically appears and pops up for us.
I hope you have that kind of power, Rosa. You've asked the right people the right questions, just as the sun breaks through again, as if to dare us to talk about weather any longer.
Honestly, the weather does not know what it's doing at the moment, that is for sure. Lucy Hyam surprised me slightly. She's getting turn, but it almost feels like it's not quite working in her favour. She'll be hoping, I think, to perfect her line. I think she struggled slightly.
Well, that's I suppose for Warwickshire, the beauty of a left-hand, right-hand combination as well. That's why they should try and rotate that strike as much as they can, just to force the bowlers to continually reassess those lines. I am going round the wicket to the left-handed Halliday, looking for that breakthrough. Halliday continues to look composed at the crease, using all of that international experience. Just the small factor of almost 1,500 runs to her collection in ODIs, including that huge 157 not out against Zimbabwe earlier this year. So no stranger to the longer format. Even if she is maybe a bit of a stranger to Birmingham, hasn't had too much time to settle in. Although I'm sure she was here, there and everywhere during the World Cup. As Hyam goes around the wicket. George once again dabs it into point. Positive running. Halliday is really eager in her backing up at the non-striker's end, which means a cheeky single almost turns into a regulation single when she's halfway down the pitch by the time George has struck the ball. Just ticking over that run rate. Turning those dots into singles. More flight on that occasion by Hyam. Halliday just plays it with a straight bat to Marie Kelly at mid-off.
I don't think New Zealand played a game here during the World Cup, and I could be wrong, but
that's knocked off the hip for a single.
I was at, I think, all of the games here, and I don't remember seeing them.
I was wondering whether they might have been here for the opening game, because of course England played the opening game. I'm not sure if all the teams were in attendance. I suppose it might have depended on the schedule, but I'm sure she's enjoying the sights and sounds that Birmingham has to offer, most of which is construction noise at the moment at Edgbaston. But I very much see the vision for the hotel as Hyam gets a couple of dot balls to sneak through. I like the balcony doors. I feel like those will be the executive rooms where the players get to stay, maybe. This time they aren't able to sneak through a single, as George just has that one up in her hip. Get to the end of the 26th. A nice over there from the Blaze. 119 for 2.
I wonder if they will stay here during the 100, because I know a couple of the 100 teams do stay at their ground hotels. I'm pretty sure the Manchester Supergiants, I was about to say the Manchester Super Elephants, that's not their official name.
Not quite.
Do at Old Trafford, and Southern Brave do at the Utilita Bowl. But almost as a player, would you want to get away?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Do you want to sleep where you work? It's almost the equivalent of working in an office and sleeping underneath your desk. Which is no one wants unless you're hard up against some deadlines. Maybe in your future, Rosa, as a journalist, although I suppose you can do the work from home. As that one's knocked down the ground, Gordon back on for her 6th over, and this time Halliday decides enough is enough, gets on the front foot. It's an elegant stroke down the ground for 4 runs. First time we've really seen Halliday get forward and attack the bowling of the Blaze. That was a sweetly timed shot.
I've done my research into World Cup venues, and New Zealand did not play here. They played 3 games in Southampton. They played in Bristol. They played at the Oval. So
they barely breached the M25, or at least north of the M25, unfortunately for them.
That almost feels like a bit of an advantage. England obviously having to spend a lot of time travelling about because it was a home World Cup, so they played everywhere, but a lot of the other teams did stay in almost a designated hub. I know Pakistan played most of their games here at Edgbaston.
Yeah, the Netherlands, I think, were maybe a bit disappointed that they didn't play at Lord's, and I was telling them before the tournament, well, you'll just have to get through to the final, which they didn't quite manage, but I know a lot of the Netherlands girls absolutely loved every moment that they played at the World Cup. Gordon just making a few adjustments here to the field. Again, right hand, left hand batting combination can't be underestimated how important it is. Cut away, but the double point comes in useful there, no run.
She has played a couple of games in Loughborough, Brooke Halliday, but it's definitely not the same. Coming from a Brummie.
No, absolutely not. Cut off there at mid-wicket and just turning the screw a touch here, the Blaze. The run rate is still hovering around 6.7. Blaze just trying to hit that knockout blow, trying to break this partnership, which has now moved beyond 100, 101 between this pair. It was 23 for 2 halfway through the 8th when Meg Austin lost her wicket. So it's been a brilliant rebuild job between these two. Officially driven there from Katie George, and slight exasperation there from Georgia Elwes, who felt that she might have been in with a sniff there. But it's another over that ticks by. I don't want to call it an uneventful over, but it's almost, I called it a chess game earlier. Now it's like two boxers sizing each other up in the ring. No one really wants to expose their jaw, so no one's landing a punch as yet. But the game progresses. 158 now to win for Warwickshire. The score is 125 for 2 with 23 overs remaining, and Hyam will continue. So Hyam and Gordon bowling in tandem here, with all the seamers still with plenty of overs left should the Blaze turn back to a bit of pace. Katie George tries to go right back on her stumps and muscle that one away, doesn't get hold of it more than just a single. And again, it might be a case of the Blaze needing to just turn to someone new. Hyam, as you said, there's a couple of deliveries where it's almost spinning too much, but both her and Gordon have not been able to make the breakthrough. Maybe just turn back to a bit of seam, see if there's movement in the air with the overhead conditions as well. Just being a bit favourable, you'd say, to moving the ball. That's another single out into the deep. Just keeping an eye on that scoreboard to see if the DLS does rock up at any point. Maybe Mike can do the wizardry in the background, because we have zero math skills between us. I think we've established, Rosa. Misfield there in the deep by Tammy Beaumont, and well, had they been looking for that, I think Warwickshire could have run through for 2 there. Katie George, though, pulled up, looking like she's in a bit of pain here in her left leg. Been out there for a good while now, faced 79 deliveries. Looks like the Bears skipper is starting to feel it here. 128 for 2 halfway through the 28th.
She's not a player who will back down, though, Katie George. Even if she's hurting, I'm sure she'll stay out there and try and pull through for her side.
Yeah, she's an absolute warrior, isn't she? Someone who's suffered so many injury setbacks, doesn't come back without a huge amount of heart and spirit. Knocked away into the leg side, and it's a misfield there. Slides on her knees there. Is that Charlie Phillips, who almost knees it to the boundary, and they managed to run through for 2. So just slight bits of sloppiness creeping in here for the Blaze. That's something Warwickshire will really try to capitalise on. Any freebies that come their way, they have to take with glee. There's just been that one misfield that wasn't capitalised on from Beaumont that time. Warwickshire do get the extra run. That's a genuine edge, and Beaumont sprawling away at first slip. Was never really in the action, and again it's just a misfield from Georgia Elwes, who almost stopped playing there. She took a bit of a nasty tumble, and everyone almost for a moment stopped to see if she was okay. The only person who didn't stop was Brooke Halliday, who thought, well, let's go for another run. So again, 1 turns into 2. That's already 2 free runs really given to Warwickshire in this over. 132 for 2. Final ball of the 28th. Gets down on one knee. Halliday works it away to backward square. Orla Prendergast is there to cut it off. So another single. Decent over from Warwickshire. 28 overs gone. 133 for 2. And well, just as Warwickshire did in the middle stages of the first innings, the Blaze here have just gone a little flat, haven't they?
They have, and this partnership is a huge reason for them going flat. The 100 partnership coming up of just 112 balls. These two were going along really nicely. They've been at the crease for nearly 80 minutes now together.
And that's 80 minutes that the Blaze have gone without a wicket. That's exactly why you see a bit of a conference going on between the brains trust there of Marie Kelly, Tammy Beaumont and Georgia Elwys. And just as we were speculating, they have rolled the dice here, the Blaze, and gone back to one of their frontline bowlers. And Grace Ballinger, of course, picked up those 2 early wickets to remove both Warwickshire openers. That was from the Birmingham end. She's now coming on from the Pavilion end. And I quite like this move from a Blaze perspective, just to see if Ballinger can pick up her 3rd wicket and break this all-important partnership.
It's almost what we were calling for in that first innings, but Izzy Wong, and it took a little while for Warwickshire to make that call, whereas Kirsty Gordon spit the bullet straight away, brought Grace Ballinger back on. They need to break this partnership, Blaze. These two could tick along quite nicely and chase down this total.
Ballinger looking like she's going to be bowling left arm over to the left-handed Halliday. Just some tweaks there in the field by Kirsty Gordon. As Ballinger steams in from the Pavilion end. And Halliday almost pops one straight back to the left armour. Halliday just 1 short of her half century, 49 off 62 deliveries.
I'm always fascinated by Grace Ballinger's action, because she, like, the run-up even, because she always has this little, like, hop, skip and a jump in the middle of it. Like, she's running in, there's just a little skip, another little skip, and then she charges in.
Charging in again, and this time forward in the defence is Halliday. Yeah, she's quite rangy, isn't she? She's got long arms, long legs, and they all seem to be moving in different directions when she goes into her gather. And she also runs in on quite an angle, which is not unusual for a left armour, especially over the wicket. But by the time she actually gets to the crease, she's dead straight. So it's almost like an optical illusion for the batter. Just got to keep your eye on the ball. That one's knocked away to deep square leg for just a single, which does bring up Halliday's half century. It comes in 64 deliveries, and on the back of her 37 on debut against Yorkshire last week, she does notch her 1st half century for Warwickshire, so an excellent milestone for her. But she, as with Katie George, will know that there's still plenty of work here to do for Warwickshire, and both of these look like they're really knuckling down and taking on the responsibility for this run chase here. 134 for 2. But Halliday gets her half century in 64 and gets to the non-strikers end. Ballinger round the wicket to the right-handed George, who just swats that almost dismissively to the boundary. And that's exactly what Warwickshire need. If there is that one loose delivery, they have to capitalise on it, and that's exactly what the skipper did there.
She did, indeed. I mean, Katie George, is she left-handed or is she right-handed? I'm always really curious about bowlers who bowl left-handed and bat right-handed, and it's often because of the coaching.
Coming in again, Ballinger, and this time it's knocked round the corner, and that will race away despite 2 fielders in contention. And George accelerating here. The applause rings around Edgbaston once more. Definitely played that one right-handed. But yeah, I agree. As a pure left-hander who does everything left-handed and has a right foot for decoration, it's strange when batters and bowlers have both. I suppose it's an advantage, I guess.
It's really interesting. It's almost... I've spoken to Katie about it before, and I think she was saying that it was because the coaches, when she was growing up, were right-handed, so she just learned how to bat right-handed, even though she is left-handed and she bowls left-handed with her pace. She's found herself as a right-hander.
Well, the left-handed Ballinger comes in to the right-handed, or the right-handed batting George. It's a good over from Warwickshire, 2 boundaries coming off it, some singles as well. Again, just crunching the numbers. Anytime that over goes for 8, 9, 10, just keep a lid on that run rate. It hasn't really gone above 7, I don't think, at all in this innings. It's now hovering around 6.8. So Warwickshire have managed to keep it relatively steady. Final ball of the 29th, and Halliday again positive in punching it through to mid-wicket, and they get through for an easy single. 145 for 2. At the end of the 29th. So 138 runs require Warwickshire for the win. Some gloves and drink, and no doubt a message brought on here for the batters. I have to say again, it's a passage of play that has favoured the batting side. The Blaze continuing to go wicketless. Their last wicket was all the way back on ball 7.3. Since then, Halliday and George have built a brilliant partnership. Not quite a match-winning partnership so far, but have certainly kept their side in contention, with both of them bringing up their half-century milestones. And Katie George, in fact, halfway to the full century. She's 75 off 82. Orla Prendergast will come back on from the Birmingham end. So again, the Blaze have decided enough is enough with the spin twins of Gordon and Hyam. They weren't overly expensive, but just weren't able to make that breakthrough. So they've turned to Prendergast, who's just bowled the 3 overs so far, to see if she can remove Brooke Halliday, who's standing firm at the moment. Just leaking runs here are the Blaze, as Halliday works that one into the vacant mid-wicket region for a single. I suppose the question for the fielding side here is, how do they get a wicket? Yes, you can just wait for the batting team to make a mistake, but it feels like they need to be a bit more proactive in this game and set a plan, try something different. I haven't seen too many slower balls, I haven't seen too many cutters. Just try something new, because at the moment it's just plodding along and Warwickshire saying thank you very much, we're under no pressure at all. Driven firmly for no run to mid-on.
It's really interesting because they are showing intent in this change of bowling, but it almost feels like you need the energy in the field, maybe a slightly more aggressive field, try and force the batters into making these mistakes. As currently, they're both looking incredibly comfortable out there.
That is, of course, the ultimate commentator's curse, but we haven't really had one so far today. Halliday and George, well, their destinies in their own hands, as George faces up Prendergast. Big old bouncer, too big for the umpire's liking. That will be a wide ball, but I like the intent there from Prendergast, trying to find something from somewhere, just maybe trying to bait George into flashing a bat at that and doing something silly. So even though it's a wide, it's a good sign of intent there from Prendergast, and if I were her, I'd follow that one up with a toe-crunching Yorker, the old 1-2. Goes for more of a regulation ball that must have hit a bit of something on the way through, because it does go down leg side. It does roll along the ground to Bryce with the glove, so no chance of any catch.
She's not a batter who likes to be still on her feet, Katie George. She doesn't like to hog the strike, even if it's a wide. She always shows real frustration that she's not just being able to nudge the ball away and get that single.
She does indeed do that on this occasion and tickles it away to the wide fine leg, who does the fielding. And the field changes once more for the left-handed Halliday.
Halliday in her change of gloves. I always think a change of gloves for a batter means they mean business. Amy Jones used to change gloves at the same point in her innings every time she played.
Into the leg side, and a chance for a catch here, and it's taken, and that's a frustrating way to depart there for Brooke Halliday. Looked like she was set to bat all day, and she picked that one up on length, and it was really there to be hit deep into the Holly stand, but unfortunately for her, she only picks out the fielder in the deep, and the Blaze do get the breakthrough. It is in the form of a mistake, as Brooke Halliday has to depart. She goes for 52 off 67 deliveries, and 148 now is the score, but 3 wickets down, and that almost came from nowhere, but the Blaze won't mind as Brooke Halliday has to depart.
Blame the commentator's curse or blame the gloves? That is the question, but it should, I believe, bring Caris Pavley to the crease, and my word, she's having quite the season. She was the Bears' top run scorer heading into this game with 488 runs at a 54 average. She went from not having scored any century to scoring 2 in a row in the space of a few days, and one of those centuries came against the Blaze the last time they played in this tournament at Trent Bridge, when she scored 128 not out from 102. So she'll be hoping she can really make an impact here.
Not a bad batter to come out here at number 5 for Warwickshire. And well, while congratulations are in order for Brooke Halliday for her first half century for the Bears. I think she'll be a little frustrated with how her innings ends. It was there for the taking, but all she managed to do was find the safe hands of Catherine Bryce, who settled underneath it nicely, knew exactly where the rope was, and took the catch comfortably inside of it. Orla Prendergast then back into the attack in the Birmingham end and gets that much needed breakthrough for the Blaze. Frustration though for Warwickshire, as it looked like they were well set. This partnership ultimately broken, not before though they added 125 between them, Halliday and George, as Pavely, who is left-handed, joins Katie George, who isn't left-handed. Prendergast 1 ball left, and immediately gets off the mark. Does Pavely, knocking it round the corner to deep backward square leg, retains the strike then as well. 149 for 3. Prendergast manages to make the breakthrough. Be interesting to see then if they persist with those frontline bowlers, or maybe they go back to a bit of spin with Pavely new to the crease. George, well, if she didn't hold the key to the run chase previously, absolutely does now. 76 off 85 for her, and the skipper would love nothing more, you'd imagine, than seeing her side home here.
20 overs to go here for Warwickshire. I'm so fixated on the left-hand, right-hand thing. I'm really curious, does she write left-handed or right-handed? Given she bats and bowls one about, I'm going to have to ask her.
Just put a pen in her hand and
Put
see
a
what
pen in
happens.
her hand and see what she does. Watch her signing autographs at the end of the game. That's the way to do it, which I'm sure she will be. There is a little scattering of spectators in. Nice way to spend a Wednesday afternoon, if you ask me.
So I just threw the numbers into a DLS generator. And don't quote me on this, but I think at this point the par score is 147. So Warwickshire, even with losing that wicket, are 2 runs ahead. So it's very much neck and neck. Given that the weather, well, maybe it's actually cleared, but certainly might still play a role.
And as an appeal from Ballinger, the umpire is unmoved. It looked to be going down leg, but we are a long way up, so you probably have a better view than we do on the live stream. Ballinger continuing from the pavilion end.
So I do have the table generated here, and I'm going to pretend like I know what it says.
The thing is I've watched cricket for so many years, and it still baffles me, because it just doesn't make sense. No offence to Douglas Lewis Dunn, as Ballinger comes in to Pavely, and it's worked through the leg side.
I think general wisdom is just that if there's rain in play, you kind of want to be the batting side just to know what you need. Equally, there's been enough games where a batting team has almost been on top, rain has come, and suddenly it's like, right, you need 80 off 3 overs, and you're like, what? Where's that come from? So, as you said, it's way above our maths grade and our pay grade to understand these things, but as it stands, it's very much neck and neck on the DLS. Warwick's just a touch ahead, but we can keep giving you those scores.
As it's heaved away by Pavely, and it will go away for 4. Her first of the game, taking Warwickshire over the 150 mark, 153-3.
Just misses the length on that occasion. Shake of the head from Ballinger. Left-hander to left-hander. Which always, I suppose, takes away a bit of the threat, because you don't have that threatening across the right-hander angle. That one just stayed straight as an arrow and was knocked away by Pavely.
She tries to do similar once again, but it will be picked up by the fielder on the rope. They come through for a single, 154 for 3.
You certainly wouldn't want to call it from here, would you? Well, if DLS can't call it, then certainly we can't. 129 still required for Warwickshire. You can do the old add 2 wickets to the score, and the Blaze certainly feel a lot more comfortable. But while George is there, Warwickshire feel calm.
As George almost misjudges the width of that one, and it will be no run. It's really in the balance, this game, and it's such an important result for both teams, you feel. The Blaze can afford the loss probably more than Warwickshire. They do have a gap to second place. Ballinger coming into George. And she's worked it. It's almost ricocheted off the floor and into the thigh of Bryce. George frustrated with herself that she couldn't time it, but it does bring about the end of the 31st over. Warwickshire are 154 for 3, needing 129 to win.
I suppose because we're going late into the season as well, it's that time where you look at other results as well. And Warwickshire, first and foremost, have to win here, but they'll certainly be looking over their shoulder at the different results around the country. And Durham, Somerset, the main one that they'll have an eye on. Durham posting 248, and in response, Somerset 177 for 4, which is a great recovery given they were 21 for 2 and 60 for 3. And that recovery has been led by Niamh Holland, who's 63 not out, and Charlie Dean 49 not out. So very much in the balance, and as you were saying earlier, Rose, actually probably the best result for Warwickshire is that one's a draw.
Prendergast into the left-handed Pavely. She works it through the offside and they come through for a single. Yeah, you want it to be a really tight game as well. You don't want one team to run away with it too quickly.
It does look like it will go down to the wire, with Somerset needing 77 off 18.5 overs, but they are 4 wickets down, so they're probably not going to try and win that one quickly. Meanwhile, Lancashire chasing 224 against Hampshire, 147 for 3 in the 35th.
As Prendergast comes into George, she tries to heave it over the wicket-keeper's head, doesn't make contact. Bryce rolling it back in to prevent the quick single.
I'm trying to find the other game, and in fact, the reason I couldn't find it is because it's actually a result now from Ampleforth up in Yorkshire. Yorkshire, I remember earlier in the day, skittled for 171, and it was a bit of a low-scoring thriller in the end. Surrey do win. They chase it down, but not before losing 8 wickets.
Through the offside by George, but it will be no run.
It was Kira Chatley, in fact, who kind of guided that run chase. She finished 66 not out. Despite a bit of a tumble of wickets towards the end, they managed to squeak over the line, did Surrey. They'll be happily driving all the way down back from Ampleforth to Surrey with a win in their back pocket.
As George, it catches the under edge of her bat and she kind of flicks it away as they come through for a single. They think about the second. Pavely is sent back. It sounds like a long way from Ampleforth back to Surrey.
It's a beautiful part of the country, Ampleforth. And it would have been probably a bit of a horror drive back for Surrey had they not picked up the win, especially having done the hard work with the ball. Not the most convincing of victories for them, but a win nonetheless, which is their 6th win of the season.
As it's heaved away by Pavely beautifully through the leg side, but it has plugged and Marie Kelly is chasing after it. A diving stop from Marie Kelly on the boundary, but she goes just over the rope. Great honesty from the Blaze fielders. That one, it will be the 4.
Good work from Kelly, of course, very familiar with these settings here in Edgbaston, but not able to stop it from going over the rope. It looked like it flew off the bat from Pavely, but didn't quite get hold of it cleanly, and that's why Marie even had a chance to stop that one. But a much needed boundary for Pavely as she moves to 11 off just 7 deliveries, so looking to take this run chase by the scruff of the neck here.
Prendergast coming into Pavely once more. And as a muted appeal for LBW as Pavely scampers through for a quick single, and she does make it. End of the 32nd over. Warwickshire 161 for 3. I can confirm, Tina, it's a 250-mile journey from Ampleforth to Surrey, so it's a long old coach journey for those girls now, but at least they can do it with that win under their belts.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly more of a celebratory mood than the sombre affair that would have been, what would we call that, about 5 hours down the motorway. It's not like coaches can get up to much of a speed either. You're just trundling down. I hope it's one of those fancy coaches with TVs and a whole kitchen setup, otherwise that's going to be a long journey.
You'd like to think so, given it is a long one. I know Durham tend to just always have a very nice coach, given they do an awful lot of travelling here, there and everywhere about the country for their games.
Yeah, not quite such a long jaunt from Nottinghamshire for the Blaze. And they certainly want to be travelling back down the motorway with a win in their boot. Still a long way to go here. 122 needed for Warwickshire, who want to keep the points here at home.
Charlie Phillips returning at the pavilion end. 5 overs for her so far, just the 10 runs conceded. No wickets yet, but she looked rather threatening in her opening spell. She'll be hoping to break this partnership before it forms and potentially also dismiss Warwickshire's captain, Katie George, who is going along really nicely and taking command of this chase on 77 from 90 balls. As Phillips comes into Pavely. The left-hander works it through the offside and they'll come through for 1.
She's got quite a slingy action, doesn't she, Phillips? It's got a nice rhythm to her run-up, but by the time she gets to the crease, actually kind of gets slung in from almost diagonal, which does help her get a bit of movement into the left-handed batters and away from Katie George.
You can imagine her actions quite difficult to read as a bowler, as a batter,
Yeah.
as she comes in to George, worked straight to Marie Kelly.
Yeah, it's not quite coming from the height that you'd expect it to come from because she's relatively tall, but by the time that arm falls away on the diagonal, it's actually coming from a bit more of a lower, skiddier angle. And I know you can overthink these things as a batter. Maybe I just didn't have a single thought in my head when I bat, which is just, there is the ball, let's try and hit it. But certainly it's different things playing in your mind when the batter's steaming in from the top of their run-up. And Phillips does have a long run-up, so you've got a lot of time to think about it.
As Phillips comes into George. Advancing down the track, it's just worked as far as Tammy Beaumont, who challenges the run, but it will be safe. I think we have very different thoughts when batting. I'm a tail ender, so my thought when batting is, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
I think cricket is so much of a mental game, isn't it? And the times when I batted the best, there was not a single thought in my mind. And then the times when you're scratching around or you're a tail ender, you're thinking, this is the worst thing ever. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna get hit. I'm gonna edge it. I'm gonna miss it. And you end up probably doing one of those things.
Indeed. Worked straight to point by Pavely. George coming down the track, but she'll have to go back. There's definitely not time for a single there.
But I suppose different batters have different processes as well. And I know there's some batters that kind of mutter something under their breath every time the ball's coming in or the bowler's running in. Others try to not think of anything. Others look at a certain spot. I suppose that's the same for bowlers as well when they're running in. Cricket is just so much more of a mental game than physical game at times.
As it's hit lovely and straight by Pavey, but straight into the hands of Phillips. It really is a mental game, and you hear top batters across the world talking about how much of a mental game it is.
And that's certainly something that Warwickshire will have spoken about at the halfway stage, saying, okay, well, 283 is a big target, but let's mentally break it down into small chunks.
Pavely pushing it through the offside. It will only go as far as all of Prendergast on the boundary rope as they come through for a single to bring about the end of the 33rd over. Warwickshire 164 for 3, requiring 119 to win.
So according to my DLS machine, which I take zero responsibility for, 159 would have been the pass score at the end of 33 overs. So Warwickshire just keeping their noses in front. I will say, as we're discussing DLS, the weather has actually cleared once more, and the clouds that were looking so ominous have kind of broken, and there's more blue sky than cloud in our immediate vicinity above us. You can see the shadows falling from the floodlights. That's good news for us. And good news for Warwickshire is that they're continuing on this rate. So even if the rain were to come, they have put themselves in a decent position.
Maybe me forgetting to bring a coat manifested the rain staying away. We'll have to wait and see. Guaranteed, though, it starts as soon as we have to go outside. It's always the way.
I also don't have a coat, so let's manifest together.
As Prendergast comes into Pavely. It's worked away by Pavely, but it's straight into the hands of Lucy Hyam. She's trying to clear the rope, and she just can't quite get it over. A huge wicket for the Blaze. Warwickshire fall to 164 for 4.
well, just with that one wicket, they go behind the rate on DLS. That's how fickle these calculations are. And another one which you kind of say is a throwaway wicket. It was there to be hit. It was very similar to the circumstances in which Brooke Halliday got dismissed. This time it was more towards deep square leg than deep mid wicket. But again, the left-hander just picks out the fielder on the rope, and it's a smart catch, but straight down the throat really. And Warwickshire lose their next wicket, 164 for 4. And again, the momentum of this game shifts, and it's still one I wouldn't like to call with less than 17 overs to go. And that does bring Em Arlott out to the crease, and probably a bit earlier than she would have liked, with still over 100 runs required.
I mean, her 44 from 19 balls last time out. Warwickshire will be hoping for something similar. It almost felt ever so slightly unnecessary from Pavely. You can completely understand the intent of wanting to get ahead of the rate and not leaving too much to do, which, as we've spoken about, has been one of Warwickshire's weaknesses across the season. But I don't think it was on.
I'd agree with that, with the two fielders out in the deep. And I mean, it's always one of those death or glory strokes. If it ends up in the hollies, we say, wow, how brave Caris Pavely is and what a great shot. Ends up in the hands of the field, and you think, well, was that really necessary? You have to say Caris Pavely is someone who kind of lives by the sword, dies by the sword on that occasion. Doesn't manage to get hold of it, but that's the way she plays. That's how she got to 200s as well. On this occasion, though, it is her downfall.
Em Arlott with the shadow batting, readying herself to face Orla Prendergast. I think I could tell you what the intent is going to be from the first ball here. Em Arlott is a batter who goes big or goes home. She looks around her, making sure she knows where those Blaze fielders are set. Prendergast coming into the right-handed Arlott. And it's a bouncer from Prendergast. It's high, and it's too high according to the umpire. A bit of a disagreement from the Blaze field, but it looked like a close one. It did look very high.
I mean, you've got to bounce it quite high to get over the head of Em Arlott, who's the tallest fielder and the tallest batter, I should say, of anyone. But that one did seem to be whistling above her helmet. I like the intent, though, again, just trying to tease Arlott, trying to get her to fish after it.
Much better height from Prendergast, and it will be the dot ball.
It's been a masterstroke here from the Blaze, bringing Prendergast back on from the Birmingham end. He's picked up the 2 wickets, first of Halliday, then of Pavely, in very similar fashion.
As it goes straight through to Sarah Bryce behind the stumps. Arlott didn't even really attempt to play it.
And the run rate klaxon is now sounding, because the run rate required now is above 7, I think, for the first time in this innings. Just those 2 wickets at the wrong moments. I mean, there's no right time to lose a wicket, but certainly has really put the brakes on this Warwickshire chase at the moment.
Worked out of the inner ring by Em Arlott as they come through for a single. Can they break the Warwickshire curse of leaving too much to do? Can they chase down this total? It would be such a huge result for the side.
Just would give them a huge amount of confidence into what they would hope would be the knockout stages going into the eliminator, if they say, hey, well, we can face up against, arguably, maybe there's not too much argument about it, the best team in the contest, and we can face up to them and chase them down. You don't need any more confidence than that going into the latter stages.
As Katie George finally finds a strike once more, they scamper through for a quick single, direct hit, and she may have been in trouble there.
Yeah, it gets her hamstrings moving there. You can see she's moving just a touch gingerly, probably cramping up, because she's seemingly been at the non-striker's end for about 5 overs now, watching the carnage unfold at the other end. She's still there. And while she's still there, Warwickshire surely feel like they're in this one.
Arlott on strike. Prendergast coming in. Can't get it outside of the inner ring. It will be no run to conclude the 34th over. Warwickshire 167 for 4. They require 116 to win. They've not got a bad run in for the rest of this tournament. Warwickshire. Next up, they have Essex, who have struggled throughout the tournament. They sit bottom. Then they've got Surrey, who have had a bit of a fall from grace almost this season, struggling with availability of certain players, maybe missing some excitement in their pace attack. They'll be hoping to fix that, getting Kate Kopak on loan before she joins them permanently next year. And then they've got Durham, who currently sit behind them in 4th. So it's going to be probably quite a tight and exciting end to the Metrobank One Day Cup group stages as Charlie Phillips comes in to Katie George. She's tried to sweep it away, can't quite get hold, and they'll scamper through for a single.
Well, if you're looking at it from a neutral perspective, I think that the best thing that could happen was that Warwickshire-Durham game is almost like a quarter-final, and the winner of that goes through to the eliminator. Obviously, with a Warwickshire hat on, you'd hope that it's almost settled before then, but there's a lot of work to be done for Warwickshire, and they certainly don't want to go into that game needing points, and definitely not needing somehow a bonus point win. So if they can get those wins against Essex and Surrey, where they would back themselves as the stronger team, then maybe they go into that Durham game maybe not even needing a win.
Phillips into Arlott. It's found the pads of Arlott. Phillips still looking threatening, still in the hunt of her first wicket, but my word, she's been economical.
I suppose it's a time to look at who other teams are playing as well. And Durham, they have to still play Hampshire, who are of course in 2nd place, and Lancashire, okay, they haven't had the best season themselves, but of the 2 run-ins, you'd probably say that Warwickshire have the more favourable one. And that always comes into play as well when you're looking at a direct head-to-head.
Arlott hits it straight to Marie Kelly, and it will be a dot ball, 168 for 4.
That required rate now sneaking upwards, 7.25. Arlott's been watchful so far. Not quite the fireworks of the previous game yet, but we know what she's capable of.
Phillips into Arlott. And it's worked straight to Marie Kelly once more, but they scamper through for a single. Direct hit, potentially in trouble.
It was a nice single in the end because it went to Marie Kelly's left side. Always one of those awkward throws where you have to pick it up on your wrong side and almost disjoint your own shoulder to get that angle. So it was always a relatively safe run, even if it looked like for a moment that Arlott was in trouble. It also has long legs to get back into the safety of the non-striker's end.
Katie George working it through the offside. They'll come through for a single. It feels like George has been a little bit hogged of the strike in recent overs. She hasn't seen much of it, which, given she's on 80 from 95, you'd like to be thinking she'd be taking a little bit more control and trying to perhaps stay on strike, find those gaps, get those boundaries.
Absolutely. It felt like about half an hour ago that I said she was on 75. Since then, she's only added 5, and that's not because she's been scoring slowly. She just hasn't been at the right end.
Phillips into Arlott. It's worked straight back to her for no run, bringing about the end of the 35th over. Warwickshire are 174. They require 113 to win. That required run rate is really climbing as Tina steps away for a well-earned break and Mike Perkins rejoins me in the commentary box.
Crucially at this stage, I've changed the chair because it was very squeaky when I sat on it in the first innings. So I'm going to hopefully go for a more solid one for the conclusion of this game. Also crucially, my Duckworth Lewis Stern calculator is agreeing with Tina's. So that is good news. It may just mean we've both clicked on the first link we saw and put in the same numbers, but
a potential.
But unless we've put in the numbers wrong and both picked a dodgy one, I think our Duckworth Lewis Stern calculator is more or less up to date. The other sort of count back, if you like, before we get to Duckworth Lewis Stern, is at this stage, the 30 over mark, 144 for 3.
Sorry, 35 over mark, 172 for 3 was the Blaze score.
It's very much in the balance as Kirsty Gordon comes back on, apologies, from the Birmingham end. A bit of spin back into the attack. The first ball was worked around the corner for a single, bringing Arlott on to strike.
So on that count back, Blaze are ahead by a run and a wicket.
As Arlott pulls out of her delivery, she's unhappy with movement around the sight screen. I think it might have been a member of Blaze coaching staff having a walk around. As Gordon comes in again. Advancing down the track is Arlott, and it's a stunning shot away for 4. Exactly what Warwickshire needed, taking them to 175 for 4.
She's in good touch at the moment, Emily Arlott, and proved it there.
She's most threatening, I think, when she uses her feet and when she really takes on the bowler, because she unsettles them. As Gordon comes into her again, and this time it's just worked within the inner ring for no run.
As for Duckworth Lewis Stern then, at the 30 over mark, they had the pass score 164 for 4. So, if you believe Duckworth Lewis Stern,
it's gone through the legs of Marie Kelly, and it will run away for 4. Potentially a vital misfield for Blaze. Warwickshire moving on to 179 for 4, needing 104 to win.
that does feel a vital one. But yeah, if you believe Duckworth Lewis Stern at the 30 over mark, it was Warwickshire who were in front. So Blaze in front by a run and a wicket on count back to where they were in their innings, but perhaps evidence that Duckworth Lewis Stern favour a side that know their target.
As it's glanced off the bat of Emma Arlott for a dot ball.
No harm there, having hit the 2 boundaries already. But yeah, it probably favours knowing your target. It factors that in a little bit, and Duckworth Lewis Stern has Warwickshire ahead.
Advancing down the track once more, and she has found the gap, and she will get a third 4 for this over. Arlott, what a performance since coming into bat. Already 14 runs on the board for her. Warwickshire 183 for 4, needing 100 to win.
My personal view, and obviously that's put Warwickshire within 100 to win now, and after 31 overs, 167 would be the score, so they're well ahead at the moment. My personal view would be, as long as Katie George is there, and particularly with Emily Arlott, who's just hit 3 4s off an over for company, I would have Warwickshire favourites. I think if George goes, then the equation changes somewhat. But at the moment, I would have Warwickshire ahead for me. But I'm sure there will be others of all sorts of different persuasions, because it is a close game.
As Phillips comes in to Katie George, worked straight back to her for no run, and they say cricket isn't a complicated game. Mike Perkins, everything is in the balance here at Edgbaston in this Metrobank One-Day Cup clash between Warwickshire and the Blaze. Hello if you're joining us from the Match Centre on edgbaston.com or on YouTube, Warwickshire's YouTube. I'm Rosa Simpkin, alongside me Mike Perkins, as Charlie Phillips continues her spell from the pavilion end. Into Katie George, and it's a Yorker length delivery. They come through for a single.
The other thing I would say is at the 30 over mark, even with losing Halliday from the ball before they reached the 30 over mark, that was the first point Warwickshire went ahead. So I think that felt a significant moment as well, even if they were behind by a run and a wicket by the 35 over mark.
And another significant moment, the runs required has gone below 100 as Phillips comes into Arlott. It's upwards, and it's straight to Marie Kelly. A huge wicket for the Blaze, taking Warwickshire to 184 for 5. Arlott 3 boundaries off the previous over, really looking like she was getting going, but she can't carry on. Potentially trouble for Warwickshire.
You'd probably want more off her, but she has put her side in front a little bit with those 3 boundaries in the previous over, so she's sort of, in some ways, she's done the job that you kind of want Arlott to do. It's just whether Katie George can bat through now. If she gets 100, she gives her side a real chance here. Needs another 18 for that 100. probably needs even maybe a 120, something like that. But if she can bat through, and certainly if she can get to 3 figures, she gives herself and her side a real opportunity.
Nat Rafe joining Katie George at the crease. The wicketkeeper batter struggled for consistency, I think it's safe to say, in the One Day Cup this season, but she has been coming in down the order. 179 runs for her at just under a 20 average.
It was a slow 5 overs though, 30 to 35 for Warwickshire. They only made 22, same as what the Blaze got from their first 5 overs of the game, and they only fell below that for the rest of the innings, between 25 and 30.
It feels like Warwickshire have quite a lot to do here as Charlie Phillips comes in to Nat Rafe. Nat Rafe will get off the mark immediately, bringing Katie George on to strike.
As I say, I still have them as favourites, but the lowest, that was the 30 to 35 was their lowest set of 5 overs since the first 2 of the innings. So that would be the counter to that.
Katie George taking guard as Charlie Phillips comes in from the pavilion end. And she's tried to work that through, cut that through the offside. She can't make contact. It's gone straight through to Sarah Bryce for no run.
I think the other reason I'm putting them favourite is because of the fact that I've seen so many sides chasing runs this season, and it seems as if sides being able to, if the run rate's around 6, 7, 8, being able to catch that rate up is one of the things that's sort of improved in this year's competition.
As George can't make a clean contact, it's ended up behind her. It will be another dot ball for Phillips, who is still remarkably economical. Warwickshire go to 185 for 5 from 37 overs. They require 98 runs to win.
The better teams, though, they've always been able to catch up, and the factor here is the Blaze are used to winning games of cricket this season. They're sort of very good at that. It's going to be worth staying with us, I think it's fair to say, on the Match Centre, Edgbaston.com, and the Warwickshire Cricket YouTube page.
Kirsty Gordon is going to continue at the Birmingham end. Not a great last over from her. There were the 3 4s from M. Arlott, but M. Arlott is no longer at the crease. It is Nat Rafe taking strike. 1 from 1 for her, and most crucially, Katie George 82 from 100 balls at the non-striker's end. As Nat Rafe works it around the corner, a rolling Grace Ballinger will cut it off, but they come through most vitally for a single, bring Katie George on strike.
Do you want an over off the DLS, or do you want to know what they need by the end of the over?
Give me an over off.
I'll give you an over off.
That seems to have hit Katie George's foot and has been a painful one. Actually, no, I'm too curious. Might tell me, what do they need by the end of the over to be ahead of DLS?
They'd need 203, so the wicket, as it always does, has changed the equation. They're now behind on it.
George advancing down the track. She can't make clean contact. It will be a dot ball. This dot ball pressure is really building for Warwickshire.
Well, they're behind unless they can hit 17 off the next 3 balls.
George down the track again. Has she found the gap? It will be cut off by Emma Jones on the boundary, and they just get the single.
It did look for a moment there like Katie George was going to attempt the 3 6s. But just chose to clip it on the floor out to deep mid wicket instead.
She did really come charging down that track with intent, did Katie George. Kirsty Gordon making some very slight adjustments in her field as she comes into Nat Rafe, who finds the gap for a crucial boundary for Warwickshire, splitting Marie Kelly and Lucy Hyam. Warwickshire 191 for 5, needing 92 runs to win.
Still the ball left of the over. But that was a crucial shot from Ray. Gave herself a little bit of room. And Gordon had given her a little bit of length.
It's upwards, and it's fallen short of Marie Kelly in the inner ring. It's a dot ball, though, most crucially, for Blaze. Warwickshire are 191 for 5 at the conclusion of the 38th over.
Well, if that had been caught, it had gone to 218, but instead it dropped safe. So 203, the DLS score after 38 with 5 wickets down. So they're behind by 12 at the moment, Warwickshire. But that can easily be closed. A couple of hits. It's 2 hits or 3 hits, isn't it, really? So, and the way teams have gone about chases this year, frequently they've been able to find those hits. So that's what Warwickshire will be hoping, but they are behind at this point. It looks like the weather won't interfere here as well, which is a good thing. So 92 runs required for victory for Warwickshire. There is still a chance of a thunderstorm, but it's a diminished chance.
People must think we're lying to them as Catherine Bryce returned at the pavilion end. 3 overs for her so far for 17 runs, yet to take a wicket. Charlie Phillips has been brought off, presumably being saved for the death here as Bryce comes in to Katie George. And it's worked just past her diving left hand as they come through for a single.
So it's a 42% chance in the next hour that we get that thunderstorm. But there's also, or sorry, that we get rain rather. The thunderstorm icon still showing the sunny spells as well, though, showing, and that's what we're in at the minute, a sunny spell. The chance of rain far higher between 6 and 7 as well.
Missed the bat of Nat Rafe, gone straight through to Sarah Bryce, sister of Catherine Bryce, behind the stumps.
With a cut-off of 5:39, that 6 to 7 rain won't bother us.
Honestly, we've been worried about rain all day, and here we are with almost full game of cricket as Rafe works it straight back to Bryce for no run. 192 for 5 is the score. Required rate really building now for Warwickshire. They need 91 runs to win off 69 balls.
It did feel like a day we could get lucky, but it also felt like a day it could smash it down.
As it's upwards from that Rafe and it's running away, but it will be caught up by Grace Ballinger. They come through for the second.
Nicely placed, behind square on the offside.
As Bryce gets ready at the top of her mark, coming in again to Rafe. And it's worked straight to Georgia Alwis, but she's dived over it and they come through for the single. 195 for 5.
That was a bit of fielding for once where Georgia Ellis looked at the stage of the career she was at there. She was in the perfect position to field it, and it just seemed to escape her grasp.
Advancing down the track is Katie George, but she hits it straight to Georgia Alwis, who, as we say, has been keeping herself very busy in the field. End of the over. Warwickshire are 195 for 5. They need 88 to win from 66 deliveries.
Well, stop the important one there to the girl from Wolverhampton. Got right behind it, didn't she, Georgia Elwis? Because Katie George was looking to hit one of those 4s that she needed. As we say, one of Wolverhampton's finest. Georgia Elwis gets behind the ball and prevents it going for 4. So the gap narrowing again in that over, because the DLS has only increased by 3 because they haven't lost a wicket, so it's up to 206. So they've closed the gap by a run there.
I almost wonder if frustration is brewing slightly for Katie George here. She has not seen as much of the strike as she probably should have done. And you can feel the sheer determination to get the side over the line. She is showing visible frustration when she's not getting the ball away, as Lucy Hyam comes back on at the Birmingham end. 6 overs for her so far, 35 runs from them and no wicket. She'll be hoping to change that margin.
She's been getting a lot of turn though. I wonder if Wraith will go after her though. She's been going at nearly 1 a ball, Hyam. Those reverse sweeps from, well, 1 reverse and 1 conventional from Halliday did a bit of damage.
As she stayed back in her crease, Nat Wraith, and it will be a dot ball. They think about running on the overthrows, they decide not to.
Just sort of cleared the leg there, did Wraith. I think the sweep is probably a good option here because the fielders who are up are behind square on the leg side and then all of the offside.
As Hyam comes into Wraith. Advancing down the track, it's upwards, and it's taken by Georgia Alwis. A huge wicket for the Blaze in this game, taking Warwickshire to 195 for 6. Lucy Hyam coming back on in search of her wicket. She will get it. It's looking like a tough old climb now for Warwickshire.
Just looked a tough option to take that one going down the ground. Tried to go over extra cover instead with a little bit of width that Hyam offered. And it's always against the spin. You really almost got to get to the pitch of it to play that shot. And just didn't quite get there, Wraith. And on a wicket like this, that has been dry because of the summer we've had, just not sure it felt the option. She had to go for it though. Had to take it on. 195 for 6 now. Izzy Wong comes to the crease, who we know can put bat to ball, but it's a case of how long can she do it for. I still think Katie George at the wicket is the factor, but is somebody going to be able to bat with her? Will it be Wong or Stonehouse? Baker and Brett, you don't want to leave them too many, you wouldn't have thought. They'll give it their all, but you don't want them chasing too many.
Izzy Wong has opened the batting back in the day for the Central Spark. She's very capable with bat in hand as Lucy Hyam comes into the new batter. Stays back and just nudges it for a dot ball.
Has she done it in 50 over? I know she's done it in 20.
She has done it in 50 over. She's definitely done it for 50 over in the old county structure as Hyam comes in once more. And she's bowled her. Clean bowled her, Lucy Hyam. Lucy Hyam looking like a key piece in this result for the Blaze. 2 wickets for her this over, taking Warwickshire to 195 for 7. Katie George being left stranded at the non-strikers end on 84 from 105. Warwickshire still need 88 runs to win from just 62 balls.
That was a good bit of bowling. It's bowling around the wicket. The sort of the ploy generally would be either to try and cramp for room or the other options to go outside the swing of the batter, but actually she was really clever there, Hyam. She used the turn on the ball just to keep the top of off stump in play, and that's what the ball clipped. It wasn't a bad option from Wong really to try and run that one away, but just didn't connect with it, and the wickets column is starting to cost Warwickshire here. They need somebody to play a really exceptional innings now.
That person could be Alexa Stonehouse, who makes her way to the crease. 91 runs for Warwickshire in 50 over cricket this season at just over a 30 average. They'll be after that today. For Warwickshire, they need someone to stay in here with Katie George and most vitally get Katie George on strike. As Lucy Hyam coming into Stonehouse, just worked straight to Kirsty Gordon in the inner ring for no run. Lucy Hyam for the last of her crucial over. As it's worked upwards by Stonehouse, it goes over the inner ring, but it will be cut off before going for 4. They scamper through for a second, taking Warwickshire to 197 for 7 from 40 overs. They require 86 runs to win from 60 balls.
26 runs scored there for the loss of 3 wickets in that 5 over spell between overs 35 and 40. If we're looking at where the Blaze were at this stage, they had 202. So they were beginning their acceleration, but they were only 4 wickets down, crucially, as well. And it's those wickets down that are costing Warwickshire
on the Duckworth Lewis Stern calculation as well. 238 would be the par score with 7 down. As there's an attempt at a sweep, there's an appeal for a stumping. It's going to be a wide ball after all that. George, who'd advanced but stopped and tried to sweep, ends up within her ground. And 198 for 7. The score remains a dot ball to start the final 10 overs with.
George still looks as though she's struggling slightly. She pulled up earlier on in her innings and she's looking a bit stiff, but she has also been out there for a very long time.
The Blaze got 80 from their last 10 overs. Warwickshire needing more than that, needing 85. There's the first of them, 84 to win. Katie George still there, and while she's still there, she's got a chance. Moves on to 85 with that stroke, 199 for 7. Alexa Stonehouse coming to the crease. We've seen her put bat to ball for Warwickshire. She's going to need to do a bit of that, but she's also going to need to support Katie George. And how much is left in those arms for Katie George as well? That's another question here. And fair play to Georgia Elwis. She made the stop that counted the last over and then took a catch to dismiss Nat Wraith in the next over. As Stonehouse picks up another single. It's the 200 up for Warwickshire. It's a rather muted reception to it, though. We didn't hear the applause like we heard coming from the pavilion earlier for the bowling figures of Izzy Wong, for instance, that was coming from beneath us as George tries to whack that one into the hollies. Doesn't get any of it, really. Toe end into a bit of pad. Dot ball. Catherine Bryce bowling from this pavilion end. Delivers another one off that short run. It's down the leg side. They're going to take 2 runs and they've already got a wide. We've had the sort of the soft signal, if you like, from the umpire. That'll be confirmed now. So a precious 3 extra runs to the total. 1 for the wide, 2 for the runs taken, and an extra ball. George waits, looks composed in her stance. Can't really get much of that, but lifts it wide of Emma Jones at long off. Bounces once to her. 204 for 7. Stonehouse's turn. 2 balls left in the over. Does she go this early or does she just try and keep the board moving here, Rosa?
It's such a fine line for Stonehouse because you need someone to be hitting those boundaries, and George is currently not doing that, but you also want to play that supporting role to George.
Catherine Bryce bowls, driven into the offside, finds the captain, Kirsty Gordon, at cover, who will be enjoying this, I feel. Such a competitor is Kirsty Gordon. Loves to win. Has already won plenty of times for the Blaze in this competition and lifted the T20 Blast Trophy. 2 dots to finish the over. 204 for 7. Already today we've seen Surrey win by 2 wickets in this competition. The other games in their closing stages now, ticking towards conclusions. We've got Durham, who set 249 for Somerset to win. Somerset on course. They need just 8 of 41 balls with 3 wickets remaining. They're 241 for 7 in the 44th over. As for Lancashire, they need 45 of 51 balls with 5 wickets remaining. So a tighter game there against Hampshire, who set them 224. Lancashire are 181 for 5. They've had 42 overs of their innings now. So getting tight here. Edgbaston, it remains tight, but Warwickshire with some batting to do as there's a swing from Katie George from the first ball of Lucy Hyams over. Difficult angle for her to get an LBW, this, bowling off spin around the wicket, and hence there was barely an appeal there. 204 for 7. Dot ball to start with from Hyam. There'll be runs here, or will there just be a run? Looks like it is just the run. 205 for 7 brings Stonehouse on strike. Applause from Sarah Bryce, the wicketkeeper, to her off-spin bowler. She knows dot 1 is a good start to the over, particularly with it taking George off strike. Stonehouse lifts it into the leg side. Just a little fiddle round the corner. Warwickshire need more than that at the moment.
It's looking like spin to win for the Blaze here. Lucy Hyam is incredibly difficult to play with the amount of turns she's getting off this pitch.
Pace off at the moment. Hyam's got 2 wickets now. This one's launched high in the air, straight down the throat of the fielder, and it's gathered well. And Lucy Hyam there has picked out long, or has bowled a ball that has got Stonehouse picking out long on, and there's real problems now for Warwickshire. They lose their 8th wicket. Stonehouse is out for 3 of just her 7th ball. It was a decent strike, but not the sort of one that is going to take Warwickshire any closer to their victory target. Your thoughts, Rosa Simkin?
Lucy Hyam is the woman of the moment for the Blaze today. She's a player who often falls under the radar in an absolutely stacked 11 for them. But here she is, 3 wickets when it matters most. She'll be looking for that wicket of George, though, to really finish things off here. But with Hannah Baker coming to the crease, you'd like to think for the Blaze they've got this over the line. But, of course, Katie George will be thinking otherwise.
Yep, seen other bowlers take centre stage at times this season. Lucy Hyam, but she is the one at the moment who's on course to pick up those 5 wickets. And she's just sort of taken advantage of the fact that Warwickshire needed to keep scoring at a rate. And she's picked up her wickets as a result. Bowls her first ball to Hannah Baker, the new batter. Just prods into the leg side. Picked up by Kirsty Gordon, the captain, who'll be enjoying what she sees. Hyam on her way again. Bowls to Hannah Baker, claps it into the leg side, but will only pick up 1. No, she's back for 2. Had to be, really. Out to that longer side. That's probably actually the shorter side. Now I assess it, they're more or less equidistant. But either way, she had to get back for her captain there to give her strike at the start of the over. 207 for 8, the score now. And the Blaze very much favourites at the moment with 76 left to win.
Hannah Baker, I have to say, has improved immensely with bat in hand over the years. And she is someone who can dig deep and can stay in when you need her to. But I just don't think that's enough for Warwickshire in this game situation. You needed someone who could play a proper supporting role to Katie George, not just getting her on strike, getting those quick singles, those quick 2s.
Here's Bryce, begins a new over. It's hit out. Was that a chance? It was one of those borderline ones where the fielder was trying to throw themselves underneath it, but it looks as if the ball just, or the turf arrived just before the hands of Hyam there, and she ended up almost fielding it back to her wicketkeeper from a slide there.
It was a tough chance. It was a long dive for Lucy Hyam to be able to catch up to that one.
George on 88. Then just put down, but a very difficult chance by Lucy, for Lucy Hyam out there.
Can't get out of the game, Lucy Hyam. She's involved with ball and now almost in the field.
That's a big hit into the leg side. Again, though, drops short of the fielder. And again, Katie George has to settle for 1. And she walks through for it, knowing at this stage it's not enough.
You can see the positive intent from Katie George. I just don't think she has the muscle after such a long innings.
Bryce bowls again. Pushed into the leg side by Baker. Gets to the non-striker's end. Sort of her job at this stage, 211 for 8. But Katie George, has she got enough oomph left in those arms? She's a powerful hitter of the ball, but it's just whether she's spent too much on the way to 89. Here's Catherine Bryce, bowls, hit back to the bowler, and it's caught and bowled by Catherine Bryce. Really good grab over the left shoulder by Catherine Bryce. And the innings of Katie George comes to an end. She's out, walking back with a score 211 for 9.
And with it, her team's hopes. The captain trudges off, bat under arm in the Edgbaston sunshine. And credit to the Blaze here. They've really ground this out today with bat and ball. And that was an excellent cordon bowled from Catherine Bryce.
It was a phenomenal effort from Catherine Bryce, bringing an end to a monumental knot from Katie George. She was batting for 2 hours and 40 minutes out there. It's a long, old slog. Really tried to dig deep, but she couldn't stay in and get her side over the line. And I think it's safe to say the Blaze have this pretty much wrapped up. But for Warwickshire, in their qualification chances, how close can they get in order for this to not too heavily affect their net run rate?
Yeah, it's another aspect here, isn't it, of this last wicket partnership. Brett and Baker at the crease. How many can they add? They've seen Wong out bowled by Hyam. Wraith was caught in the same over by Elwes off the bowling of Hyam. Then in the previous over, Prendergast doing the catching at long on to dismiss Stonehouse for 3 off 7. And now finally Katie George is out as this one takes Brett on the pad off the first ball. It's a dot ball to finish the 43rd over. 211 for 9 the score. The details of the Katie George innings, caught and bowled by Catherine Bryce for 89, 113 balls, 167 minutes, 8 fours and a 6 for the Warwickshire captain, but it looks like it won't be enough.
It's a big opportunity here for Lucy Hyam to get her 4th wicket of the day. 2 overs left for her, 3 for 40 so far. I think she's been the real difference maker in terms of A, stunting the momentum for Warwickshire, and B, just making sure Katie George ran out of partners.
I won't torment anyone anymore with the DLS, but it stands at 275 at the moment, and it remains there pretty much for the remainder of this game as Hannah Baker works that one out into the leg side, slightly onto the front foot, and just helped it there with the bounce. 212 for 9 now the Warwickshire score.
There is an opportunity here for Phoebe Brett and Hannah Baker to get some time at the crease. It's something that they haven't thankfully found themselves doing an awful lot so far this season.
First port of call, maybe that 15 runs they need to deny the Blaze the bonus point. It probably won't affect Warwickshire's qualification chances, but it's a little lame there as that one is dinked into the leg side again, picked up by Kirsty Gordon. Flag continues to blow in the distance. Did so early in the game, assisting the swing of Stonehouse and Wong. He's doing so again. This could be it. The ball is up, the catch is taken, and the Blaze have victory by 70 runs. And Lucy Hyam, appropriately enough, picking up her 4th wicket and guaranteeing the victory for the side who are top of the table in the Women's One Day Cup. A valiant effort from Warwickshire, but ultimately it proves not to be enough. Rosa Simpkin, your thoughts at the conclusion of this game as that final catch is taken and Lucy Hyam completes her 4th second catch in as many overs taken by Orla Prendergast to conclude this game of cricket, which has been a good one here at Edgbaston.
It has indeed, and we spoke ahead of this chase about Warwickshire potentially needing that one player to go big, and it wasn't enough. They needed someone to work in that supporting role to Katie George, who finished on 89 from 113, caught and bowled by Catherine Bryce. Brooke Halliday with 52 runs, but apart from that, the Warwickshire batters couldn't really get going. For the Blaze, well, it was a shared effort from their batting lineup. Tammy Beaumont with 32 at the head, Catherine Bryce with 45, and then half centuries for Georgia Elwes and Orla Prendergast, 57 and 69 for them. Izzy Wong, the star of the show with ball for Warwickshire, 5 wickets for 58 runs from her. Phoebe Brett also picked up 2 from 51. In the chase, we've spoken about Katie George and Brooke Halliday. The highest score apart from that, only 14 runs. Extras edging that with 17. Lucy Hyam with 4 for 41 from 8.3 overs. 2 wickets each for Grace Ballinger and Orla Prendergast, and a wicket for Charlie Phillips and Catherine Bryce.
Well, if you've enjoyed your cricket today, do make sure you rejoin us at the Match Centre at edgbaston.com at Warwickshire Cricket's YouTube page. My thanks to Rosa Simpkin, the MCC Young Female Broadcaster of 2026, who has been giving us her thoughts today. Our thanks as well to Tina Goff, former Warwickshire cricketer, who has also represented Germany as well. So Brett, the last out, caught by Prendergast there for naught. The big innings, as Rosa was saying there, the 89 from Katie George, 50 from Halliday. And you're right, that 5 for Izzy Wong was an exceptional effort from the Warwickshire point of view, but it proved not to be enough. Hyam's 41 for 4, the main factor in the chase after those half centuries that we were mentioning there in the Blaze innings that took them to 282. Warwickshire's chase ending on 212, and the game ending with the Blaze taking a bonus point victory by 70 runs.